Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be doing another 12-hour charity stream. I'm playing as Ukraine and playing until we conquer/subjugate all of Russia. Now, for those of you who are watching the VOD, or the few of you who are in kind of at the early stages of the stream, just as a sort of, warning, I suppose, if you think the issue of the war in Ukraine is a political issue, and to the extent that you don't want to see politics in games, this is not going to be the video for you, and I would recommend clicking away and watching something else. But to the extent that you are interested, we are doing a fundraiser for Ukraine. Let's pull up the fundraiser. We are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, which provides non-lethal aid to people fighting on the front lines in Ukraine. I believe it does specifically go to the volunteer force, but this is going to be stuff like radios, body armor, this type of stuff, but you can't send ammo, weaponry, or lethal items because it's not allowed, but this is the charity that we are raising money for. The charity is going to be through the Twitch. So if you are on YouTube, you can click on my Twitch link down below. There's this donate to charity button, and we started raising last month on the 3-year anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. This is the 3-year 1-month anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, and we are up to, so far, $3,037. We had the $2,500 goal. We raised another $2,500. I will be matching the first $872.25, which is what I made on YouTube last month. That gets donated today. And so this is what we're going to be doing. Also, every hour on the hour, we are going to be talking about Ukraine and Putin. Now, in the previous streams, here, why don't we pull up? In the previous streams, we have leaned primarily on Garry Kasparov's book, Winter is Coming. For this stream, I have read almost the entirety of Putin's playbook, which is coming from a much different angle. Kasparov is primarily a polemicist, and so he's primarily trying to explain why, from a moral perspective, Putin is repugnant. The book that I am reading now, I just have like 50 pages left, but it was a bit of an interesting one, is this Putin's playbook. Now, this is written by someone who was operating in intelligence services, which is one of the reasons I got it, and this is, let's see if we can pull up her picture. This is Rebecca Koffler. Now, Rebecca Koffler is also very conservative. So I also wanted to read it because I wanted to read from a very conservative perspective, because I wanted to see where people were coming from on that side of the aisle, at least the people who considered Putin to be a problem. And the entire tone of tenor of that book is quite a bit different than Garry Kasparov's, which is very interesting. And I think that we will unpack that, but we're going to unpack that on the hour as we kind of move later. Also, it's kleptocracy. Shout out. So, we are going to get into game, and we are going to be doing the same thing we do every Ukraine stream, which is take over Russia. We thought about playing as Georgia as well. Georgia would take us a significantly longer amount of time, though, to take over all of Russia, but Georgia is also partially occupied. But hello to everyone who's already come out. Hey Salmon, MTAP, Foxcat, been browsing Cats of Ukraine. Uplifting, watching them, uplifting and heartbreaking, watching those cute cats, prance through the rubble. But let us be on our way. So I think that we have the capital in Kiev. We're going to keep the capital in Kiev. I'm not entirely sure it is the best place for the capital, but it is going. Actually, it probably just is. Just talking briefly over, Victoria 3 stuff. We have absolutely extraordinary bonuses. Ukraine's actually a really fun play. If you want to play someone that has really good resources, semi-tall, we have Mappy applied to almost all of our states. The thing that Ukraine is very deficient in terms of Victoria 3 resources, is going to be the fact that no sulfur or lead, just iron and coal. So the resources are really good, the arable land is good, the Mappy is good. The problem is the lack of lead and sulfur. So this is going to be something that we need to be resolving. We start off with a whole bunch of shortages, and if we let the game think for a second, we will get a better picture of what's going on here. A whole bunch of shortages, not a whole lot of Not a whole lot of literacy, so I think what we're going to do is start with encouraging manufacturing in the capital. We're just going to keep that down kind of for an extended period of time. We're going to promote social mobility in a couple spots. We're going to check, and we're going to promote social mobility specifically where we have highest population. I think we're also going to be building in Kharkiv as well. Kharkiv has some of the better resources and is required for the unique company, so we're going to put some in Kiev and Kharkiv. Mom is vacuuming. It do be like that sometimes. What's your goal for the run? Well, the goal for the stream is we would like to... We raised $2,500 last month, or that was our goal for last month. And this month, we want to raise up to... Here. We want to raise up to 5,000. So that's the goal for the stream. The goal for the run is going to be subjugation of Russia. And conquest, or maybe just subjugation. The conquest, or it's just like another 10 years after subjugation. Last time we did it, it took like 19 hours, but that was giving time to pause for various things. I think that in terms of laws, what do we want to do? We could probably do stuff faster if we start doing a bunch of cheese. Activating corn laws is very difficult because we actually start off with a whole bunch of grain stuff. We're going to come out of our way to import some iron, and we're also going to need to import a whole bunch of other things. We're going to need to import tools for the time being. Almost everything we can import from Russia. But I think that, well, we need to play nice with Russia, at least at the outset here, because we are going to run into trouble otherwise. We can import softwood. We don't have a hardwood shortage, so let's fix up our PMs. I think after we fix up our PMs a little bit, some stuff will be in better shape. And we'll also need stuff like that. So we should fix up our PMs first, but the citrus orchards will give us some more of the stuff we need. That's going to give us a way bigger tool requirement, because we do have quite a bit of livestock ranches. This will give us a rather large coal requirement. This will give us a need for some other stuff. And here you see we are entirely on hardwood production. We're going to swap off that. We're going to stay on hardwood production in the capital, and then here we're going to prioritize softwood production here. We also do see that these are owned. We could nationalize all these. I believe it costs 100k per nationalization, 125k, which is probably not worth the cost of the building, at least at this juncture. Although softwood is really, really expensive. Actually, maybe it is worth it, just because softwood price is so expensive, and it will be for quite some time. These buildings will actually be insanely profitable, so let's nationalize those. And then in the terms of what's going on, lathe is not spreading, big nice. We're going to go for stock exchange into Atmo Engine here. Kind of a pretty standard opening. How's it going, Paul? I don't know your knowledge about other Paradox games, but it would be interesting that if you over multiple streams you can play Ukraine as EU4, Vic3, and Hoi. I'm not sure if I could do what I would want to do at EU4 in one thing, but that was something we were thinking is... I think if we do Ukraine conquers Russia every single month, eventually people are going to start getting really sick of it. So we're probably going to make some adjustments. For the construction sectors, I think we're going to set these construction sectors to be iron frame, but the other ones to be wood frame. I think that'll work out for us. Maybe not a mega campaign, because you've probably completed everything you wanted each game. Yeah. What's the best food farm you can build early? Definitely rice. Goal is conquer Manchuria, Peru, and the Boer countries, obviously. Yeah, pretty much. The big standard. To be fair, we do want to be a little bit brisk about several things, otherwise we'll be here a really long time. And we do want to be here a bit, but I also have stuff I have to attend to tomorrow. So we are a major power. The standard. Something like this, and then improve relations with you two, use twos, and then once our things come in, we will be able to rival a whole bunch of people once our interests come in. I think we could spend a little bit more authority too and still be floating max. And we also do want to pass a law here, so yeah, we're still floating max, which is the goal. And now let's do colonial resettlement. That's a really nice one to get early if you can get like a foothold in here. It does feel pretty nice. Does Russia keep cores on your territory when you release like this? I don't think so. I think when you release, you don't keep cores or claims. Every time I see the lathe tech, I think of the YouTuber. Basically. It's the other type of lathe, though. Alright, so we get all our interests activated here. So we will be able to rival a whole bunch of people. The reason we put an interest over here is because these are the super free rivals in North Germany, where they really won't be able to interfere with you very well at all. And so rivaling them is kind of effectively no cost, and then you get a whole bunch of extra Diplo. And we can kind of improve relations with all the GPs here, which will give us a very easy kind of open here. Speaking of easy open, what are we doing with ourselves? Did China respond to the opium ban? Or Great Britain has responded to the opium ban. Yeah, we actually messed up. We should have just put our interest in North-South China here at the start. Although, to be fair, Beijing doesn't really pay off for quite some time unless you get something going. But we do want war reps either way. We just might not want Beijing. We could go for a Suzhou treaty port. Suzhou having the most pops per, like, treaty port thing. I have someone makes a mod that prevents Britain and France from taking everything from the start. Colonization is part, is pants compared to previous patches. It do kind of be a little bit that way. The thing is like, taking Kenya is just, like, so important, and I think that's, like, in terms of the way the game mechanics work. I think we won't go for charity hospitals here. Okay, so if we didn't want to take Beijing, is it just a Mer and... It might just be a Mer and the other one, so... In that case, we might lead with Liberate Country. And then Liberate Yunnan. Does GB not have an interest? Yunnan's down here, man. Oh, when we liberate, it targets North China. Targets where the capital's at. We could go for Fujian. We have to go for something down here either way. Fujian has a lot of pops. And is next to Jiangxi, which has the most pops. So if we do this... Great Britain only minus 70 towards us. Surely we could sway them. Alright, let's see if we could sway them in. What we really want is the stuff in the north. In Manchuria. I hope someone makes a mod that prevents Britain. Oh yeah, we already read that one. In regards to colonization, I think I agree, yeah. I think we'll make war reps primary. And then we will probably go for this up here. North Hailong or whatever. Let's actually just go for both, and then we'll just reload if it doesn't work out. We kind of do want to get a little bit of things done. And then North Jylin. This is going to make Russia way more aggro against us, though. That's good for us. I think that will be a little bit slow about making our own block. We don't have much to add to the mandate anyways, and it does make people upset with you, and we do want to put ourselves in a good situation diplomatically, specifically, because the easiest way to do this quickly is to get assistance from GB and others. Berlin Conference needs to be added to vanilla, probably as a game rule. It would massively help to fix Border Guard. Yeah, Border Guard is a pretty significant issue, too. We put in North Jylland, right? Yeah. So GB will solve this for us. Let's take a look at our market, because our market's still messed up. We're still running some shortages. Let's put in this, and let's import from these two. And then let's import there. And I think we're just generally going to import from GB as much as we can. And then here we can import from Prussia too. Wow, it costs basically like 0 infamy to go for these two. GB's gonna do all the heavy lifting. Waldemay failed, leaving us 2%. We also massive deficit. We do want to be doing that. Raising the tax rate isn't too effective. Why are we losing so much money? Is it just goods are like infinitely costing? These kind of goods are infinitely costing. Like everything's super expensive. Let's then interpose a couple of logging camps in here. I mean, eventually we'll fix everything, but if we're running shortages anyways, then we might as well make a little bit of adjustments here. What do you give them? Obligation? We gave them treaty port. Hey, Yankees fan, how's it going? How you be? Shout out to our very first member. If you join as a member, you get 3 emotes. But bam. That's all we have right now is the 3 emotes. Although, in terms of, like, on YouTube comments, I will respond to them fastest. Oh, we have, like, infinite negative bureaucracy. That's why we're getting crushed. That's why we're getting crushed. And we have that because we have too many trade routes. Okay. So let's do a little bit of that. Decaying in power. Oh no. And that fixes things a little bit here. Do you know what prompts the AI to expel you from their power block? I think they don't like it when you get big. My understanding is that we haven't done this because it's a very strange play pattern, but if you join the block and then become their subject, they can't expel you. Something like this. And then you could take over the block. We would like faster ticks. GB is in and enforcing for us. Nothing that we need to do here. I guess we do need to kind of shift over our interests. We're going to have free interest there, so we're going to use just kind of some of the standard stuff. Just very standard. We could move our troops in, but it's unnecessary. We don't need to mobilize here. Let's take a look at if anyone would be willing to have a trade agreement. I think Russia might. Nope, not yet. Getting close to the time where we're going to talk about stuff. Do you know what prompts? Oh, okay, yeah. We already answered that. And they're... Chad is about done with this. They're like, you know what? I've had enough of this. Yeah, me too. We get the bag. We get both the states up here. We have a sneaking suspicion, and it's not that sneaking, but it is suspicion, that there's no port up there. Oh, baby, look at that. Gold already spawned with 8 gold. Hot diggity damn. I think we're going to do greener grass. Oh, can't be isolated. That's fair enough. In that case, we'll do violent suppression up here where we're building the port, because otherwise the port will build very slow. We're going to let that construction sector build first in Kiev. And then now we're making a ton of money, so we should be able to maybe swap up to iron frame on everything. And we do have the interest down here. So I think we're going to go for Selangor to give ourselves a native interest. We're just checking who's going to join against us. Netherlands joining against us is a little bit annoying. We don't have enough infamy to go for that. I think Selangor is one of the better you do this for an interest type things. It's only 1.5 infamy. Very small. Make this the China army. Hey, so de-escalation is when Russia strikes the center, the center of Sumy City, right? Over 60 wounded with 14 children, around 7 dead. Happened 2 hours ago. Yeah, the just like how the ceasefire and non-strike on energy infrastructure is when you bomb it an hour later. Yeah, Russia agreed to the ceasefire, and an hour later they're bombing it. Korea wants to be a part of Ukraine, apparently, considering their map color. I know. It's like the same color. Are you trying to encircle Russia? We most certainly are. Ukraine stream more like the century of humiliation. I mean, that certainly is how Putin likes to propagandize what happened to Russia in the 90s. As he likes to put it, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the last century. And Ukraine's the one who doesn't want peace? Definitely? Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you guys are picking up what we're putting down. We're 7 minutes before we start talking about stuff. Although, we're going to be coming from a weird oblique angle. Actually, we're going to let chat decide. We're going to also straw pull it. That way, representation... It's... I know we're criticizing Putin, and it's fun to not give representation to the Twitch chatters. We could either do Putin dragging or talk about Putin's plan. Actually, you know what? We're not going to give. We're going to autocracy this one. We're going to talk a little bit about the new book. Just kidding. I changed my mind. You see Netherlands join against us. We have a little bit of a choice here. If I'm not mistaken, this is unincorporated. Could get an interest up here and an adjacency with GB, which we do not currently have insofar as it relates to trade. I think we don't have it. Fujian is next to the state that Eastern Guangdong is, though. So actually we might have... an adjacency. No, we don't have an adjacency. We're still spending on convoys. And this would give us an adjacency to... This is actually one of the spots that is kind of interesting, because it gives us the adjacency to both France and them. Yeah. Not that kind of spicy, though. I guess we could get input from chat if you guys have a really strong preference, but we're either going to talk a little bit about Putin's playbook, which we are just 50 pages away from finishing, or Winter is Coming by Gary Kasparov. Putin's playbook is written by someone who was an intelligence operative, specifically on Russia, and Winter is Coming was written by Gary Kasparov, and is more why Putin's a monster, and less about what he's doing, and what his plan looks like. Maybe there's a... How far are we from trade agreement with him? Okay. We just hit positive relations with them so we can actually make it a trade agreement. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to add some additional trade routes to increase trade volume. I think the easiest thing for us to export is probably just grain, though. Wait, what? I don't like that we can't change that in the UI there. Wow, we still can't export it profitably? That's insane. That their tariff just, like, crushes it that much. Tariffs are based on base prices, though, so, the way that it works is if something is really... Oh, it's not even that cheap in our market anymore. But if something's really cheap, the tariff will eat a lot more, like, additional cost than if something's really expensive. So it's harder to force export a really cheap good than it is to force import a really expensive good. We must learn his plan. I enjoy Putin's plan, but also stick around for the other. Hey, Dimitri, how's it going? Happy Monday, Slava Ukrainian. Ukraine? Yes. We are running one mod. The mod does one thing and one thing only. The mod does one thing and one thing only. It changes the name of New Russia Limited. That's the only mod we're running. It's necessary. It's very necessary. Okay. But how close are we to trade agreement now? 17. I mean, we could do a bunch of trade agreements that we're not actually interested in for the sake of actually getting stuff done. I think we might do that, but we will be doing that in just a second. Because we're going to be talking a little bit about Putin's playbook. Now, for those of you who do, how should we lean into this or start this? So previously we've done a presentation for all of our charity streams for Ukraine where we just rip on Putin a whole bunch. And considering that we are doing them more frequently, I think that, you know, us going through our PowerPoint presentation multiple times on this is maybe not going to be as informative or interesting to people, and so that's why we started to read Putin's playbook. Also, I like to be better informed to be able to comment on this type of stuff. So Putin's playbook is the subline is Russia's secret plan to defeat America, and also it is coming from a very conservative perspective, which is, for those of you who know, I tend to lean left and I'm libertarian. It's got, on the back page, it's got Newt Gingrich as one of the commentators, so that's, but I think it's important to operate and learn from other people's perspectives, which is actually one of the thrusts of the book. So, coming into the browser here, we are again raising money for Ukraine, the Ukrainian Defense Fund. The link is down below on the Twitch. You go to our Twitch link, and then you will be able to find down in the bottom right below where the stream is happening that we are fundraising currently. The Ukraine Defense Fund is used to give military equipment, non-lethal, to people who are fighting in the front lines in Ukraine. Specifically, I do believe it is the International Army and the Volunteer Army. But I wanted to talk about Jessica Aber, because recently Jessica Aber died under circumstances that are currently unknown. She was a U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. And Jessica Aber, it's unknown what killed her or how she died, but there is some interesting stuff in regards to Jessica Aber, because Jessica Aber was one of the people who was in charge of, going after Russia on a couple fronts, one of those being a money laundering scheme. I think if we come in here, we could see that cases involving organized crime as well in Russia, and now she's dead. She didn't fall out of a window, as far as I know. And, of course, everyone is understanding the inference, yes? For those of you who don't know, one of the playbooks one of the tools in Russia's playbooks is assassinations and assassinating other people. But another one is propaganda. And I think if you draw the inference immediately that she was killed by Putin, one, this is maybe reasonable, but also, two, this is a example of an availability heuristic, where the only piece of information you know is that she was in charge of operating against Russia and that she died. And because you only know one thing, it's easy to overemphasize the usefulness of that information in regards to explaining what happened and think that she was assassinated. Now, apparently she had long-standing health issues, and part of the MO of assassinations, as far as they're done by Russia, is to make stuff look like a normal health issue. But the other one of the MOs of Russia, which, per this book, is to propagandize and to turn the country against itself. And one of the ways you can do it is by abusing the availability heuristic. If you give information on the extreme poles, and you just cherry pick information as much as possible, it's easy to pull people to the polls. And I just want to talk a little bit about the study. Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, they first study on availability heuristics. If you take a random word from English text, is it more likely to start with a K, or that there's a K in the third letter? The reason that this is an interesting question is it's much easier to summon into your mind the things that start with K than have K in the third letter. So you'll be very likely to overemphasize this, and you will be, because of this, you have a general propensity, or everyone has a general propensity, to overestimate the number of words that start with K relative to the ones that have K with the third letter. I think it's a roughly equal distribution in terms of having K as the third letter, but people will think that they tend to start more. And you can do this with every single letter. And so, 43, she looks like she's in her 20s. It's a good picture. But the idea here is, whenever you're evaluating information, keeping in mind that there is this availability heuristic is a good way to, if the only thing you know about something is something that is moving you in a particular direction, being careful about that. And the reason why being careful about that is important is because one of the means by which Putin is operating, specifically, to try and destabilize the West is by using Russian troll bots, which we have yet to be graced here, and giving information that is bad. So I just wanted to read a little bit of a passage, and then kind of get into it. So this is in the intro chapter. It's time Americans learned the truth, uncomfortable as it may be. The Kremlin is not just considering or preparing for war, it is already at war with us. Although this war is mostly invisible so far, except to a select group of political and military experts, it could escalate into a direct military conflict at any time. Even test runs for actual Russian military attacks from the air and sea are underway. Some are very close to our borders. This is why I think there was in the Gulf of Mexico, there was an incident involving a sub. This is why intelligence and national security leaders from both Democratic and Republican administrations have expressed deep concern about the Russian threat, even if policymakers haven't been attentive. The concerns have heightened dramatically since Moscow's escalation of cyber warfare on U.S. soil. This is not just the troll bots, but also hacking critical infrastructure and hacking attacks in general. Recent cyber attacks have hit various sectors of the U.S. economy, our critical infrastructure, including nuclear facilities, the beating heart of the U.S. government, the White House, the State Department, and the Pentagon. Now, there is also another underlying theme in here, which is that from a political perspective, I generally disagree with not Aber, with the author, because the author's coming from a very, very conservative take. But we are going to maybe get at that. We'll get into that as we kind of discuss and get back to the game. So, there was kind of an overarching point I wanted to make with all this, but it was in regards to, I guess we'll get into it more, but when we talk about the spreading of disinformation. But the way that the troll bots operate, and one of the thrusts of this person's perspective in the book, is that Trump did not coordinate, or there was no collusion in the 2016 election. This is what the Mueller report officially reported, and the author kind of makes the argument and then contradicts herself that Putin did not have a preference for Trump. And so, I lost my train of thought. the Selagor popping up. We're going to do this with a smaller army. But instead, what the author argues is that the goal wasn't necessarily to elect Trump, but to maximize the disruption of the U.S. political system and undermine its faith in the electoral system. And so the operation was not just a one-prong effort where, Russia was aiding Trump. Russia also aided Bernie. And the entire idea is, shout out to the police, the entire idea is you operate at both sides of the polls to undermine faith in the electoral system in general, and it's to cause as much chaos as possible, not necessarily to support a certain particular candidate. It was just a little bit of a bonus that Trump got elected, but the entire point was to make it seem that the election of what they thought was going to be Hillary was going to be less legitimate by, leaking the information regarding Bernie and this and how the DNC coordinated against him. This both hurts Hillary's chances, but also makes her seem less legitimate in the event that she gets elected. And this narrative that there wasn't a preference certainly makes sense to me. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's coherent. And so when we think about evaluating information in general, I think that there's... we're coming full circle. I think that in general, when you're evaluating information... Oh, that's not the one. In general, when you're evaluating information, you can... let's get our pad. When you're evaluating information, people like to have it be in a really binary type of way. And they like to think something's either true or it's not. And this is really simple. But instead, this theory that Putin did not have a preference... Oh, we clicked the thing. This is plausible, right? But I don't think it's necessarily likely. I think Putin did have a preference for Trump. But is the argument coherent? If the main goal is to undermine as much as possible faith in U.S. elections, it certainly is possible that he didn't have a preference. And then, does it make sense? Does it make sense that if he wanted to undermine the election as much as possible, that he would propagate the notion that he did have support for Trump post hoc after the election? And I think that that is coherent. I don't think that it's likely. I think he had a preference. But it's coherent because if you are trying to get the left to eat at the right and be livid with the right, then one way to do it is to make the left think that the election... Oh, we failed the colonial affairs. Make them think that the election was not fair because Russia intervened on Trump's behalf and Trump is not a legitimate candidate. This is a sensible thing to do, or a reasonable thing to do if you are Putin, even if you didn't have a preference and you didn't try specifically to get Trump elected. And that's one of the main thrusts of the book, which is very interesting. She argues a lot about the politics. Do we go colonial exploitation here? I mean, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to get off tenant farmers as quickly as possible, but let's maybe do something a little bit different. The train of thought was assassinated by Putin, basically. If I fall out the window, we're gonna have some problems. I'm not used to, one of the difficulties is I'm trying to unpack an idea I disagree with, which I think is plausible, and so, like, it's not the case that I think that thinking stuff is wrong in a binary sense is just kind of not the way you should evaluate information, and that instead it should be, like, more in a probabilistic sort of sense. So, like, if we're coming back to this, the solution is not, like... If we have an 80-20 type of thing, where we're like 80% confident versus 20% confident, we shouldn't just believe the 80%, right? The thing we are, think 80% sure. We should maintain this uncertainty and just think that it's more probable as something else, but be able to operate from the other perspective. And so, I think that that's an important skill. And that's actually, from Russian intelligence, the way they operate, is they think more from the other perspective, or they think it's more important to operate from the other perspective. That is to say, their stuff is less technical and more human-oriented in terms of their intelligence operation. And this is one of the big points that she makes, is that Russia just aims to understand us so that they can undermine us, and that it is a psychological thing, both the understanding and also the undermining. Hey, Ethan, thank you for the 50. Big nice. Let's go. Contradicts herself. What do you mean by that? She expresses in the opening, in the introduction, she expresses that there was no preference for Trump, and then she also expresses that there was likely a preference for Trump. And this is the contradiction. Here, we're gonna de-peasant, so we're gonna build wood. And we're going to put the wood on auto-expand so that we don't necessarily have to focus as much. But that's what I mean when I say she contradicts herself regarding Russia. But in terms of understanding your opponent, you can also look at that from a Burke perspective of understanding your audience. And some of her writing is just very disjointed, and it looks like she wrote a book, and then she went back into the book that she wrote, and added a whole bunch of talking points that are like Fox News type talking points. And the publisher of the book, which I think is amusing, if she wrote a book where she It was a much less politically thrust. She couldn't get publishers to publish it, and then she went to Regenery Gateway, which if you look it up as a publisher, it's very, very conservative leaning. And they agreed to publish the book, but only if she adds a slant. So most of the stuff she talks about when she talks about Trump, Obama, and this type of stuff seems disjointed and added post-hoc. In particular, her vocabulary changes quite a bit. And it was reminiscent... I watch a lot of Fox News because I think it's important to watch stuff you disagree with. And the language she uses sounds very similar to Fox News. How did we lose? How do we lose? That's no good. We need to focus up, baby. Wait, how's there still too much? Oh, there's just like infinite cavalry in here? Yikes, okay. I mean, this is one way to increase trade volume with Austria, too. And so I think that it's possible that she kind of wrote a book and then she couldn't get it published. And so she changed it up, understanding and, you know, kind of pulled one from Putin's playbook where understanding the psychology of who you're operating for is a very important thing to do. One awful thing I've observed is that people who are tabula rasa, the political theory of Ukraine, especially susceptible to Kremlin's propaganda machine. This is a point we were trying to kind of make a little bit with our opener, with talking about availability heuristic. If you have no information, it's really easy to form the wrong perspective. And so what you should do is, you're going to be relatively uncertain. You should still, if something's plausible, you shouldn't full-on believe it. You should just assign a higher degree of belief, like it's 80% possible, or it's 20% possible, or this is a reasonable explanation, and still not simultaneously believe it. What do you think the TDS Trump derangement syndrome is currently being drafted into diseases? Oh, that's like absurd and silly. But do we have any landing progress? If we have no landing progress, we're actually going to split off a fleet from here. Okay, we're going to cancel this and split off. And the problem is the China army has no organization. Yeah. It's not going to have any organization for some time. So what we can actually do is we can... Oh, we can't add Lancers. We can't add Lancers here. Wow, do we really get wrecked here in the opener? I didn't think they were going to be able to get in on us with a smaller landing squad than what we had defending the HQ. I'm shocked that we lost that battle. I mean, we could get ticks below 0 with these war goals here. We could also just read. We just, like, opened. From pal, world enjoyer to professional political commentator, Shiner's really come a long way. We're kind of rolling in it. This is, like, the only thing we really commentate on. This is actually the opposite of how you want to do if you want to be a political commentator. Is kind of like the way we do things. Which is that we only comment on one thing and we don't comment on whatever's happening like right now. We just keep commenting on the same thing. We might reload and try... We're gonna reload. We want to smooth this out. I think it's possible this war is winnable, but we're gonna try and play this war a lot tighter. I was busy trying to... Actually oscillating between trying to make arguments that are political and unpack like this type of stuff and trying to play correctly is like... is a vibe. Mummy's Pie, more conscripts? Yeah, 100% the conscripts. We're going to conscript up and change PMs and split the Navy correctly. There's a lot of things we could do better there. Oh, you meant just more conscripts in response. Yeah, we're just going to conscript up either way. And have a guy on defense. He's gonna be a bigot. Yeah, but you... Oh, here, we don't want those ones. Not those guys, said the bigot. You have a pro-Russia lobby in Ukraine? Cringe. It is pretty cringe, to be honest. It do be pretty cringe. Hey, Hamkuts, thank you for the raid. If you are coming in on the raid, I must warn you, in no uncertain terms, this is a political / charity stream. If you do not want to hear about politics, this will not be the stream for you. Why are all the save flags everything but Ukraine's? It's because the way the game operates, like, if your save folder is, like, different. My save folder is, like, some stupid cloud thing, which kind of not a fan of anyways. And so it, like, bugs out, basically, is the short explanation. We won't give this guy, or we should give him a general, because that way they can actually gain org, because we need them to have org. But we're going to send these guys back. And then upgrade the China army. And then import this stuff from a couple players. Now we should have enough trade with Austria. No, just kidding. Alright, we're going to then cancel one of these. We actually want the volume to increase, so we're going to mainly run trade with Austria right now. So pre-2014, basically. I'm aware I want to hear about the politics. Okay. We're also raising money for Ukraine as well. Thanks again so very much, Ethan. So, hopefully we can actually defend against the landing here. Yeah, with the conscripts we can defend the landing. Okay, cool. Wow, we have just uber low rolled here in terms of failing 2 things right out the gate. Oh, just kidding. We just failed the thing twice and then we reloaded. Yeah, okay. Now, what we could do is we could move... If we move more than 5 cavalry over to the China army, then it makes it so that army is going to be... The amount of organization we need is going to change in order to do a naval invasion. Is going to come down. But the point I was making about the author is, I think it's possible that the author makes the argument that Putin evaluates his opponent and responds to it, kind of meets them where they are. So it's not like you try and drive it's not the case that his efforts were like trying to drive people who were susceptible or like left-leaning to the right in order to get them to vote for Trump. Although I think what he did is he tried to make Bernie supporters apathetic in the support of Trump. It's that you try and drive people who are already on the left, because that's their psychology, further to the left, and the people who are already on the right further to the right. And in doing so, you make it harder and harder for Americans to agree. And then suddenly, now whenever a candidate they don't like wins, they think that it's impossible and that the election must have been rigged. And if people in the West think that elections are rigged, it's easier for Russia to be running rigged elections, because if everyone in the left is or in the West is talking about how stuff is rigged, and then you could just turn around and show that to the people in Russia and see and be like, see, it's never a fair game. It's just they just say their stuff isn't rigged, but their stuff stinks just as bad as ours. I think that some of these we want prioritizing softwood. Trying to do softwood in the places that don't have as much iron and coal. I wonder if that's why politics are so polarized these days. I think there's two layers. So, like, there's like, there's like social media has an incentive to be as outrage is social media makes you more outraged, right? Because outrage keeps you engaged. So it has a bias towards outrage. But then propaganda has a bias towards polarization. These two work really well with each other. If you're trying to make people like really lean into their bias or what they already have, and then propaganda is really good at spreading, these two synergize and it creates a really strong feedback loop. And so the thing that was cooked up, you know, social media, is just like the actual perfect tool for causing mass polarization in terms of the incentive structures of social media, which is to keep you on the platform as long as possible. When someone gets really upset, it's easy to keep them on as long as possible. And, you know, like, you see that with issues on the right and the left. Like, Russian trolls, during the George Floyd protests, they promoted, like, a lot of the BLM stuff. They also promoted a lot of the stuff that was, like, the summer of love, like, the looters and rioters are tearing apart everything. You play both sides. And social media amplifies that really, really strongly. Alright, looks like we can win to do this, and I think we win against Selangor 5e3. So this should be over relatively soon. Do we want a pro-Brazil lobby? I think that could be okay. It really is just the perfect tool, which is like, in my mind, Citizens United is really, really problematic. One of the reasons why is it causes stuff to be under-regulated, stuff like social media, and I think social media creates an enormous vulnerability. Yeah. I think that we can now use a greener grass decree. We'll put it up there. I think we'll also incorporate both of these. We have a really big bureaucracy deficit as well. Why don't we get about solving that, huh? Not in Fujian, because we're not incorporating it. But we'll do some of this, and that should take care of our bureaucracy deficit. Making Western democracies illiberal or perceived to be illiberal makes them look better, exactly. Miss your Vic 3 content? Glad to see you're back at it. Yeah, we could unpack this, well, without unpacking it very much, just generally speaking, the viewership for Vic 3 stuff is, like, really down. To be fair, also my not doing it as much also will make it go down in terms of, like, what type of views I can get. And I've also been enjoying playing Civ, so... Is this a new save? What do you mean? It's not the save from the charity stream last time. Yeah. Social media definitely incentivizes virtue signaling over solving problems as well. I would agree with that, but not like an entire agreeing. I think it incentivizes just virtue signaling by virtue of the fact that it is designed to keep you on the platform as long as possible. I think it's possible that people didn't care about issues at all, and then social media makes them care about certain issues, and then insofar as they care about issues, they actually do something about it. So I think that it driving people to social issues is a non-zero thing, but I think that it simultaneously people who would have been people of action otherwise become people of inaction on social media a little bit too. So there's like two layers to that like type of analysis, right? I think it's more likely if you're a person of action, or if you're not a person of action, or how do we want to formulate this? If you're a person of action, social media is going to make you act less. And insofar as you're acting less, you're less likely to actually do stuff about social issues. Simultaneously, if you're not aware of social issues at all, and you would have been a person of action, but you just lacked awareness, and then it gives you awareness, I think it can also increase. Just trying to increase some trade volume here. Alright, we're just gonna do a little bit that we're gonna, or actually, we could probably afford to import meat from them. That's probably not bad. Right now we're just like looking to actually import like stone kind of anything. Because we're just trying to drive up the volume of trade we have with them. More so than anything else. I say that, but as I try and find the best thing for us to import, which is, like, silly. Alright. Because volume of trade is a huge modifier on this. And then, once we get a trade agreement with them... Look, we had so much volume of trade with them, we actually don't even need the government admins. We'll kick this one in the back of the queue. We're going to need it eventually. But this will also give us ticking positive relations with Austria. And so now we're looking to get kind of the same thing with these other guys, who are relatively big. Oh, we didn't even put... We meant to put in on the Netherlands there, and then we never did. That was a mistake. How do you get so much land from China? You declare war on them, and then GB is very willing to join. You do have to make sure that you declare in a strategic region that GB is in, which normally they're only in South China, but it's very easy to sway GB. So we did that, we swayed GB, and GB did all the work. Another layer is that virtue signalers will be overly critical of people who solve problems and elevate the criticism through social media. Just because solving problems is messy. I think that this sometimes happens. I would not say that that's a categorical... Well, the idea... The category of virtue signaler presupposes a problematization, though. Like, I think people can get accused of virtue signaling when they're actually trying to institute change and they're substantively instituting change. But the label of virtue signaler, like, in itself already presupposes that they're frivolous and not helpful. I expect you to liberate Lviv from Austria as well. This place, which is like ethnically Ukrainian. I'm not sure if we'll be doing that because we're quite upset with Putin. Who even controls this right now? I don't even know. Thanks for your great guides. I managed to unite Germany with only 40 hours on the game. Very nice. I don't know if that's good, but I'm proud of myself regardless. It's pretty solid. It's easy to go wrong and, like, accidentally collapse your customs union. It's easy, if you don't know what you're doing, it's very easy to mess up. If you know what you're doing, it's very hard to fail. Maybe we put it like that. I would say. Regarding Germany formation. Like, it's not a high variance thing if you know what you're doing. If that makes sense. I think it does. Can add some more construction here. I think we could afford it. In Vic 3, if you're not playing China, then every run is grabbing land in China, basically. Or any run where you're sufficiently strong to trick GB into doing it for you. Which is almost everyone, it feels like. So we're just gonna have to defend forever. I think we're gonna go for Gaza too here. In the meantime, we should have subjugated something down here, actually. This is maybe a little bit of a miss by us. Let's see if we can rival anyone to generate more. Yep, Hanover, perfect. So that we can generate more decay. Sweden generally doesn't have a lot of interest anywhere else, so we'll rival them. Netherlands kind of already hates us. And we would love to have the extra influence for more infamy decay, so yeah, sure, we're in. Ottomans are also going to be somewhat reasonable. I guess we don't want them thumbing our pie too aggressively. Because they have like a non-zero military, but... Gaza starts out with 0 military, so they are very easy to land. Yeah, and we're gonna be waiting out the Netherlands here. Is there a theme or direction for this run, or just going with the flow? The idea is we're going to subjugate Russia, as Ukraine here. Comment for the algorithm, big nice. Was the logic behind the states you picked in China? Wouldn't it be better to pick a state in China proper rather than Manchuria? Okay, so for this state, the logic is, in order to get Great Britain to join in the war with us, our war goal has to be in South China, our primary war goal. So we could have done this. We could have done a treaty port. Treaty port's actually probably better, to be honest. We should have maybe gone for Suzhou treaty port instead of Fujian, but we went for this. The logic behind this state is, if you're going to take 2 states off of China or an additional state off of China eventually, Jiangxi is very, very reasonable in terms of being in the South China HQ because it has the most population in the game. These 2 states are because they take like 1 infamy apiece, and between them I think they have 34 gold or something, and they just have an insane amount of gold for very, very cheap infamy. In fact, this northern one, I think it has 18 gold. I think that this is the most efficient take in the entire game, probably. Because what it's going to do, it's going to give you an adjacency to Russia and an adjacency to China, which is a really valuable thing because you get to run a bunch of extra trade and 18 gold. And it also has like 25 logging camps, 25 iron mines, 20 coal mines. That's like also a decent amount of resources on that front. It's a little hard to populate with 30 arable land. Hey, Rishi, thank you for the 99.99. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very, very much. I think that's the biggest dono we've had in a while. Wow. Big nice. Kick Lad in the Nad? Yeah, basically. Much, much appreciated. Ukraine, yeah. We are going to be... We are currently raising money. If you want to contribute to the charity, in the link down below, you go to our Twitch, and then in the bottom right corner in the Twitch, you should be able to see a... Here, actually, we'll just show it. So we are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, which helps Ukrainians, or it helps the people fighting in Ukraine. I think it's primarily the volunteer fighters who get this aid, but by giving them tactical equipment, radios, body armor. Not in here is drones, but they do send drones as well. And if you wanted to donate, you would come down into our Twitch. The link's down below if you're on the YouTube. And in the bottom right corner, there is this. We started last month. We raised $2,500. We are trying to raise another $2,000 this month, and I will match the first $872.25 that we get today, which is how much I made on the YouTube last month, plus a little bit extra because Someone gave me some... Well, actually, I'll be doing at least $50 no matter what. Because someone gave me money to donate. So, guaranteed 50 from me. Alright, in terms of the tech, I think we're just going into Atmo engine. I think we'll nat spread this by the time we get the 1250 or 10k progress that we need on the other one. Colonial exploitation's coming along. I think that we aren't actually getting very much from this, and we'd rather pass laws faster. And we could probably start setting up Atmo engine. So we'll start getting some tooling manufactories down, because part of this is we're trying to play relatively quickly. And so auto expands are going to be our friend for this. Let's just do this. Cruel, he's disliked. It's fine, he does offensive planner. Big thanks for support from Ukraine. You're very welcome. What's your take on the latest ceasefire? What ceasefire? Russia broke it in the first hour. It was a ceasefire on energy infrastructure, and then Russia within an hour attacks some energy infrastructure. He's really enjoying rubbing noses and things at this point. Putin's having a little bit of a laugh, because also when they started peace talks, he also attacked the nuclear facility in Chernobyl. It seems like almost every single public-facing thing that the U.S. puts out, where they're like trying to solve the conflict, Putin does something particularly nefarious, like a massive attack on city centers, attack on any energy infrastructure after ceasefiring it. You know, like, it actually looks as if he's actively trying to make Trump look utterly incapable of negotiating peace. And to be fair, I think he's incapable of negotiating peace, but that has, like, less to do with Trump's negotiating ability, which I don't think is particularly substantive, but I also think is relatively irrelevant. I think that Russia's going to be going for Ukraine either way. But... do you have any advice when playing small nations to try and get past the initial hurdle and main construction loop? The advice is that there's some really soft expansion spots, and generally the run is so much smoother if you go for them, and they're like Borneo and South Africa, and then you like kind of get rolling. But you're thinking of more of like a macro thing. Like, I used to join someone's market, and that's gotten a lot harder. Yeah, I don't think it's as good anymore. To be fair, you can invite your overlord to beat up people, so it's actually like still pretty good. But it's a very like kind of weird play pattern. I don't like the play pattern very much, so... God, we've just had actual expensive this for forever. To be fair, we're getting Atmo engine relatively soon. Putin didn't attack energy infrastructure today. He just shot at the city center of Sumy. 80 civilians, people hurt. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think the ceasefire included civilian targets, but also, why should we be fair to Putin? You're living Odessa. City is under drone attack 2 to 3 times a week and missile attacks randomly. Yeah. And, like, every holiday, too. I would not go out on a holiday in Ukraine. Right, because the idea is to, one of the central ideas, because we were talking about psychology a little bit and how the Russian intelligence aims to understand the target, that way they can best undermine it. One of the central ideas of the Russian intelligence regarding vis-a-vis fighting the West is that the West has a way lower tolerance for losing civilian life and life in general. And as a consequence of this will be, even though militarily in a kinetic war the West can beat Russia, Russia, like just from a military equipment and personnel perspective, Russia can fight for longer or can stomach more losses than nations in the West can, basically. Z, just kidding, not really. The Rude Wolf. Interesting. We haven't had a Russian troll in here yet. Although the Rude Wolf has commented on other stuff. Ceasefire is a joke because Russia has initiative in Ukraine and won't stop without foreign help. Yeah. I think the only way that the ceasefire actually happens if it is to Russia's benefit, strategically speaking, and would help them actually take Ukraine easier. I think that's the only circumstance in which a ceasefire happens. So, we got a boop, but not an update on the... not the thing. Oh my god, what happened? Not like this. My notification thing is not working properly. I'm sorry, whoever just pushed a button of some kind. I don't see what it is. Sounds like you're starting to miss Mahmoud. So I think actually arguing with the Russian troll the last, well, I hope he's not here, but I think that was actually productive. For illustrating what's going on. And when we're talking about someone trying to when the topic of discussion with regards to the book we're reading is someone trying to propagandize and argue both sides, like Mahmoud provides the actual perfect example. His name's obviously not Mahmoud, but that was just who we argued with for the longest in terms of who he was, which account of his. But yeah, we have had one person. I'm not convinced that they're necessarily a Russian troll. They claim to be. But we've had one person repeatedly, with over a dozen accounts, come in and immediately try and start arguments. And they start arguments from both sides. They're like, they'll start arguments that are pro-Israel. They'll start arguments that are anti-Israel. They'll start arguments that are, super pro-Muslim was the one that was as Mahmoud. And the idea is to stoke extremism on both sides. Alright, so we do have an opportunity to get in here early. This is not normally a play pattern we go for, where we act like we just super beeline colonization over like something that's actually useful, like tenant farmers. Tenant farmers just probably should be the priority, but we get a little bit better of a colonial game here. The fact that they can stomach so many casualties is kind of irrelevant. What do you mean? It'd be like the U.S. in Iraq where a soldier dies and people are sad, but the KD is like 1 to 1,000. It would be so much worse for the U.S. than 1 to 1,000. I think you're significantly underestimating the capabilities of Russia. Russia would open with attacking satellites. Because they have the technology to attack satellites, and a lot of the U.S.'s advantage comes with information and precision that is the result of satellites, and so it is not easy to protect satellites, and satellites are really, really expensive, and so it is really easy for Russia to trade up in value against the US in an actual kinetic war. Satellites are really useful to Ukraine too, but they're using like US satellites, and Russia does not want to shoot US satellites because that would be a really good way to pull the US into a kinetic war, right? So they don't want to do that. We're going to actually rush the one in Kenya. Ooh, we get the good side here. We get the left side, so we're going to cut them off instead of them cutting us off. It's going to be very nice for us. In terms of the timing, it's really nice to have gotten that. Ukraine again? Yeah, we're going to be doing this every month on the 24th, I think, for some time. I'm not sure how long, but probably a hot minute. Enemy's allies are out, so we can take down that army and try and land again here. What do you think the casualty figures are on both sides? Can you see through the their propaganda numbers? I haven't looked to the like details. I've seen reporting that like combined total it's like 1 million. And we're talking casualties, not military casualties, like including civilians and stuff. But I don't have my finger on the pulse of that. I do like when you converse with trolls, yeah. Putin doesn't think long way. Like, he's like 80 and wants to become the great. He will push anyway, people will blindly follow. He's actually very popular in Russia, is kind of an important point to make, I think. Grant UA, thank you for the follow. Big nice. To whoever... okay, it was... Oh, okay, Gene, thank you. That's what it finally came through. Thank you so very much. Hi, Gene, please donate 25 to Ukraine and keep 25 for yourself. You will also be supporting your work at Vic 3. Have you on in the background. We'll join chat later. Thank you so very much, Gene. It was me who sent... Okay, there we go. Sent you 50 donut via Stream Elements. That was in the beep boop. Have a good... have you on in the background. Yeah. Did you track down that link yourself? Because I wanted to have the link to be to the... I thought we didn't even have that link up on this YouTube thing. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have our that donut link even in the description. Thank you so very much. What do you think of the Chinese peacekeepers in Ukraine? Never gonna happen, or China actually, or would China fuck over Russia for leverage? I think that China and Russia are not natural allies at all, and they're only allies insofar as they both have a strategic interest against the US. But Russia, in a sense, when the Soviet Union fell, US tried to export democracy, and instead what we got is we started importing chaos. China is generally a fan of order. And so, insofar as, like, the world order, that, like, Russia's interested in, and what Russia would do if China were, like, not a natural, like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend is, like, the argument here, why they're buddy-buddy, not, like, anything else. I think Russia and, if the United States didn't exist, Russia and China would absolutely be enemies, I think. Attacking satellites is asking for Kessler syndrome. U.S. invoked Article 5 of NATO because of under 3K casualties in 9/11. I'm not trying to diminish the tragedy, but it's nothing to Russia. They're sending meat cubes home. Yeah, basically. And this is the... this actually, to me, when I like think through it and think about it, is like the most disturbing... Or not the most disturbing, but like in terms of actually thinking through the nature of the conflict and like how it would go... I absolutely think that, like, the U.S.'s tolerance for casualties is so freaking close to zero, that, like... Hey, Neutral Good Human, thank you for the $15 donation. Big nice. We are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Force, or Ukrainian Defense Fund, rather. If you wanted to donate and you're on YouTube and you were interested, the link is down below on our Twitch. We are trying to raise money. We are going to match the first $872.25. Any specific hair or just hair? Plus, the West isn't entirely satellite dependent with AWACS and EW planes, not to mention SEAD capability of the West is much more massive than Ukraine. It's ridiculous. We're not like, it would still be very disruptive to the way that the US fights wars in a way that the US has not had to deal with before. No one the US has fought has had the capability to shoot down satellites. So I still think it's a very... It wouldn't, like, cut off the arms of the US, as far as I understand from the tactical situation, but it also wouldn't be pretty. It wouldn't be... Like, the US was... Okay, politically speaking, I think the year before the US pulled out of Afghanistan, I think there were under 5 casualties. And I don't know if there were any deaths, because casualties includes injuries in terms of US personnel in Afghanistan. Like, can we get the donation goal where if we hit enough money, then Generalist grows out his hair? If I thought that would be effective for raising money, I would do that. I don't think it would be. Get the GoFundMe going. Is there ever a good thing to get foreign investment in our country? Got skipped. Is there ever a good thing to get foreign investment in our country? Sorry. The foreign investment will happen according to what's profitable, and it will care about the amount of construction. So if you stack a lot of construction modifiers in a single state, you'll attract more foreign investment. And if you have really profitable industries per construction, you'll get more foreign investment. There is a random modifier, a randomness modifier, but... Yeah. I think you should go full Socrates style, big bodybuilding Socrates. I'm already pretty big. I would have to cut to look like a bodybuilder. Famous American "Don't Leave Ours" motto, or how Israel exchanges 1 for 100 Palestinians, and then Russia handles Beslan so that there are 100 kids dead from military launch gas. Yeah, basically. U.S. is like no man left behind, and like Russia's like bombing its own civilian population. If you look at the apartment bombing, why don't we make that kind of our next interlude, because every hour on the hour we are trying to talk a little bit about Putin, and we can either talk about the new book or the old book, but actually let's talk about the new book here. So we are close enough to the hour that I think that we are going to talk about it. Let's open up our presentation here. I like that one picture of Putin for it. So we're reading through a little bit some excerpts from Putin's playbook, which details more of the methodologies that Putin is using to combat the West than why Putin's a monster, because that's what we focused on more last stream. But this is actually on topic. We have a nice little passage on the topic that we're currently discussing, which is Americans believe in the worth and dignity of the individual, a tradition emanating from the founders. And so this is on the subject of understanding your enemy so that you can better combat your enemy, where everyone had a God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These concepts, so obvious to Americans, are alien to Russians, who don't share Americans' belief in individual freedoms and the sanctity of every life. Russians have been led to believe that the individual is subordinate to the state, that the well-being of a broader collective is superior to individual rights, and that a single life must be sacrificed if the motherland decides that it would save or significantly benefit the collective. Russia, ravaged by wars and devastation throughout its 1,000-year history, which that's definitely true, is hyper-focused on security. Also, when Putin talks, he's hyper-focused on history as well, which I thought was kind of interesting. It views too much freedom as chaotic and destabilizing. Russia believes tyrants like Saddam Hussein and Bashar al-Assad serve their own purpose in preserving security and the status quo. Stalin, who murdered millions of Soviet people, is still a popular Russian leader. Those views are shocking and even abhorrent to Americans whose national psyche was formed on the notion of natural and inalienable rights and freedoms. Later, Russians, both people and government officials, are deeply skeptical of Washington's motivations. They believe that America is exporting democracy to other countries through military interventions to control that country's politics and economy. Russia's worldview, whereas it's normal for big and powerful countries to dominate small and neighboring ones, small countries do not have a right to independence and should subordinate their national interests to a protectorate such as Russia. And so, to the extent that the U.S. appears to be democratically oriented, the Russian people think that it's just a sham. And this is how the propaganda is put forward. In Russian schools, you learn about the Native Americans in the U.S. because it's the classic, well, what about what they're doing? Or they're not really democratic, or their democracy is just a sham. Which is one of the reasons why undermining democracy in the West, not just to weaken the West, is important, because if the democracy in the West looks illegitimate, then you could just point to, well, they don't have real democracy either, type of thing. But is it good for player to other countries to get dividends, meanwhile building up our economy and foreign investment? Is it good for you to get foreign investment rights? I think it's generally good, yeah. Sometimes you get really good opportunities. But the AI is also really bad about updating their PMs sometimes. And so how good it is would depend on an analysis I've not done, which is how good is the AI about updating their PMs and researching good tech and this type of thing. Only China and India can pull this off, otherwise Japan in the long run, so you want to make sure at least get ownership back through war, then it's okay. Jaros out here, Chad flexing on authoritarians, do Trump next. Like an anti-Trump stream? I think Putin is way more the problem than Trump. I think Trump is more... I dislike Trump. I'm not trying to dodge it from transparency, but I think Trump is way more a symptom of a problem than the problem himself, if that makes sense. One of the reasons why Trump is so popular is because Americans distrust the government. I think that foreign agents have been occupied with creating the belief that Americans should distrust the government in itself is disturbing, and it creates people like Trump. I also think the government does some stuff wrong, but there's this interesting study where and this comes up when I talk about corruption with people, if you ask people to compare how similar is, and we're talking about Americans here, how similar is Mexico to the US, they will actually give a higher score than asked how similar is the US to Mexico. Which is to say, people in the US, they have a prototypical idea of what a country is, and to the extent that they understand other countries, they will understand it as being the USA and then slightly change it based on what they think of the other countries. So they'll think of Russia as being the USA, but maybe slightly more authoritarian. And what ends up happening is they actually think a lot of countries are more like the USA than they actually are, and they just super miss the mark. When people think about how authoritarianism is in the USA, they think of it as like modified USA, and not the actual terrifying, horrifying situation that like really, really entrenched authoritarianism is. And when they talk about their government being corrupt and like ruining people's lives and stuff like this, it's like the level of corruption in the United States, it's like well, technically like it's legal because they have a bunch of like legalized conflicts of interest at the higher level, but it's not like there's areas in the of the world, and in particular I'm zooming in on the Balkans because I forget what country someone was from, but when we had this discussion last, someone from the Balkans chimed in on that, where you have to, in order to like travel throughout the state, you have to bribe police. That's what really significant corruption looks like. And so like, or you have to bribe someone to get a hospital visit, and people are just openly taking bribes and this type of thing. And so when people think of corruption and they're operating from the paradigm of the United States, they don't understand what like real corruption looks like. And like when they think about authoritarianism and like anti-democracy and like lack of freedom of speech, they think of it as like modified USA, not like what it's actually like in Russia. Do you think Ukraine will fall? I don't know. Putin is illegitimate? No, he's evil. As long as they don't have democracy and freedom in Russia, how is it justified to wage war against them? We want to go to war with them, is the question. Wait, what? I think we are already at war with Russia. It's just not kinetic, is like the way to think about it. We'll make a drink mix. There's an idea that Putin believes that there's an undercover club of leaders where the decisions are really made, and maybe he was never invited. I mean, I do think he's somewhat paranoid. I think that when you work in the KGB, that, like, informs the way you think through things. Like, Putin was also an intelligence operative. I don't think we've ever had a president that was an intelligence operative, but I'm not 100% sure of that. And so he, like, looks at a lot of things just, like, way different than leaders in other countries do. And I think when you're an intelligence operative, you tend to be more paranoid. I also think that paranoia is useful, so I'm not suggesting that intelligence officers shouldn't be paranoid. I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to understand Putin's psychology, which I think we should, that there's certain things informing that. Getting foreign investment rights in people is better under 50 million GDP since you get reinvestment. Yes, this is also true. You get a huge multiplier. But even outside of that, it's still like okay/good. I know it's come back to, sometime, but the White House visit Zelensky had with Trump, how do you feel about what Zelensky did handling that interaction? I think he did great. I think he maintained his cool. I think it was functionally an ambush. I think he handled the interview on Fox afterwards extremely well, given, like, I think he actually thought that something was going to get done, and instead people basically invited him to yell at him, and then he went and did this Fox interview and was incredibly gracious towards Trump despite being treated in the way he was treated. I guess we could look at that interview next hour mark or something like this. But I thought he handled it really well. English is also not his first language. That's like so hard. Yeah. I'd argue he's become the problem. He's absolutely the problem, Putin. I mean, if you think about rights for LGBT folks and women already, he's collapsing the US-led world order. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to actually... So this is one of the points that the book makes that I think is just wrong. The book is just generally really pro-Trump. And I think that if you wanted to, like, write how to, like, collapse resistance to, like, Putin as much as possible, the US, like, withdrawing and alienating all of its allies is probably the most straightforward way to do it. And, like, the tariffs on, like, Canada and Mexico, like, instead of, like, tariffing people who we are, like, less geopolitically aligned with, just, like, makes, like, no sense. Also, we're not even actually tariffing them, so it makes even less sense. We're just, like, pump-faking tariffs repeatedly, which is, like, utterly incoherent. Actually, I think we're tariffing some goods now. Tariffing, like, steel and aluminum, like, is actually probably fine, but... US is like another world when you look from the outside. Well, that's the perspective with the same bias and, like, reverse. Like, so if you're from Spain or something, or if you're from Brazil, then what you do is you have the prototype of Brazil as the ideal country, or the idealized country. When you think of what a country is, you think of Brazil. And then when you think of what any other country is, what you do is you take what you think Brazil is, and then you modify it in order to fit like that country. So you would think of as United States as whatever differences between Brazil and US have, or you think that they have, you would just take your notion of Brazil and move it in that direction to have your notion of the US. It's Romania, Turkey, Albania, Bosnia, where they sometimes taking bribes. Yeah. This is what I've heard and like what I've read about. And then like people in the United States talk about how the United States is the most corrupt country on the planet, and it's like no. Also, there's this interesting phenomenon where when you have a free press, your country looks more corrupt because the free press is free to report on that corruption. And when you have a country that doesn't have a free press, then they stomp out dissent, and when people report on corruption, they get assassinated. And so, in terms of the public reporting, it might actually look less corrupt, but that's because of things. Looking from the outside, how Trump demands the USA from the inside, I'd award him Best FSB Employee of the Year. Yeah, I think if he's not intentionally helping Putin out, I think at the very least he is... and I think this is possible as well. Just a useful idiot. This is a term referred to like people that aren't Russian intelligence operatives, but are instead Russian intelligence is like working them over. Although I think like I could buy a story where Russia didn't collude with Trump in 2016. And then Putin calls Trump on, like, the daily and is like, look at how they're abusing you. It's terrible. We didn't, like, collude at all. They just, like, are out to get, you and me and, like, this type of thing. And get, like, buddy-buddy with Trump and, like, also super suck up to Trump and get Trump really on his side. I could buy that as, like, a possibility. It's basically the Cold War again. It is, yeah. It never ended. The FSB... is just like a reorganized version of the KGB. Russia's security and intelligence apparatus, the Soviet security and intelligence apparatus was never dissolved. It just maintained. And so all the like vestiges, even though the like government got changed, the vestiges and the influence of the KGB never did. And then like Putin was in charge of the KGB. So... in terms of maximizing the influence of one, like, culture and institution, it's just, like, the continuation of the KGB, like, who are all operating against, like, the USA. Like, the mission never changed, basically. Maybe it changed under Yeltsin, but, what's on the menu today? We're talking about the methodology of Putin a little bit more than how he's monstrous. I could tell about the corruption in Turkey, but I could get arrested, or this cause problems later for me. Yeah, it's that kind of shit. Yeah, where you like don't even want to type it online. I'm for corruption equality in America. Only rich and powerful are corrupt. In East Europe, there's corruption for everyone. Trump can't even read his intel briefs. Yeah, they try and make them shorter for him, like make it a page. Wasn't Hoover director of the FBI? I think that's a different Hoover or something. I might be mistaken. George Bush the Elder was the head of the CIA. Okay. In terms of someone who is actually good at handling the Soviet Union in terms of foreign policy, Bush is probably pretty good too. So I don't know as much about Bush and stuff like this. Putin's terrified of ending up like Gaddafi, ousted by a U.S.-funded coalition. I absolutely think he's terrified of that. In fact, I think it's possible that Russia was... maybe you could have like salvaged relations with Russia before 2001, but I think after Saddam gets ousted like the way he did, like Russia was like, yeah, you know what? That's not going to be me, okay? Not for me, dog. They're like, yeah, that ain't it. We have some infamy here to work with. We're going to need more boats over kind of a longish term, so we're going to... Can add more. I think it also can't be understated how different the autocratic leadership in Russia is compared to Western governments. Saying it's all Putin doesn't cut it. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily want to argue that it's like... Yeah, it's not all Putin. Part of it has to do with, like, just the entire apparatus and all this. If I was saying it's all Putin, that's, like, not what I meant. Okay, we still have Atmo Engine kind of coming in here. Isn't Trump tariffing Canada more than China? I mean, can you believe that? I think he is my understanding. Or he's saying he's going to. I think he's only tariffing specific industries right now, but the 25% on everything is supposed to go in on the 2nd, but this is now, like, the 3rd time he's going to put it in. When you think of an ideal country, you think of Brazil. Generalist gaming, not like this. If you're from Brazil, your prototype in your mind when someone says country... Wherever you're from, when someone says country, you pull up, like, an image of your own country. And then, to the extent you evaluate other countries, you view it as, like, deviations or modified versions of your country. Oh boy, looking forward to the bots. Haven't really had any bots yet. So you say USA has a free press? Yeah. I mean, like, as far as press goes, USA has a very free press. USA is not the most corrupt because you legalized it through lobbying. Yeah, so this is a technical... Like, in terms of the study of corruption from an academic perspective, if something is legal, it's not corruption, because they need to have a technical definition for it. Which is a critique you can kind of lay a little bit. Alright, we're still doing kind of okay. I think we go for a protectorate on Bolivia. And then we don't even look to enforce it unless we can get someone to help us out. But it looks like we could sway a lot of people, so maybe that's what we do. Anyone who will sway for, like, humiliation or something like this will be useful enough. In Russia and such, the kind of illegality demands premium, so they steal more. To be fair, Russia also, like, Putin likes to legalize a lot of the stuff he's doing. So, like, assassinations are, like, legal in Russia for, like, criteria that is very vague. So, I visited Germany and the Netherlands, so I know 3 countries. Well, Germany and the Netherlands are next to each other, and you have freedom of movement and commerce between the two. So, like, comparing Germany and Netherlands might be a little like comparing 2 different states in the USA. For most of my young life, Algeria was in a brutal civil war. I've always said to people, you don't know what real oppression looks like. Yeah. Trump was in Russia in 2013 when he was the owner of Miss Universe, and the pageant was held in Russia. Don't be surprised if there's a Trump-Putin meeting then. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is like... Ooh, humiliation from Brazil. Perfect. This is, like, exactly what we're looking for. There's a lot of, like, coincidences that I'm uncomfortable with, even if, like, they're not, like, demonstrably causal as it relates to Trump and Putin. But I'm also a bit sensitive to the argument that the narrative that Trump is an agent of Putin, even if it weren't true, would be the exact type of narrative that Putin would want to spread. Because it makes people on the left more opposed to people on the right. right? And the entire goal is to sow as much discord as possible. Hoover was damn. I know this from Fallout New Vegas. This is true. A lot of ex-KGB were out of a job in 91, and so they could use their skills for profit to help the oligarchs consolidate power. That's how Putin rose to power in the 90s. I mean, he was handpicked by Yeltsin. He wasn't even in charge of the KGB for very long before he was picked by Yeltsin, and Yeltsin put him in... I mean, like, I wouldn't... I think Yeltsin, in terms of attributing how Putin came to power, I think you have to attribute a lot of it to Yeltsin picking him. There's a story 8 years ago about Russian colonel with 13 apartments and a separate one store, $500 million in cash, and a few tons of money. A colonel, yeah. If you want to talk about looting the country, Russia went through it. Also, like, the 90s were, like... As Ed kind of points out, the 90s were awful for Russia, economically speaking. You guys need Schwarzenegger as president? He's not eligible as a foreigner. Schwarzenegger could be pretty based, though. I am not a fan of what he did to education in the United States. So... I think we don't want a trade agreement with Russia. We don't want to get too buddy-buddy with Russia. We just didn't want them to attack us kind of early on. J. Edgar Hoover was director of the FBI. Herbert Hoover was president. Neither of them are vacuums. This is true. That's a good one. We don't want to return Antofagasta. Ex-Spetsnaz and KGB intimidated political opponents to open a path for Putin. You're saying that they intimidated opponents to make it so Yeltsin would pick Putin? I mean, I'm not abundantly informed on it, so this could be possible. But, the narrative, as I understand it, attributes a lot more of the agency involved to Putin being selected to Yeltsin than to Putin himself. I think Putin sees democracy as a dying, failed system. Issue, the West is starting to agree. Issue is, the West is starting to agree. That is a bit of an issue. I think that, if you understand Putin's, like, psychology through the lens of him thinking that the collapse of the Soviet Union was like the worst thing that ever happened, he attributes a lot of it to Gorbachev. I forget the word that gets used, but it means like opening up, this Russian word, and Gorbachev allowed for like a free press, and then there was a lot of criticism of Gorbachev, and this led to Yeltsin, who you know, basically collapsed the Soviet Union by a voting system and this type of thing. And so I think Putin wants to maintain hard control. He doesn't want to allow people to freely criticize the government because he views this as the thing that caused the fall of the Soviet Union vis-a-vis Gorbachev. And I think that the presence of what didn't happen in China in 1989, that thing that didn't happen, and the way that China didn't handle the thing that didn't happen, is an example to Putin of how you're supposed to not handle things that don't happen in such a way that you maintain control. And I think that those two things happening in parallel was like, it very much colors your perspective. I think he sees communism as a failed system too, and that it was not able to keep up with like capitalism. Problem is with the press now, it's lost all its integrity. They repeal the fairness doctrine, killed nuance and discussion. It's lost a lot of integrity. I think that the press is not straight up propaganda. I think that it's all owned by really big companies in the US though, so there's a really extreme bias towards like not focusing on class at all in terms of the press. I wonder if we can actually get our grain prices up to 25%. RSF's World Press Freedom Index rates USA at 55 behind Ivory Coast and Ghana. It's not like North Korea, but it's still not that great, I'd argue. In terms of how free it is? In what way is the US press not free? Keep playing, man. Don't pause the game. We're going to be pausing the game a lot. If you're here just for pure Victoria 3 gameplay, this is probably not going to be the stream for you. I apologize. I know it's simple as this. Putin stokes Trump's ego, and Trump envies Putin's power and image. Yeah, so this, I think this explanation works. This alone is enough for favorable treatment. Nothing direct is needed to win him over. Yeah, I think that the explanation's plausible. I don't know if I think it's likely, but I think that, I think it is a less aggressive claim to make. So you can hold in your mind what you think is more probable, and then like which is the like less aggressive claim, or which involves you claiming more stuff. And if you feel that something is problematic just by the lesser claim, you don't even have to make the additional claim. So like if Trump is like Putin sympathetic and that's enough, even without the collusion, then you don't even have to worry about making the collusion, like, claim. Generalist thinking the 90s were not 8 years ago? Oh man, not like this. Not like this. We get tenant farmers, big nice. Now we need to get off of traditionalism. So we need to get the rural folk in Gov. I think the rural folk are the only one who support getting off of it, right? We don't even want to go agrarianism, though. Man, my kingdom for a market liberal. Oh, this is perfect. The liberal movement, if it pressures, will cause some people to... The liberal movement... I thought the liberal movement could force market liberals. Maybe I'm going crazy. We're gonna go for cultural exclusion. I think in theory, we just kind of want to keep things going along. In theory, it's better to focus on how to get rid of this. We're gonna keep an eye on grain price, though. We just put it in the outliner for now. We won't keep it in the outliner, but, we just want to do that for now. It's not, it is funny to hear about Trump as an agent of Putin. In Russia, some people say that Putin is a CIA agent who's destroying Russia. That is a wild-ass argument. Off topic, but what do you think about the country that enacts a debt break to prevent itself from going too much into debt? I don't know what you mean by debt break. You mean just, like, saying that they're not going to pay their stuff? I think that would be a problem. How did North Peru... Oh, they just asked for increased autonomy, and Bolivia said yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with Bremse, but my country is having one big discussion about how much debt the country should be allowed to make. Well, I think that in the U.S., in the context like that I think about it in terms of thinking about things like the U.S. perspective, we have the debt limit, which often gets like raised or whatever, and the sort of, like, my opinion on that is that the debt limit gets raised after we agreed to pay for stuff. I think you absolutely should pay for this stuff, but yeah, I think there is a certain point where you can't keep spending. I think that one of the ways the U.S. might actually collapse, I don't know if I think this is, like, what percentage probability I think this is. I think it's probably really low, but if the U.S. alienates all of its allies, and they stop using the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, right? The U.S. has an enormous amount of debt. They spend like 20% of their budget just on servicing the interest of their debt. Simultaneously, the interest rate is basically zero. A big part of why the interest rate is zero is because it's the reserve currency for the world, and you can get loans on it. If it stops being the reserve currency for the world because the U.S. alienates all its allies, then the U.S. can't get functionally 0% interest anymore. If the U.S. had to pay any substantive interest amount, it would just collapse under the weight of its debt. I think this is a huge liability. Also, I think it's why you can't afford to alienate everyone. Please look up Yeltsin pronunciation? Yeltsin? Not Yeltsin, Yeltsin. My bad. Glasnost. Yeah, Glasnost is it. Exactly. That's the one. In my head, I was confusing Glasnost with Kristallnacht, which is a very different thing. I remember watching a documentary on the origins of Kompromat, and there was an ex-Spetsnaz on camera in the 90s mentioning getting paid to get Kompromat on intermediate political figures. Yeah. Although, like... Spetsnaz is not like the spelling I've seen recently for that. That was are you referring to the precursor to the KGB there? Yeah. You can look that up on their website. Basically, there are some legal framework issues, and it's all owned by big companies, which prohibits freedom of speech, freedom of topics displayed, but it's more complex. So that there's a corporate bias is why there's a lack of free speech. I could buy that. Does freedom not include ownership and editorial oversight? So, like, the fact that everything that's a big media company is owned by billionaires, I think is a problem. U.S. press is so free a week ago, the Trump administration added the Atlantic main editor into the chat where they decided on targets in Yemen. With Jesus. I don't think that's how I want that to go. We'll improve relations there. We have a ton of Diplo. I don't think we're fighting the Ottomans. Maybe useful to buddy-buddy with the Ottomans. We also have another interest now. I'm gonna put it in Grand Colombia. Who's the smaller army? Yeah. We could always force Bolivia into the conflict so that we don't have to do a landing. But this is much more straightforward. Just kind of still now in the opening, like, try and gain power phase. Instead of, like, actually in a position to fight Russia phase. And then now we don't need the interest in La Plata. We're gonna put one in the Nile. Actually, let's put it in Arabia. I don't know what the war goal will be. We'll go for Bahrain next. I don't think that kind of a collapse would happen. U.S. government says a lot, but I don't think, maybe. I don't think the same talks go in private rooms. Yeah, I don't know. Actual economic leftists hold virtually 0% political clout power in the West. A few leftist minor parties in some European countries is all we have. It's increasing center versus far right now. I mean, what's center or left or right is all just kind of relative. Though, it's not like an absolute thing. What war goal do these guys want? Humiliation? Yeah, we're down with that. Germany as a country is allowed to make 0.35% of GDP annually. Interesting. That must be awkward if your GDP drops and you could afford some commitments and then you can't afford it. Or is it like on the previous year, probably? If you're the US, you're so powerful that debt is hardly an issue. If you default, who's going to collect by force? No one's going to collect by force, but I think it collapses the world economy. I think that would be real bad, even if no one tries to collect by force. Spetsnaz are the Russian special forces? Okay. I was thinking you were referring to something else. Struggling to explain to people around me why a debt of a country and the debt of a private person are really not the same. It's not the Okrana, it's something else. I just read about it, but I can't summon it into my mind. I could recognize it. Infamy would be insane. Foreign investment would halt, and it would be dire, but not impossible for them to weather the storm. Hard to say. I don't know, like... I guess it depends what you, like, how you define cataclysmic. I think it would be extremely uncomfortable for, like, all Americans. USA bankruptcy will collapse their reputation as a stable investment. That, in turn, will collapse them as the reserve currency. Too big to fail, literally. Yeah. Well, I mean... What game are we playing, guys, here? You know, right now. We're playing Victoria 3, right? The British Empire used to be the financial... London used to be the financial center of the world. And London used to... Great Britain used to actually have a very similar effect with its currency. Great Britain... Sorry to all the British people in chat, but Great Britain, relative to its height, has failed. And, like, completely collapsed. So... Maybe Upper China, if not Upper China. I'll just look it up. Czechists. It's some conjugation of Cheka. I think Cheka is referring to the people who are in it. I think that's it. I think if things go that far, the economy of the world has already collapsed. Well, like, if, I think, like, the economies of the world are going to turn inward and be more autarkic if, like, or at least the US is. I'm not sure. We're not going to really generate mandate that quick yet. I would like to get a trade agreement with both Great Britain and France before we do that. I don't know if we want to import that. Right now, we're not doing the best imports or exports, we're just trying to increase volume. So that we could do this. So now we have ticking positive relations up to +80. Fighting 2 world wars will put you in so much debt that you're kind of fucked. Then you Yanks bend us over the barrel. Yeah. The US-led world is likely over with Trump. Maybe. I think that EU is kind of doing an okay job holding things over or together. Britain didn't collapse its hegemony. The US inherited it before it could happen. But who, if anyone, could inherit the U.S.'s hegemony? China, probably. If you're, I don't think I agree with your hegemony like narrative in terms of transfer of power and like that it's like someone has the crown and then it passes on to someone else. But if you're going to operate within that metaphor, China has an interest in maintaining like world order, and China likes globalization. And you'd have to talk about someone who likes globalization, but it could just be like the European Union, like writ large, becomes more of a thing. Upper China was from Ivan Grozny times. Internal spy agency. They were hunting communists. Maybe that's a better first one then than what I suggested. Let's also get these in. And of course, switching to this just kind of is a little bit faster in terms of putting in auto expands. Let's check and see if they've gotten gold in Transvaal and Orania. A big function of when or how fast we want to take these guys is like if they've actually gotten gold. If gold doesn't spawn there, we're kind of okay leaving them on the map for a while. We don't have a lot of infamy to work with anyway though, so... Debt pressure on the pound led it to be abandoned as the main reserve currency. The book I read regarding Great Britain, the book I read, Industry and Empire, seemed to suggest that they were already like foundering as a result of like not actually doing more other than freight and finance in terms of its own economy. Or this was kind of like it was already in the process even without the world wars of like losing dominance. In terms of what I've read. You have to hold off the far-right nationalist parties. Yeah, I think if everyone goes nationalistic and makes autarkic types of conditions, and then there's no... Like, one of the... Okay, globalization does create, like, enormous, like, exploitative systems, right? And is one of the things that leads to... like a colonial type of, to some extent, colonial stuff. But when everyone's economies is intermeshed, it makes it really, really expensive to fight wars with the people with whom your economies are intermeshed. And this is a good thing because it makes wars less likely. If everyone gets nationalistic and they turn their economies inward, suddenly war is not as big a cost. There's a bit of truth in what Russia managed to spin into a modern shit show. Yeah. There's a kernel of truth in a lot of things. Some of it is actually just like pure... Well, like... It's easy to take a truth and promote it such that it's the only thing on people's minds and over-inform their perspective on an entire issue. Which is like why... Like, Russia, in terms of their propaganda, targets both sides. Not just, like, the right or the left. Like, a lot of anti-police, like, defund the police stuff was propagated by Russian trolls. And same with, like, the insulting the protests of the Summer of Love as being violent. Right, because the goal is to make Americans dislike and distrust both the government and other Americans. Oh, baby. 18 gold fields. Too bad we don't have enough pops here. We're trying to greener grass, but... I mean, we're getting migration. We have a Russian cultural community. Hell yeah. Turkey is a direct cause of World War II. The US, the UK, and France all created autarkic markets in the wake of depression, forcing Germany and Japan to create their own. It was a direct cause of World War II, not caused by. Yeah. Yep. The US turning inward and making itself not trade with the rest of the West is definitely something that makes it fighting the rest of the West much more probable. Smoot-Hawley tariff of 1931 Britain promoted imperial preference in the 1930s. They say it's a populist party like AfD. I might be wrong, just giving examples. I mean, there hasn't been like in the United States there's like no left-wing populist party. It's like just Bernie or whatever. Hey yo, it might be time for us to get some cheddar. Now, the bankroll meta is kind of dead, but there is a window of the game where bankrolls are super OP, and this is why we actually had our interest in France to begin with, was the possibility of this. And France like revs a lot, and in particular we want a bankroll. We want a bankroll probably from whichever one just overall has more military capacity, so we'd probably prefer a bankroll from these guys. They will not give us a bankroll. Womp womp. But they don't think much of our military. We can increase what they think of our military by adding a bunch of conscripts. So we're going to take a save. We're going to make a bunch more conscripts, because we're going to maybe do stuff. And then we're going to see what the revolt's about. Ultra-right and ultra-left in the EU are pro-Russian. Their endgame is absolutes. I mean, Sith anyone? Basically. I've always hated the expression only a Sith deals in absolutes, because it's an absolute. They did Obi-Wan dirty with that one. But when we do this, it's going to dramatically increase the perceived power of our army, because they take into account conscripts, which is kind of stupid, but... And so it went from minus 20 to minus 14. Okay, so we're still not getting there, but... With USA and... in there now, this is going to be kind of an easy one for us. And now that they've given the bankroll, we can just... Oh, we didn't even add conscripts. I'm stupid. Doesn't matter. We'd rather fight on the side with the USA on it, so... Russians just spit in every direction, trying to push the limits, which causes the center to fall. Well, also just the massive infighting, right? If Americans are too busy fighting with each other and themselves, then they're not going to be interested in fighting Russia. The fact that the Republican Party went from being super hawkish and interventionary specifically against Russia to being isolationist is not like an accident. What do you think of the US begging for eggs in the EU? I think that as a narrative is probably promoted because it's funny more so than it's like actually kind of a relevant or important thing. I do think it's funny though. Conscripts should be calculated with the size of the economy or gold reserves. Well, I think that what should happen is the amount of conscripts that you have available to you should always be considered, and that should be the consideration, not how much you actually put in. Because there's a substantive difference between this, and if we click the buttons all here, is kind of stupid. But yeah, it should be calculated in not as, like, your army is this big, but it could be, you could conscript up a whole lot. To be fair, like, the actual standing army versus, like, what you could eventually conscript was, like, a meaningful, like, difference. Bruh. we colonize so slow. We have a lot of incorporated pop. I mean, less than half of our pop is incorporated, but big part of why we did this is to be able to invite agitators. We have a cooldown though. I mean, we could try and go for agrarianism. Agrarianism is just much better. I don't think we have... Our grain price is not particularly expensive. Even if we conscript up... And we can't... Let's try and get a market liberal. Or let's try and get corn laws. I don't think importing and then deleting our import routes is the way to do this. That is for countries that don't have a whole bunch of wheat farms already. We have 100 wheat farms. The main source of our grain is not from imports, so importing and then deleting. I think what we want to do is we want to increase our trade route as much as possible. And then maybe hyper-conscript. This is a kind of low investment war. This is really expensive to do, though. Oh, we shouldn't do it in this army. We're actually sending this army out. We should do it in this army. And then what we can do is we can do a PM swap to try and trigger corn laws. I know we did corn laws last time we did this, so we're pretty certain that we could get it eventually. Jesus. I think we're gonna also make some paper papel in here. First past the post is a joke, remove this shit. It'll indeed be great as never before. Wait, what? Read the defeat of the West and the US in general just lost the war and is always intended to weaken Russia and not liberate Ukraine. The US now trying to cut its losses. We have someone. Oh, incidentally has a picture. Read Emmanuel Todd's The Defeat of the West. The US and the West in general just lost the war that was always intended to weaken Russia and not liberate Ukraine. The US is now trying to cut its loss. Wait, what do you mean? I'm not even sure exactly what you're arguing here. But wow, you joined YouTube 18 years ago. Definitely not a troll. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, though. Just because every working age male in the US could be conscripted for homeland defense doesn't mean that all of them are automatically active in the National Guard, yeah. But like, even, I feel like from this era, there's like an assumption of an enormous contribution in terms of military, like from the people, if like the country is like threatening you. Can we swap sides for another bankroll? No, we can't. It looks like we might actually have to fight for this bankroll. Not like this. We have to fight for our things. Did we get the PM and we didn't swap? We did. So now our auto queue should just basically be perma-filling with things. One problem that we run into when we play Ukraine here is lack of convoys, although our lack of convoys now is because our enormous conscription. Still on traditionalism, how about cheese of employing unemploying farms to get grain prices? Yeah, we're gonna do that. We just have to get it higher. Grain price is still not, this is still not enough. I think we have to get it closer to like 10% to do the switchy. Unfortunately, if we had professional army, we could conscript up, like dragoons, or sorry, hussars, which have +1 grain input. So it doubles the grain input of the army without adding a whole bunch of other stuff. So that is something we're keeping an eye on, though. We pinned grain. What was the price? I'm saying that this is a proxy war. I would agree with that. The goal was to weaken Russia and pivot to China. I think part of it is protecting a world order where people don't invade other people for territory. The U.S. intervened both in Yugoslavia and Kuwait when Saddam and Milosevic tried to attack another country. So it's not... and they intervened when Russia was not on the other side. So it's not like there's not a precedent for intervening in this type of conflict. Although they didn't intervene in Georgia when Russia invaded Georgia. Can we swap sides for another bankroll? Basically Trump, not like this. Wow. Spain is actually just way more willing to, I think, contribute troops than the USA, because Spain is actually adjacent to France. Oh, we're not going to get a bankroll, and we're just going to spend a bunch of money. Okay, though. How's grain gone down in price? I mean, we can make a ton of trade routes. Do we just put all these in and then try and do the swap and see if that's good enough? Might be good enough. You can change labor saving PM on that and fire people every time. That should ruin grain production. Yeah, but it doesn't fire... You can't fire additional people by keeping swapping on and off of it. You can only fire so many. You can only fire like 10%. Or I'm mistaken, I guess. Right, so when we swap onto... That's not Ukraine. When we swap onto harvesting tools, right, and then we swap up, now there's fewer people employed, but it's always just going to stay at 120k. We can't fire below that. So the idea is we swap everything to harvesting tools and then everything off. And we're just over 25%. Ayo! So we should trigger corn laws, and then we'll come and import prioritization. Just barely enough. Holy UI, really? Okay. Dog. Is that really how the UI is? Oh, God, help me. I can't just perma-click here. All right. Time to import some grain. You changed, yeah. Protecting the world is right, but not for the goodness of not invading other countries. It was to preserve the unipolar moment where the US was the sole superpower. Today that dream is dead. I mean, in terms of the West being an entire, like, block, and you're going to call it unipolar, the US had a ton of dominance. That moment is dying either way with China coming to power. So that's, like, just, like, kind of a vibe, but I don't think you can attribute that intent to the West, like, entirely, because I don't think... I'm uncertain how intervening in Kuwait specifically is not protecting, like, this respect for sovereign territory, like, world order that was created following World War II, when seeing how everything got just a little bit out of hand, and we, like, the UN was founded, and, you know, you made the Geneva Conventions and all this type of stuff. The U.S. does more foreign interference than the rest of the world combined by a mile. In terms of intervening in conflicts, specifically, I probably agree with that on a numerical basis. Russia is definitely intervening in the entirety of the West with non-kinetic involvement, though, which we are maybe going to talk about, actually. I'm not saying this as an emotional pro-Russia member, but it's this cold reality of international relations. Yeah, I'm not an enormous fan of, like, what we did in Vietnam or Iraq, but convoy mechanics are just terrible. Truly, they are. Today, I'm going to manipulate grain prices in Ukraine. But we are about at where we are going to talk a little bit about Putin. The issue is that Europeans drank the Kool-Aid. The USA sorcerer convinced them of a god that not only exists, but that he himself created. I don't know if I'd call it, like, Kool-Aid drinking. The not having to build anywhere near as much military or invest in anything like that is really good for economies. Even as he denounces the god, which is spreading liberalism and ending all war in front of them, they still steadfastly believe in the god. Bro, are you, like, just a super old account? You just come in here swinging. Dude, is it Mahmoud? I think the whole of Europe is abandoning their militaries and industries to follow American models, proof of the drinking of the Kool-Aid. For every U.S. hater, they are the lesser evil. Let's invent a better way out. But meanwhile, I'll take that. Yeah. I'm kind of in that camp. But we're going to talk a little bit about Putin. I think we might have the MO of the Russian troll who has been frequenting our streams is to immediately come out swinging with an account that has never chatted in our chat at any point in time before, and then push an enormous amount of chatting. I'm real, I swear. I'm inclined to think you're real because your account is 18 years old. I think you're real or hacked. Or, sorry. Yeah, like, if for you to be a troll, you'd have to be hacked. I love your Vic 3 content. It's just the chatting style looks a lot like someone. Maybe we're seeing ghosts in the machine. But we're going to read a little bit. We've read a little bit from the first two chapters of the book, or the intro in the first chapter. We're going to take a look at chapter 2, Putin's Wish List, America's Nightmare, which is always colorful in terms of chapter titles here. And we have dog-eared, we have a bunch of, like, annotations and dog-ears in terms of stuff. And so we are going to read through some of the stuff we've dog-eared. In terms of sections, the first section is Putin insane? I don't think we have one that we wanted to highlight on that. Next section in this chapter is Hooligan to Judo Man. Makes an interesting kind of argument that Putin thinks of stuff in terms of judo to some extent, where you want to always be engaged with your opponent, and this is one of the philosophies underpinning wanting to... Yeah, let's get the presentation thing going. One of the philosophies underpinning wanting to always have intelligence forces in the U.S., but also the judo is you use your opponent's momentum and weight against them. And this is something you would want to do, or just kind of how you operate. And so the idea is you're using U.S.'s weight against it. The openness of its information economy and its dependence on the internet is one in which you can infiltrate and engage in influence campaigns. But here, talking about the U.S. intelligence has more diverse capabilities and gives preference to technical sources like high-resolution satellite photography and of military installations, cyber hacking to snatch sensitive documents off computers, and listening on phone calls. Soviet and now Russian intelligence favors HUMINT, which stands for human intelligence. In Russian, it is known as, struggling to pronounce it, Agenturnaya Razvedka, which is translated as agent intelligence. It's the riskiest form of intelligence work because the human sources which provide it to seekers, it's human sources who provide secrets to their foreign handler, thus committing treason against its own country. And the idea is that it's also something that's subjective and not concrete, but in getting human intelligence, you get more context for what stuff means. Moving on in terms of talking about Putin foreign relations and kind of related to what we were talking about judo, I think it was Putin explained this in 2001, saying, quote, "It is important to establish a dialogue and activate the best in your partner. You want to achieve results. You must respect your partner, acknowledge that he is better than you in some way. You must make him your ally, make him feel that there's something that unites you, that you have human cause." And to some extent, this is exactly what he did with Bush 1, when he called him to, after 9/11, and really gained his trust, and after which Bush didn't see Putin as a threat. And 2001 was a kind of pivotal event because 9/11 was for the U.S. In terms of our intelligence agencies really pivoting hard away from Russia and towards, counterterrorism efforts. Let's see. We'll skip over that one. Surviving the biggest catastrophe section is going to be on talking about the fall of the Soviet Union. I don't think we have another dog ear here. So maybe a little bit light on this chapter in terms of what we're talking about. But, he does want to put the Soviet Union back on the map. We should have found a better quote for what it is Putin's going for. And destabilizing the U.S. And he views it, fighting with the U.S. as something that cannot be avoided. And so destabilizing the U.S. and the rest of the West is one of the means by which you do it. And you're in constant contact, and the efforts on the intelligence agencies have not really stopped. But wanting to talk a brief moment, we are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund coming in here, which gives non-lethal aid to people fighting in Ukraine. I believe it's primarily given to the people who are in the volunteer force, but stuff like tactical first aid kits, power banks, radios, body armor, also drones, but lethal items cannot be given per it being a charity, and charities aren't allowed to give people guns insofar as it works. If you're on the YouTube, you can come on over to the Twitch and click the link down below. We are raising it through Twitch as a platform, and you can click donate to charity. We are matching the first $872.25 that gets donated to the Ukraine Defense Fund. Jumping back into game and catching up on chat. We can maybe try and talk through what Russia wants to some extent, which is the creation of a return to a sort of spheres of influence way of looking at the world, where Russia has its own sphere, and Russia kind of envisions itself as being not really European, but rather Eurasian, and that it is a unique country because it spans this enormous period of space, and Putin wants dominion and dominance uninterrupted from in all of Eurasia, and to also be able to re-annex and assimilate all the Soviet countries. And to that end, this requires operating against the United States of America. Let's put chocolate in everywhere. And then some of that. We just technically have to wait out them, but it looks like we just lose, actually. Son of a bizzle. As Churchill said, indeed is best, it has been democracy to be the worst form of government except for all the other ones. Yeah. Putin is a cruel and ruthless man, but he's incredibly a more competent politician than anyone in the West. I might agree with that. Well, he's not... I actually don't think of him as a politician, in some sense. Like, because he doesn't actually have to win the campaigns or do this type of thing. Right? Putin is, doesn't have to worry about re-election because he rigs the elections. And so, he's popular in Russia either way, but, like, if he were going to be losing, he just rigs them. So, it's kind of a bit of a non-factor. I think we actually demobilize this army. Because it's eating too... What? Bro. That's not the army we demobilized. Oh, we actually just clicked the wrong... Sorry, that was my bad. I wanted to demobilize the other one. The non-standing army. We're gonna reload. I misclicked. But I don't think Putin is really... Politics is not his game. His game is espionage. Like, he's a former KGB agent, and statecraft. And to the extent, like, if you wanted to say he's a better statesman than U.S. politicians, I'd be inclined to agree. Mainly because what a lot of U.S. politicians are actually doing is trying to get elected, and Putin doesn't have to worry about that. Like, so in terms of his attention, the resources he can focus, I also think Putin's pretty intelligent, so... Alright, this is our one stack here. Okay, so that's what we wanted to do. Perfect. To make the convoys not so bad so that we could actually generate more morale. And so we'll also try and improve the convoys a little bit, so that we can defend here maybe a little bit better. And we're still waiting on our corn laws, boyo. I think while we're doing this, we might as well come up to something a little bit more legitimate. I think because we don't want to pass this. The idea that a Putin is a threat to Europe is so laughable. I think you're incorrect. I think Ukraine is a part of Europe. He's currently annexing a portion of Europe. There were leaked battle plans of that Lukashenko leaked of them going after Moldova as well, which is in Europe. And Moldova critically can't join the NATO because the territorial integrity clause, which is the separatist movement in Transnistria, which is supported by Russia. I don't know if Georgia's considered to be in Europe, but attacked Georgia too. So when you say Europe, like, when you say he's not a threat to Europe, yeah. I'm not real, I'm the specter of the dating tutorial, not like this. States have no friends, only interests. The stability of the Middle East is paramount to all superpowers for energy. I mean, Damn, Putin all but officially declared war in Munich in 2005, and then the West was building Nord Streams. Complacency best, you're fine folk, but you got too comfortable. Yeah, he's also severed the energy connection between Finland and Sweden, which is absolutely like a Western thing. And if he's going to intentionally destabilize countries in Europe in terms of propaganda campaigns that are run through social media, that's absolutely a threat to the West. Sorry to break the illusion, but for Russia, this is 100% a defensive war. I appreciate your POV. No. The notion of a defensive war when you're currently occupying someone else's territory, it's the attack before the strike first or something like this. Ukraine was never going to invade Russia. When was the last time Russia was invaded? It's like, when was the last time there were like soldiers on Russian soil? Was it World War II? How damn they banned charities from giving lethal aid. Terrible. Russia tried as hard as any country to get it integrated in the West since '91. You're awfully talkative for someone who's never talked on the channel before. Abda Sami El Kadawi. I think we have one. I mean, do we even talk about NATO expansion and Western diplomats laughing at Putin in 2001 General Assembly? I think we got one, boys. I think we got one. NATO has not, via force, put anyone inside of its, sphere of influence, let's say. Yeah, we'll take military assistance from the US. Obviously. The good old classic, thanks US. Hopefully you never leave us and stop giving us military assistance, right? You would never do that. But this is the exact MO and talking strategy of Mahmoud. So, hey Mahmoud, how's it going? If it's you, I guess it could be someone else. But, I'm just here to spark some flames in chats. All the interactions are very much appreciated. Nice big flames. Let the world burn, let generalist chat burn. I mean, maybe we can allow it for some time. It's illustrative. The Russians are extremely aware of the limitations. Yes, this is what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about this. Russia realizes it can't wage a kinetic war against the US, but I think Russia very much thinks of itself as being in a permanent state of war with the US, and instead they are fighting on the axis upon which they can, which is like in terms of cyber warfare, hacking, getting infiltrating and getting information on critical infrastructure, and then also engaging in information campaigns to destabilize the West. And these campaigns extend to Europe. So Russia's currently at combat with Europe, but the notion that Russia's at risk of experiencing a kinetic invasion is incredibly low. The Europe might respond to the ways in which Russia's attacking infrastructure. Like Russia attacked energy infrastructure in Poland. I think that's sufficient to invoke Article 5. And so in terms of the provocative bad actor, it's the good old classic, like, I'm not the provocateur, you are, when it comes to Russia. There's a reason why most post-Soviet post-Soviet bloc countries ran to the West NATO after the fall of the Soviet Union. Yep. I never watch your streams, I mainly watch tutorial videos. I mean, you're chatting a lot like someone we know, but... Same for Ukraine. We were in Scotland and the UK when we were controlled by the USSR. We hated being controlled like the Russians and mafia-like government. Yeah. US military help, basically. France doesn't try to conquer Belgium now to protect it against Germany. If Russia tried to play a fair game, they'd not need a natural border against Europe. Yeah, I mean, so if you're going to be charitable to Russia, in terms of understanding you know, what's the, I forget the word, there's a Russian word for like understanding your opponent or this type of thing, and that this is important. And so insofar as you're trying to be charitable to the Russian perspective, they think that everything NATO does in the advance of freedom is in the advance of freedom, and is just another means by which they are expanding. And they look at the toppling of Saddam Hussein, Milosevic, Gaddafi, and others like them, as the U.S. Intentionally and being the entire cause of the downfall of these places, and they suspect, or at least Putin suspects / fears, that the same thing will happen to him. And they don't think that the U.S.'s interventions are in any way in good faith. Yeah, I think we maybe just see our way out of this war. I mean, unless, like, Spain's almost out. Stupid USA actually just didn't send any help to Spain, to France. If they had sent help, like, we would be able to do a lot more. Yeah, I don't see any US troops. Son of a bitch. To be fair, we could maybe get some stuff done with, like, creative landing, so maybe we should be a little bit more aggressive about that. Russian state media is already talking about being at war with the West for years. Yeah. So, like, I mean, Russia is by far more belligerent in terms of conducting espionage, like, covert offensive espionage against the U.S. And, like, look, technically if you attack a power plant in Poland, which, it was a while back, so maybe I shouldn't reference the power plant in Poland. But technically, or not even technically, I wouldn't even say technically, the disruption of the power, attacking infrastructure, is sufficient reason for invoking Article 5. If they wanted to, Sweden and Finland could invoke Article 5 of NATO. Like, but like, Russia is absolutely a belligerent one. Okay, I stop here before it gets more heated. I'll check John Merschmer or Emmanuel Todd if you have time. I will write those down. You also chat just like a dear friend of the chat. So, to the extent that I think you're someone else, if I'm mistaken, I apologize. If I'm not mistaken, I, of course, don't apologize. But I will write the names down and actually check it out. But I also think if you stop chatting, I have a suspicion that someone else will very promptly join the chat that will be very much pro-Russia. I just try to view things objectively. Me too, dog. You have no lost love towards Russia and all its flaws? Alright, the US is out. They said peace. They said, we're not supporting this no more, not like this. How's the West structurally different from what Russia claims about themselves in terms of defense? Cheers to the dear friend. Cheers, cheers. Think of having the Chinese military on the Canadian border. We'll see if US will allow that. Wow. That's not the example we see. Usually the example we see is nukes in Mexico. If Russia put nukes in Mexico, how would you feel? Yeah, the generous interpretation is that, of the Russian perspective, is that war with the US is unavoidable, and so any sort of jockeying that leaves the U.S. in better position to conduct a kinetic war when it happens, which it will happen from their perspective, is a provocation. If you're trying to give the most charitable understanding, I don't think that such an understanding is like. God, we're barely getting anything from the French bankroll. I'm guessing that the HQ, the Revolt HQ tends to be in Rhone. I'm guessing that's where it is. No, it's not. Where's your capital, dog? Oh, that makes more sense as a capital. Yep, it does. You never said thank you? Oh, true. That's my bad. Not like this. I don't see American military in Ukraine. They weren't in Ukraine. So it's more like if they joined an alliance with them and then didn't honor the call. Not like this. Or you're saying, like, IRL, don't see the American military in Ukraine. Yeah. They're definitely not in France here. To some extent, sending weapons is, like, not, in practice, all that dissimilar to sending, like, personnel. But the U.S. people would get very upset very quickly if U.S. personnel were in there. Yeah, we just get capitulated out. Not like this. So... these are a little bit less important. We'll get some eco stuff going. We're still waiting on our market liberal. Russia tried everything to prevent the war. Minsk was precisely for that. I mean, Russia violated the Minsk agreement repeatedly. They violated Minsk 1, which is why there is a Minsk 2. And they violated the Minsk 2 agreement repeatedly. So... much like how they inch forward and take more and more land in Georgia with their current level of occupation. We actually do have an example of what U.S. would do. They stop trading, yeah. Victoria, listen to, hey, we got Victoria Nuland in the references. Yeah, so Victoria Nuland, I believe CIA operative, expresses a preference for who she would prefer to see replace the Russian stooge Yanukovych. Incidentally, a coincidence that some people might be interested in, the campaign manager for Yanukovych was also the campaign manager for Trump during his first election, which is Paul Manafort. But she expressed a preference in a phone call, and this is commonly given as a propaganda line to suggest that the Ukrainians actually would have been super okay with Yanukovych, and that the campaign promised that Yanukovych run on to try and get into the EU. That's not actually what the Ukrainian people wanted in terms of what they voted for. And so when the Ukrainian people got upset with Yanukovych over kind of flip-flopping, and instead of getting economically closer with the EU, tried to get economically closer with Russia because he was a Russian stooge, and they had a bunch of protests. Russia is saying that's not the Ukrainian people, but that's the United States who did that. And what gets foisted up as the evidence for this is this phone call between Victoria Nuland and I forget who was on the other side of that phone call, but that's the idea here. Yeah. But, incidentally, for those of you who don't know, we are this stream raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund, which will help the people fighting on the front lines in Ukraine, giving them non-lethal military equipment. If you are interested in that, you could go down below on the Twitch, where we will have the link available, or you just have to go onto our Twitch. We're raising it through the Twitch, and you can donate there. It is tax deductible. We do have to acquire a little bit more infamy sometime soon here. Let's check if there's gold here yet. There's not. Let's go for the classic. Now we can start generating mandates somewhat quickly, but we still would like to get trade agreements with GB. Ideological differences of government is a really substantive one. What is your government currently looking like? Yeah, it's kind of looking like this liberal hodgepodge. We could get everyone but the industrialists of that in there. Not very legitimate here, but we can get a lot more volume of trade in. Ideological differences of the government is now positive. Maybe we just cheese this. I guess we'll export things in general we want to export. We'll import things we just generally want to import, and then we'll eventually cancel other routes. And we're just trying to increase our volume of trade here by a ton. I don't think we produce any porcelain. This is eventually something we want to export, but now we should have way more volume of trade. We can make the trade agreement, they're locked in, and now we're going to cancel a bunch of the trade routes that aren't profitable. And then we're going to make our power block. I think this is the spelling that Ukraine uses. I'm not 100% sure. And a bunch of the block leaders will get upset with us, but that's okay. And we are going to be generating some mandate now, because we do have some subjects. Also going to improve relations with the subjects. This type of thing. Those guys are going to win that war, so we'll improve with them as well. Canada is like Belarus. Cuba would be more like Ukraine. Yeah. US embargoes Cuba. Yes. Ally Texas. Sometimes Texas just survives Mexico and then actually, and then US views them as a target of conquest. If you have good relations, you just free annex them. I think usually they get the good relations annex, but with bad relations, that's not going to happen. Ukraine says now that all Russian-speaking and Russian-identifying Ukrainians are Russian stooges and should be suppressed. That's absolutely not what Ukrainian says. They do have a national language, if I'm not mistaken, and to the extent that the argument is for oppression, that's the tagline. Mappy Monday journalist, 1844. You've done appropriately funny abdicate monarch swap yet? No, we've not. We've been just kind of trying to play solid and straightforward. Speaking of legitimate governments, solid and straightforward without doing anything too weird, because we're splitting between talking about politics in Ukraine a lot and like trying to play. Correct spelling, though maybe we won't be playing such an imperial Ukraine, maybe a trade league. No, Power Block's just better. Or Sovereign Empire's just better. It takes us quite a lot of time to actually like do this run. Although I guess we're getting faster at it. What's the main strategy in trading? Generally speaking, you view it from the perspective of there are certain buildings that are just more profitable than others, or are more efficient than others. You generally want to export the outputs of the buildings so that you can increase the proportion of your economy that is those buildings. We didn't swap after lathes. And that's the main idea. The main idea is, yikes for the Ottomans. The main idea is creation of buy and sell orders rather than like necessarily trying to profit. So generally you also want to import agrarian stuff and export resources. So wood is good to export because it allows you to have a proportionally higher economy of wood. Technically, it matters a little bit if you're running out of labor. If you're running out of labor, wood starts to get bad. So there's a little bit of nuance here, but basically it's what you want to have more buildings of in terms of your economy. Just to finish general gaming, what's your view on Gaza? Hey! It is Mahmoud. Trying to ask the most provocative question he can before exiting after he says that he's done and chatting for like several times now. The guy is saying, I'm trying to exit the conversation, but real quick, what's your opinion on Gaza? My opinion is that I want to focus on Ukraine here in terms of what's going on, but since you want to kick up dust and start a conversation that's going to cause division and upset people, maybe we will... I mean, I like being transparent. I like it maybe a little bit too much. I think the situation in Gaza is a bit complicated, but I think at the very minimum, what Israel's doing is an indication of depraved indifference for Palestinian life. And at the worst, it's like active and intended genocide. But... good to have you in the stream. It's the most poignant question? No, it's not. It's, you've asked this one before. She's like, what can I say to try and not get banned for as long as possible? I don't know, if there's a stream to slow ban Mahmoud, it definitely is the Ukraine-Russia stream. Where you can see it in action. So, Palestine... regardless of what you think on Palestine, if you're operating from the perspective that you know that Russia is intervening in terms of trying to propagandize and push people to the polls in terms of discourse and make it so that Americans hate each other, an issue that's really nice to focus on is Palestine. Because boy oh boy, do people really disagree with each other on Palestine and are really inflamed about it, and it is one of the ways in which you can stoke division among people in the United States. Like, in terms of things to focus on, that's pretty high. And what the classic, like, propaganda technique of Russia is to always deflect in one way or another, either by changing subjects or by engaging in a bit of a whataboutism. So, if you talk about attacking civilians or civilian loss of life in Ukraine, then they're like, well, what about the U.S. and Iraq? Or the other classic whataboutism, what about the Native Americans? Which they teach in Russian schools, they teach about the Native Americans, and you're like, well, that's not Russian history, and the entire idea is to subvert the idea that, humans really care about, Americans really care about human rights. There's where the human is. And democracy and stuff like this, and instead they're just faking it. Right? So it's presented as this, like, a critically important... I would like to mobilize less than that amount. But despite him saying it's the most poignant question and I'm out, I expect him to stay and to keep typing. Give the whole region back to the British. Yeah, I do think the question of what should have been done in 1946 is like... and what should be done now. I think the nature of the I think it's complicated, the conflict. And I think it's complicated if you look at it from the perspective of it started in the late 1890s with the mass exodus of Jews from Russia, incidentally, because a Russian Tsar was assassinated and people blamed the Jews, and so Jews were persecuted and they left Russia, and a lot of them went to Palestine. And so this is where a really big demographic creation of Jews in Israel started, not actually with World War II. It started in the late 1890s, or the late 1800s. So, yeah. I appreciate the answer, really appreciate the answer. And I have never been in your chat before. I know you've never been in the chat before, because I can look at your thing. And perhaps I'm humoring you too much, because I am accusing you of being someone else, because I kind of think you're someone else. But to give the context, is there someone who has made over a dozen accounts and comes into the stream constantly and tries to have the most provocative discussions possible, and the only consistent theme is the defense of Russia, categorically. Wait, why are we doing that? I looked at this huge negative balance we're having, and then I looked at that that's something we can do to solve it. That's not. Why are we losing so much money here? Construction goods are expensive, yeah, but... I guess we could just pause our own construction. We're gonna turn off auto-expand on a whole bunch of stuff. We'll let the auto queue take over. It's saved up 2 million. And we don't want to get too deep in debt, because if we're not a GP, interest is a little bit kind of rough. You can do it a little bit. You can play with fire if you're a major power, but if you're kind of want to avoid it if you can. I don't know if you check the history of my viewed videos, but it's the first time in the stream. I can see that your account is over 18 years old. And I can see that you've never chatted before on a stream. And generally speaking, the person who we're talking about comes in, provokes an immediate discussion, and has never chatted before on the account that they're in. The person who I'm inclined to think that you are. I just think you're trying to convince me that you're not, but... Restore Palestine to the Turks? That would, in terms of, linear ownership... Turkey getting a whole bunch of this region would not be... If you're operating from the 46 perspective, that would not be insane. Restoring to the Romans, basically. What do you think about the Kurds? I think the Kurds have gotten the short end of the stick in a lot of ways, historically. I don't know, they don't have a nation. They're in, northern Iraq, northern Syria is kind of geographically where they're at. I was not happy with the way... they have kind of fought a lot of the U.S.'s proxy wars, or fought the U.S.'s, in a lot of wars that they have a vested interest in. Whether or not they should have a vested interest is a bit of a separate discussion, but they have fought on behalf of the U.S. a lot, and so when, Trump pulled out of Syria and just, let the Kurds get fucked... with zero time frame, I was not happy about that. Generally speaking, they're Also more democratically oriented and minded than the rest of the region. Yeah. Looking from an EU4 point of view, Israel national ideas provide no stab loss and an AE on truce break. It is an effective strategy to truce break as during Ramadan, not like the Ottomans left so big of a power vacuum in North Africa to the Middle East. Even Balkans didn't recover properly for almost 200 years. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think that it's complicated. I think that people like to focus on one singular aspect of it and push all other context to the periphery in order to make it really simple. Is kind of my perspective on how the discourse regarding Palestine works. But saying you're gonna leave when you aren't is a bit suspicious. Yeah, it's because he's if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, it's because he's getting engaged. But if you don't want to give him the benefit of the doubt, it's because he's trying to avoid a ban, because he doesn't want to swap onto the other account and come back. Would be the way of thinking of it. And then every time we talk, like, how we think this, he's like, no, I love your videos. Of course, like, yeah. You just gotta play into generalist doubt. This is how you don't get banned. I get it, that 12-person account of Cried Wolf, yeah. I also expect them... I don't know what time they get on to work or off work, depending on if they are actually a Russian troll or not. But their work schedule does not like look that Russian in terms of time zones. So that's like one of the reasons why I'm not sure that they're a Russian troll, even though they claim to be. Although, like, in terms of their discourse, it 100% makes sense. I think if they are a Russian troll, claiming to be a Russian troll actually just undermines their entire project, so they shouldn't do that. We're not passing a law because we're gonna get the corn laws boyo soon, right? Right, chat? Hopefully, I don't think we have to delete construction. Maybe we gotta add a little bit of consumption taxes, though. The real thing is we have to just get off of traditionalism. If we get off of traditionalism, we will be making so much money, despite, like, all this. I'm happy you're so reasonable and well-informed, journalist. Thank you. Although I wish I was more informed on a lot of things. I try to not comment on things I don't feel like I know something about. I'm a zero-state solution guy at this point. They'll put the whole disputed territory... Yeah, I mean... I can see that perspective. I also think that deflecting the conversation away from Putin is, like, not exactly what I want to do in an entirety, so I'm probably going to respond a little bit less to these comments, other than to clarify my position. Just in a general sense. Because I think that the deflection is, like... the deflection to something that Americans strongly disagree on is, like, very much, if you were going to do something in order to try and disrupt an anti-Putin stream, that would be it. How many Mahmouds out of 10 has been pro-Russia activity so far? So far, we've just had one extremely pro-Russian chatter that chats extremely quickly. Whose account does not fit the normal account for Mahmoud in that it's... Every single one of other Mahmoud's accounts has been like 1 or 2 years old, and this guy's is 18 years old. What's your favorite region to play in Vic 3? I really like having a lot of resources, generally speaking. Most resource-dense regions probably England. Like, if you're just thinking, like, region from strategic region. Like, if I could play as one single strategic region. Actually, Persia's pretty dope. Persia has a lot of resources. If you mean region, like, in this sort of way, Persia's pretty sick. Yeah, maybe it would be Persia if you're thinking of it like this. Russia's also pretty sick. Russia has, like, some of the best states in terms of resources and stuff. Russia is a lot of fun. It feels like you just get to pop off really hard. Hey, is this a new start? What happened to the save file of the first Ukraine stream? We are doing it again. We still have the save file. We just didn't want to continue it. Same objective here, though. Don't really care if Peru sides against us, or if Arge sides against us. And then we also have to go after Bahrain to lock in our interest into Arabia. Let's put an interest in the Nile. Let's put an interest in here. I'm against oppression, not against unifications. I would find it amazing that this much prejudice is pushed towards one different view in chat, as if they are so radical, only one person can have it. The prejudiced view. Well, it's not just the view; it's the pacing and the cadence at which it is given. Not waiting for a response, but having another thing already kind of cooked up, and also deflecting and not wanting to talk about what the main theme or the discussion is, rather than the thing itself. Also, I think that I have not been entirely unfair to... I've attempted to unpack to some extent the perspective from the Russian view, which is that a kinetic war with the US is inevitable, which I don't think it is if Russia is not belligerently undermining the US and doing all this type of stuff by trying to make it politically less stable, and also attacking its infrastructure and all these types of things. But since Russia views it as inevitable, or that they're already in conflict with the US, this is why they do these things. But largely, the other perspective you've had is a topic-changing perspective. First time here, and I thoroughly like the back and forth. Cheers to you, journalists. Yep. If it is your first time, definitely have a little bit of a discussion. If it's not, you're probably the person we're familiar with. You also type very similar to him. We don't have Bessemer process yet, so we're going to put in steel mills here. I think Bessemer process is what's required for New Ukraine Limited, the company that everyone is familiar with. So we just need to get another company, which we're going to get once we get Lazarev there. I think this guy's Mahmoud. I haven't seen all the Mahmoud's alts. There's definitely one thing that is significantly different, which is the age of his account. And he has a profile pic. A lot of Mahmoud's accounts don't have a profile pic, but yeah. He also... I think Mahmoud almost never laughs unless he's making fun of someone, so... And this guy has done that a little bit differently. Good night, journalist. Good night, Yusuf. Early acquisition of Tiflis by Ottomans was huge in Vic 3. It's the best candidate for the steel industry. Has gold and everything except for sulfur in the early game. That's a Persian state, right? Yeah, I think that it's... Oh, you taken Tiflis here. It does have gold. One thing we don't like about it is the huge construction malice. But resources are really good. But I wouldn't want to build a bunch of industry here. We're getting close to switching to the part of the stream where we talk about Putin. Maybe do a little bit of a poll whether we want to talk about why Putin's bad or what he's doing. Because we've already talked about what he's doing a little bit. So, we will talk about one of the two here, depending on how people want to vote. I'm a little bit better about talking about the first one than I am the latter. I'm trying to become more informed. I really wish I could do better in terms of expressing stuff. Yeah. I think that, Jim and Dimitro, like, you're free to have that discussion in our Discord, in the off-topic politics. And normally we try and be, really accommodating towards, like, what we talk about on stream. Like, in terms of talking about Palestine and Israel. And this is, like, much less of a censorship thing. But in terms of, like, if you guys are trying to be productive insofar as the chat is more effective at talking about Putin specifically and the invasion of Ukraine, it's counterproductive, I think. We need Putin to end that. We need to put an end to that conversation. Says, no, well, I think I'm okay with people talking about it if they, like, really, really must. But in terms of, like, what I think is going on here, and maybe it's illustrative and interesting for people, because, we were talking specifically about Putin and Russia and this type of thing, and then the person who we suspect is a troll, but aren't going to do anything about it at this point, completely topic shifts and says, what do you think about Palestine, right? And then the conversation starts to happen about Palestine, and suddenly the topic is not Putin, right? And very much this is the mechanism of defending the narrative when it comes to the invasion of Ukraine, is to topic switch to what about, and to do this sort of thing. Because then you get to, and also, to, when you do, like, which isn't to say that there's, like, what's going on in Palestine is bad, but the entire point is that this is the mechanism. If you answered this question before, but what's your prescription for achieving peace in Eastern Europe? If Ukraine maintains total territory and sovereignty, how do we deal with Russia? I am uncertain. Well, so I think that the step one is defending Ukraine's territorial integrity. The next step after that, I think, looks like a lot of defending the very significant vulnerabilities that the West in general, and in particular the United States, has, which is that as an open and free society that allows for free speech, it is particularly vulnerable to the influence campaign that's been waged by Russia. And I think that something needs to be done to shore up that vulnerability, but I don't want that something to be heavy-handed censorship, like, categorically. And I think that the first thing I would look into, because, well, the first thing is, I would say that I don't have a solution, but the first thing I would look into is changing the incentive structures on social media platforms specifically to not incentivize as much, or to not incentivize engagement. Because I think engagement rewards particularly outrage, and outrage as a pattern of something that is rewarded predisposes itself mechanically very well to pushing people to radicalize on the right and the left, and for the West to tear itself apart. Hey, Gerald, how it's going? It's going pretty good. How do you think what does Putin want with Palestine? Any results or just to breed a chat mess? I think the breeding chat mess is very useful for them. Geopolitically, Russia's been kind of has given support to Israel in a lot of instances. I can't remember the examples. Though, so maybe I'm not that useful in unpacking specifically like Russian, Palestinian, and Russian-Israeli relations. Generally speaking, Russia is has a very tenuous relationship with Muslims. Because one of the arms at which that is like, or one of the levers by which Putin maintains power in Russia is with the Orthodox Church, and also the massive separatist movement, the Chechens in like this region, is like primarily Muslim people, and so there are some layers to the thing. But let's see what people voted in terms of what they want to see. Because we are at the hour. What is Putin doing? Alright, with 5 of the votes. Let's go. So we will go into presentation mode. Probably going to mostly show this picture of Putin while we are reading through the book. Now this is from a conservative perspective, Putin's Playbook, written by Rebecca Koffler, who was an intelligence agent for the United States, specifically Russian-speaking. She grew up in the Soviet Union, and so I think that her perspective is a bit interesting on that front. We're going to read some excerpts that I kind of pulled aside for taking a look at this, and we're going to look at Chapter 3, Russia Organizes for War, which one of the mechanisms by which they specifically prepare themselves for a kinetic war. Well, first of all, they have an advantage in that there's a much greater tolerance in Russia, both in terms of the Russian people and the government, for loss of human life. And so that asymmetry gives us an advantage. But also, most of the advantages of the West are specifically in its targeting systems, as well as its ability to be precise in this type of stuff, as well as communications, which are vulnerable because it's all satellite-based. So if you can attack the satellites, you can bring them down. But, let's take a look. Well, we don't want to bring up that one specifically. Although, in terms of character traits matter, if we're talking about, so U.S. intelligence is more oriented towards operating from hard intelligence, and Russian intelligence is more oriented towards operating from human intelligence. And so we have character traits matter if you want to devise a counter strategy against an opponent. And what Putin's doing is devising a counter strategy against the U.S. Such things don't make the president's daily intelligence briefing. They don't meet the inclusion threshold. The touchy-feely stuff, like the opponent's mindset and willingness to sacrifice, is not tangible. So right now she's criticizing the U.S.'s intelligence services' ability to combat Putin. You cannot observe it through a spy satellite lens or count it, and it doesn't go booms. So this is one of the fundamental differences. And isolating the weaknesses or finding the weaknesses is in particular what Russia does, and she brings up specifically Iraq. U.S. planners' arrogance and failure to anticipate how insurgents in Afghanistan and Iraq might adapt, fight, and stymie the world's most sophisticated, technologically advanced military. Improvised IEDs, which were responsible for 60% of all American fatalities and half of American casualties in Afghanistan, mitigated U.S. advantages in resources, technology, and ground combat. And so, very much what Russia is going to do is going to devise a plan based on its opponent, such that it can do this and it can keep fighting the U.S. Here is, keep this chilling fact in mind. Once a direct military confrontation between the United States and Russia has begun or is about to begin, and that she uses the language of once, not if, I think is a little bit chilling in its own right. Although in an area that is geographically far from the U.S. borders, Russian doctrine envisions the possibility of initiating strikes from the U.S. homeland. Not too long ago, right when, right around the time, Trump was having this meeting with Zelensky, on Russian state media, they were showing, a plan for invading the west coast of the United States, or, the thought of a plan. Putin's plan has a two-pronged approach to achieve Russia's goal of defeating America. A long-term multi-stage prong and a contingency prong. The long-term prong aims to destabilize the American society through ideological subversion over several years or decades. The contingency prong is designed to defeat the United States on the battlefield should an armed conflict break out. And the contingency plan, a lot of it is based on the satellite attack, or this is part of it in terms of what's going on. So next up she has a section called Destabilizing and Subverting America from Within, which is one of the things that we're concerned about. There's this phrase, controlled chaos or controlled instability. She later writes, fomenting chaos in the target country can be achieved without a formal war declaration. It can be done by exploiting the population's protest potential, where one could plunge the country into a vortex of chaos, humanitarian catastrophe, and even civil war. Those of you who are at least in your, late 20s, can remember probably what discourse used to look like in the United States and what it looks like now, and how it is far less civil and it is more close to a state of chaos on both sides in terms of what they think of the other side. And the fact that the United States, when we say sides in the United States, we think right and left. We don't think, who we could be. We don't think of the other. And so United States has, in effect, turned inward on itself. Russian strategists believe that helping Americans manufacture their own crisis is a low-cost way of keeping us distracted and focused internally rather than externally on what Putin does to achieve his strategic ambitions. Later, Russians stirred up racial tensions, promoted police brutality narratives, and pitted pro-gun advocates against the gun control proponents and pro-immigration activists against the anti-immigration activists. They did this by exploiting social media, which enabled the Russians to pose as Americans and sending Russian intelligence operatives to the United States to organize and participate in political protests. Similar activities continue to this day. In 2017, Russian agents helped foment the deadly racial tensions during the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, according to a Republican congressman from Virginia who was briefed by the FBI. Security establishments have been ignoring the Russian threat because they were applying an American mentality when predicting the behavior of a country led by a former KGB agent. Did we dismiss Putin's declared threats and ambitions as inconceivable because they were senseless to the Western mind? Starting this conflict, thus missing countless indicators of an impending problem and opportunity to shore up defense, because Putin was explicit in listing the United States and NATO in a lot of his Russian-facing speeches and stuff, which he does. It's either 3 or 4 a year. He does. There's significant big ones, but listing the United States and NATO as an enemy. Let's see. I want to skip that one. But another interesting thing that is aged like milk is we might watch it, is the Obama Romney debate in particular. where Obama tells Romney that it wants its foreign policy, the 1980s wants its foreign policy back. Sorry to switch the subject like that. I only brought it up because my first time here. I was curious about your view. Jeez, I'm accused of being a monster in here. I don't think I'm accusing you of being a monster. Necessarily. I'm saying it's a possibility that you are this person. And it's a possibility I find more probable than not. If you're not that person, I do not have the same view of you. So... Right? It's this, it's a probabilistic thing. You also wouldn't be the first person who I've been a little sussed on. I could talk about Lukashenko. No one knows or cares about him. There definitely won't be any discussions, but then I would be talking to myself. Lukashenko's relevant. Lukashenko is effectively a Russian stooge. He lost his election, he stayed in power, and Russia props him up. An example of how Russia wanted things to go down with Yanukovych. He wanted Yanukovych to stay in and then Russia to prop him up. And in doing so, have someone who is... have Yanukovych just stay in office even after he gets elected out like Lukashenko was. And then in this way, US or there would be like a... Ukraine would become a protectorate of Russia effectively in the way that Belarus is. And there was even leaked plans for eventually annexing Belarus. So this is the goal, is to first pull them into an economic bloc similar to the EU, and then eventually annex all the former Soviet states, former Soviet republics. The point of defending Ukraine's 91 borders is more than justice. I agree. It's to make Russia into a country that respects its own, international and its own laws. Yeah, the Russia doesn't respect the international system, so it should not be allowed to be a part of it, really. And one of the ways in which the West has allowed or even promoted Putin, really, that should be a smaller day count, right? After we get... Or we don't have Quinine yet. But one of the ways in which it's done is access to Western financial institutions. It's a little bit late for all that, but fundamentally you should just deny Russia any access to the benefits of being part of like the global economy and community. Unfortunately, commodities are really hard to block. Finally, a modern conservative. Jesus. Commodities are really hard to block in terms of their... we grant leadership because it's already... We have been bolstering the liberal movement, which is normally what they spawn. We could stop bolstering now, probably. And go for laissez-faire. Laissez-faire. And then the economy will fix itself real fast on laissez-faire. Multiple times recognize the voters under multiple presidents. Just to be a goddamn lie-abiding country, and the fact that the U.S. may have broken some laws to invade Iraq doesn't mean allow them to break it as well. Yeah, this is the fundamental response to like the whataboutism. Like is like another country's wrong doesn't make what Russia's doing right. I also think the U.S. also did not annex Iraq. Right? That was a very different, like, end outcome. Russia is absolutely wanting to annex part or all of Ukraine. If you listen to Putin and his interviews and stuff, he says, like, Ukraine's not even a real country. It belongs to Lenin. It belongs to Lenin was how he put it. That might be an interesting that might be a weird translation, though. The translation might be... The better translation could be Lenin invented it. But he said this pretty early with the opening war in Ukraine. in 22 in the initial invasion. I think we don't want to fight Russia here, but we'll just load if Russia joins against us. We definitely don't want to fight Russia here. It is reasonable to argue the West allowing the invasion of Iraq weakened the norms of wars of aggression which led to that part today. But that's not the same as saying if the U.S. gets to do it, we get to do it too. Yeah, I also think that, like, it's not analogous or as bad. It's definitely, like, I would have to know more about Iraq to comment on it, like, in a robust way, but, like, when you look at, like, what happened in Bucha, what's happening to, like, the prisoners of war, the specific intentional targeting of civilian centers, which, like, the United States, to the extent that civilian targets were hit, I think had a lot more to do with indifference than trying to cause terror amongst Iraqis, which I think is the point. Oh yeah, I didn't know Generalist was based. Depends who you ask. Thanks for the answer on the previous one earlier. Any thoughts on the potential rapprochement with the U.S. from the EU? Let's just double check that we know what rapprochement means. I assume that's coming back together. An establishment or resumption, yeah, that is coming back together. I think that the rapprochement is, look, if Russia is engaging in intentional subversive activities through, like, means of attacking the ideology of the populace, I think categorically rapprochement's not possible. I think if Russia is currently invading another sovereign state, rapprochement's not possible. So transfer states, not like this. Not like this. We're gonna raise up some conscripts so we can defend against the landing. And then we'll just get ready to land Bahrain ourselves. Hey! Thank you so very much, the Raylop, for the contribution to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. For those of you who are not aware, we are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. The link is not attached to the YouTube. We are raising money through the Twitch. If you are interested in contributing, this is possible for the Ukrainian Defense Fund here, which gives a non-lethal military aid. You can come onto the Twitch, and it is in the bottom right corner. I will be matching the first $872.25 that is contributing today. We raised money a month ago on the 3-year anniversary, and we raised about $3,000, and we're continuing to raise money. Pull in the economic block, and then annex them, just like Vic 3. Yeah, it's just like Vic 3 all over again. I think that this will be enough to get Bahrain, and then the war with, since we have no war goals on Egypt, those will just time out. So it's pretty straightforward for us here. Lukashenko and Putin have interesting power dynamics. Putin wants to eat Belarus. Lukashenko wants to maintain absolute power within Belarus. They're kind of frenemies. Yeah, but Lukashenko's dependent on Belarus, right? Or, sorry, but dependent on Putin. Because he was voted out. I suppose maybe he's consolidated enough power for himself, but he's probably terrified of the notion of trying to go his own way. Love that while we discuss foul imperialism and wars of aggression, our generalists doing them in the background, or doing them as Ukraine in the background. Yeah, it's maybe not the best look, but it's also the only way for us to subjugate Russia here. Borders must be respected. Drops an invasion on Chile just to get some mandate points. Iraq was pretty unequivocally bad, journalists. The invasion of it, I mean. Well, the way in which that invasion was conducted and was undoubtedly bad. The argument that you can make for it being a positive has more to do with, like, Saddam, I think, than anything else. But it's like an oblique justification. Like, Saddam probably should have been removed in the first Gulf War, and that intervention, I think, was just. But that the nature of that, like, argument, like, I've seen parts of it, but I haven't, like, fact checked or looked into it in a very robust way, so I, like, don't necessarily want to comment on it. But my impression of the Iraq War was that it was not justified, but with a lower degree of confidence than my thoughts on the war in Ukraine, because I have a lot more information on the war in Ukraine. If that makes sense. The reason I ask about rapprochement is if Russia gets completely cucked. Yeah, we do not want to completely cuck Russia, because then they take their ball and go home. If Russia gets completely, like, cornered like a rat, it's interesting. Putin talks about an instance when, as a kid, he used to chase around rats, and the book discusses it, but in his biography, Putin talks about it. And when he cornered the rat violently attacked him, and it was a traumatic experience as a child. And, well, first of all, like, abusing animals as a kid is like, it was, maybe a vibe, but maybe you don't want to call it abuse, whatever. But as a metaphor, being on the defensive, Putin sees himself as being on the defensive. I don't think he's correct, and I think he makes a lot of arguments about why he's on the defensive that are just not in good faith, where he accuses other people of doing things that he's doing. But the getting cornered like a rat, like in terms of the way you think about things, if you completely corner Russia or Putin, he's gonna launch nukes. I think he's the type who takes his ball and he goes home. He's like, if I can't win, nobody wins. So yeah. If they get cucked, they're going to be continuously hostile towards the West. The problem is that they haven't stopped being hostile since 91, and the West, for about a decade, or more than a decade, until about when Russia invaded Ukraine, the West has actively been trying to engage with Russia. And so if it, if someone isn't going to... They put them on the G7. They opened up a whole bunch of stuff economically. They provided a ton of economic aid. There was so much, effort that was made to integrate Russia into kind of the global economy and, global community. And this didn't work. So I don't think just trying to do more of that stuff would even be remotely... I definitely don't think you try and do it with Putin. I think it's just, idiotic. And maybe there's, some type of argument for you trying to do it with, a different leader or this type of thing. But, I think you have to be very strict on your conditions. And so, to the extent that you let them back into the international community, I think that you have to have very clear conditions and oversight. And if they don't meet that, then you have to have a very strict way of, or very streamlined way of both increasing and decreasing engagement such that you can respond to them being a bad actor if you're going to give them another chance. Basically said in his speech, it has all directly saying he doesn't know, he does it because the US did Iraq. Yeah. That because the US did this, Russia can do that. Yeah. It's a shit argument. Eventually these guys just capitulate. Lukashenko is pretty dependent on Russia, but So far as his main allied power is local enforcement officers and quiet system of systematic repression. Are those officers loyal to him or to Putin? I assume they're loyal to him, but that's like an important distinction. Having a hard time pushing literacy, plus 85% using public schools. I even tried closed borders, multiculturalism, almost zero peasants. 25 plus SOL, doesn't improve anything. Getting the reading campaign. A reading campaign's easy. You just release a subject, and then every place that's under 85% that's incorporated, you give those states away to your subject. Yeah. You can't deal with a bully long-term by surrendering, basically. Social mobility edicts also help a bunch, but the most straightforward is just to make a save file, release a bunch of people. Looks like Bahrain became a subject of Egypt. It's a little bit annoying. That is a little bit annoying. Us going after Persia eventually makes sense, and I think it makes more sense to go after them sooner rather than later, because they have a lot of resources. I think maybe we go after Brunei, though, here first. Doesn't look like anyone but Kutai might side against us, so I think we'll just go for Conquer State. Brunei. We currently don't have any sulfur domestically, so this will help out a little bit on that front. We get the company slot, and we are going to, of course, do new Ukraine... Wait? What? What is this? What else do we need? We need more building levels. Alright, sure. Kharkiv. Oh, they need to be owned by... This is so stupid. They need to be owned by foreign investment. So what we have to do is we have to... Oh, everything's toggled up now. Everything privatizes. So we just have to wait for this stuff to get privatized. That's fine. Do we have even this next one? But yeah, you can for getting the reading campaign, you could just get the thing and then reload. But the West bears a lot of responsibility for today's oligarchs regime existing over there. I'm not sure. So a lot of the people who looted the country were the party men, the apparatchiks that just had a lot of power in the Soviet Union to begin with. So it was a privatizing of the state power that a lot of them previously had. I don't know how much responsibility the West necessarily bears for that when the West was providing a lot of support for Russia at the time. Like, I think the West wasn't that positive. Look, I think it's just generally speaking messy to engage in the swap from a state economy to a market economy, just in a general sense, right? And so I think that... Ooh, we have passed our law. Let's pass another one. Like, and you also, I think you have to, like, qualify what you mean by, like, responsible. I think it's possible the U.S. could have done more to prevent it. I think the Soviet Union had collapsed either way, and there was a huge power vacuum either way, and power vacuums leads to instability either way, independent of what the U.S. does, right? So, just come in and I see Reich 7 is Ukraine in 1848, damn. Are you shaming us or saying we're doing great? I never know with these comments. If now every non-nuclear nation has to surrender, I'd prefer annexation by France or something. Why Russia? Damn, I'd take India at this point. You don't get to pick. That's not how this works. But yeah, I would probably choose just about any country to Russia. But now we get to make this one. New Ukraine Limited. Hot diggity damn. Where's the HQ? Nice. HQ spawns in the capital, which is, generally speaking, something you prefer. Where's its ownership? Oh, it can... It says it's required in Kharkiv, but you can use Kyiv buildings? That's news to me. That's like a visual... It doesn't say Kyiv or Kharkiv, so... Yeah, okay. General, what's your thoughts on Project Caesar's developing? Those last two dev diaries highlighting tweaks and political comments. I'm looking forward to it coming out. I'm looking forward to it coming out, too. I think they are developing it. I think they're listening to feedback and tweaking stuff based on the feedback, and that people should generally be pleased about that. I don't know what their upcoming schedule for dev diaries look like, or what that means for stuff, because they said they have 2 more weeks of showing what they fixed, and then I don't know if they're going to go silent, or if they're going to keep doing stuff, or what. There was 90th story where Putin managed to barter food for oil and metals, and the food just disappeared, as did the journalists. As did the journalists. The 90th story where Putin managed to barter. Oh, food and the... got you. There was a story about how Russia bartered for food, and the food just disappeared and wasn't distributed to the people, or something like this. Is that what you're saying? Do you know the... Did you do the Krakow achievement? Yeah, we've gotten the Krakow achievement. I think we could show our achievements. We don't have all of them. I think it's supposed to be one of the harder ones. We generally don't push for the achievements, though. Kind of discovered a long time ago that people don't really care about achievements in terms of your runs, and they just kind of want to see something interesting. Wait, where is it? Well, I guess I forget the name of it. We got the Finland one. That one took forever. It takes forever to get to tanks. Companies have 2 different prereqs. If you stack the 5 anywhere, and then the flavored companies also you require a stack in a specific state. Yeah, it said that a stack was required in Kharkiv, and then Kiev qualified. Make sure you get Kiev up to a 10 stack as one of the company buildings ASAP as it expands properly to other states. Oh yeah. I have not learned up on this metagame. I know Data Timelapse has released a thing on it. It's part of like the system by which they prevent companies from operating in an absolutely atrocious way. They need to do this. I think let's make this for... Let's do some of that. Because we're going to use this stacked land in Brunei here. U5 looks like better Vic 3. It looks like they kind of took the things I like in Vic 3 and incorporated them. Oh, gross. We're paying way more for these than we should be. My bad. I hate how it works like that. So because we have conscripts in this army, it mobilizes all the conscripts where this army has conscripts, so it's mobilizing our conscript-only army. That was my bad. But yeah, economy instantly fixed, and investment pool plus 70k. So now we can construct a whole lot more too. Not last. You got lost in the Poland achievement at the bottom. So I just scrolled over it like 3 times like an idiot. Yeah, okay, it's right here. It used to be hard, but since 1.7 they added a lot of support. Yeah. I think we got it before 1.7, but I can't remember. Maybe not. Bro doesn't even have the Gandhi achievement. What a novice, basically. I don't have the Max Stirner achievement. The meme thing to do is to never complete the tutorial achievement and get every other one. It requires there be 5 buildings, but it won't necessarily be those buildings that end up being owned by the company. It's the most productive ones. Oh, okay, I get you. That's kind of silly, but... So what you're saying is the UI now, through generalists, there's just a little UI bugginess? Oh man, that means like, God, it sucks if an oil company, you get your initial company, and if you get an oil company that spawns in a place that doesn't even have 10 levels, does that mean your company just never aggressively goes for other stuff? That sucks. I wonder if it's contingent on it being capped out. These guys aren't moving towards this. Why? Oh, these guys got yeeted from somewhere. Okay. Ukrainian war reps are in here, so eventually Egypt will capitulate here. What are the pros cons for fishing instead of wheat for primary food supply? Generally speaking, well, if you're talking about rice is actually okay, but fishing, I believe its PM is just better to begin with until you get some of the later ones on wheat. And it used to be a huge difference because of capitalist ownership, but I believe that... well, in either case, it's more likely that a manor house picks up a grain thing, and more likely that capitalists pick up fishing, so that is another reason. And then also, you don't... Unused arable land's actually really useful for migration, and if you have enough of it, population growth. And so you kind of get rid of unused arable land when you build a wheat farm as well. There's a couple other reasons. I just can't remember them right now. Oh, it's so tempting to protectorate them right now. I think we just do it through our own war, though. We have to watch out. If they ask for Bahrain, that's not exactly what we would want. Hey, Jim Story, thank you for the $15 donated to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. If you are on YouTube and you are interested in donating, the link is down below. It goes to our Twitch, and then from our Twitch, it is in the bottom right corner, just below our the video screen. Thank you so very much, Jim. Much, much appreciated. Good luck with the rest of the stream. I have to go do my job. We hates the job. Godspeed, my friend. I don't think YouTube allows for links, but look, Putin, food, oil, 100 million, corruption. That would be a story for next stream. I thought about looking at the corruption, into the corruption quite a bit. Specifically, I thought about citing a lot of translated Navalny stuff, because I know Navalny did a lot of investigative work. So, in leaning into Navalny stuff, not just talking about his research on corruption, but also him as like an opposition leader, and I was thinking of coming from that angle. But a big part of why I read this is because I wanted to talk about social media a little bit, and also because I know this was written by a hyper-conservative author, and in terms of discourse, at least insofar as we're talking to someone in the United States, I think the ability to communicate why Putin's a problem, not just to liberals, but also to conservatives, is an important skill. Yeah, in this book, Trump's the best, and he's the only one who stood up to Putin. But that's not really my perspective. The book does highlight some things that in terms of my attention, I kind of push into the background, though. But I think if you look at the way this current administration is operating around Russia, it's pretty obvious. And I also think that it was true in 2016, or the first administration as well. She just highlights all the things that he specifically did that was against Russian interest. I think Persia might be the last non-Russian thing we go for. We really wish we had an alliance with someone who's big. And this is like long-term what we want is the ability to do that. I think we won't, yeah. We don't have a trade agreement. Well, we have a neutral relation. Could we not? Conquer state. Oh, we don't have interests in these regions. Yeah, fair enough. And we want to keep our interests here right now for colony reasons. Yep. Well, I think now's the time to do it. Maybe we can get a little bit of help. We're really not, like, much bigger than them. Actually, Stellaris also integrates Vic-3 style pop structure. Our great game doesn't get the love, while every other good idea gets integrated into other games. Basically, the lack of love to Vic-3. I think the dev team for Vic-3 is kind of small, yeah. I also think that, like, this being super complicated was basically cut out of EU5, but the market stuff wasn't. The market stuff's the stuff I care about. So, womp womp. They don't want to join. But maybe we can spook them with a ton of conscripts. We really would just like them to back down. The fact that they're in another conflict, though, makes them more likely to back down. That conscript army will also start coming up. Yeah, now they're fearful instead of the other one. And they do have... Oh, they don't have one from their conflict. Interesting. Is the conflict just too small for them to care? That must be it. I don't think we want to revoke any of their claims, to be honest. So I guess the last thing that we can put in is war reparations. What states does... I think we won't want to be transferring states to Russia, yeah. They would be the most useful person to have in this, but... I hate how the numbers are bugged out on our fleet as well. We'll add a whole bunch to there. If your oil company gets put somewhere in 10 stack potential, it'll be doo-doo. Yeah. Caspian Reports' latest video makes the case that Trump's goal is basically to pull Russia away from Chinese sphere by giving European concessions. I think that that is wrong. That's an interesting thesis. I don't think Trump is like playing 4D chess here, though. I think it's more likely that it is what it looks like. Trump's also not been one to like keep his cards close to the chest, just in a general sense. And so the notion that he has been super keeping us close to the chest and not once said, hey, we need Russia and China to operate against each other. The fact that this hasn't once been an aspect of something he's said about indicates to me that that's like not what he has in mind. I think even if he said it, though, like, it still wouldn't necessarily make that true, but the fact that he hasn't said anything to that is, like... I think I think it's possible, but I don't think that's what's going on. I prefer Nemtsov over Navalny, but schizophrenic Lenin over Putin. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, Navalny... From what I understand, he like wouldn't exactly, from the perspective of human rights, he wouldn't exactly be the first choice in a lot of ways, but Navalny at least is a fan of democracy. And to be fair, I think the Russian people are going to vote a lot differently than American people, just in general. Like, Putin has a lot of support in Russia. So, it might not even be the case that he has to steal the elections, which he does. I think it probably is, but I'm open to the possibility that it's not the case. That's another interesting thing of this book. This book reports as if, like, Russia has fair elections, which I don't, I've looked into some of the ways in which they quash the ability for, like, opposition candidates to get on the ballot, some of the ways in which, like, Chechnya had, like, 99% turnout, or 95% turnout. It was 95-99 in terms of turnout and percentage votes for Putin, which is, like, absolutely, the separatist region is not going to have a massive turnout for Putin. That's just, like, categorically, like, that's obviously, like, interfered with. There's, like, zero chance there. Trump talked about it in an interview? Oh, then I stand corrected. It's in the Caspian Report video. That will fail because USA can't give Russia anything China can. As in supporting their economy enough to oppose the West. Yeah, I mean, I think that Putin actively undermining, like... Yeah. Okay, we're invading there. What's this one? Okay, I guess we'll go for Venezuela next. We hope that these guys win, but we didn't have an interest in North China. That's probably a leak. We're probably just supposed to always have an interest in North China for if this happens. The Heavenly Kingdom we specifically would want to win because they have open borders. And we would be allowed to get migration events from them. We currently wouldn't let them in, but eventually with multiculturalism. Trump doesn't seem to think the other countries need concessions to lure them from China, though. His late career in Navalny was pretty so-stem. None of his nationalistic nonsense from early days politics. I don't know enough about, like, Navalny's politics to, like, comment on them that much. That's just what I've heard been said about Navalny's politics, but perhaps that's just to, like, well, why bother getting rid of Putin if Navalny's a bigot too, type of thing. But the structure which was led by Navalny is an absolute disgrace right now. Opposition? It's hard to organize with the opposition when the leaders keep getting assassinated. Like, the main opposition to Putin politically has been assassinated several times now. Nemtsov, Navalny. Etc. I think we moved this guy over. We merge these guys here. Get rid of one of you. Egypt's out, and then Bahrain's ours as well. Then we'll land Venezuela with this army. And we'll use this other army for just defense. So we do have to defend against landings. We don't currently have one incoming though, so I think we can afford to just do this like this. Navalny would have been somewhat opposed to Ukraine going west, but like in a civilized economic pressure being the worst, he was insanely anti-corruption, though a bit nationalistic. Yeah, the nationalism was like the part I've heard, like being given as a reason why we shouldn't like Navalny or something like this. And the territory of other countries is a concession Trump has no authority to make. Yep. And imperialistic. Still a legit better option, though. There's a bit of sanity and possibility to negotiate proper agreement. Yeah. I mean, like, that's where he cut his teeth, was the commenting on corruption. And so having someone like that in charge, when the entire apparatus is very authoritarian, is actually... Like, in terms of talk, like, if you want to talk about what's actually effective at reducing corruption, being democratic and not authoritarian actually doesn't correlate very strongly with corruption. The reason being, if you want to crack down on corruption and you have a very, very authoritarian structure, it's actually easier than if you have a democratic structure, because the authoritarian, can just do whatever they want, and it's terrifying, and it's very effective at cracking down. Just the problem is, a lot of authoritarians, if they want to loot the country, they're also more effective as that as well. So I hate how the infamy system basically forces you to go war to spend infamy decay. Yeah, I think that there should be positive benefits for being at 0 infamy, and those should scale linearly with infamy. But, alas, poor Yorick, we knew him well. Horatio. He was not a mafia don. The Navalny group kind of at the odds with every other Russian opposition group, to the point of people suggest a KGB project. Really weird. Not worth without him. I see. I thought he just kind of filled the... I don't know enough about it, I guess. I thought he just kind of filled the void left by Nemtsov when he was assassinated. Nemtsov. Little Boris. Oh. That's not what we wanted to ask for. Do they already refuse us now? Okay. Transfer subject. Tripolitania is pretty good. I think if we conquer some of this land, we can actually get an ingress into Persia too. Yeah, liberating Iraq's fine. Bulgaria would be better. We can maybe play it patient and go for Bulgaria. She executes over 1,000 people for corruption every year. Very effective. Yeah, the problem if you're gonna draw a significant, if you're gonna highlight and problematize the way Xi does it, is that he tends to, I mean, a lot of people get down for corruption. I don't know if, I have to double check if they're getting executed, but I know that they're at the very least getting like a significant scolding. But can we go total SEP? Probably not. But with regards to Xi, he disproportionately is cracking down on corruption on political enemies, and this is one of the ways in which Xi has consolidated power. That is maybe a problem. I would definitely want some of these guys on offense. Which will give them more ability to make progress here. I'm gonna do this, and then if we occupy the territory, I do believe we could get to push into Persia. The fronts are funny though, because I wonder if we get up here, we can push into Persia. I'm not sure. Either way, we're gonna. We'll see if we get a thing. People keep on mixing up democracy and populism. In Turkey, Erdogan keeps winning elections with almost 52%, yet he's authoritarian, either absorbing the opposition or sending him to jail. People do be mixing up populism and democracy a bit. Because populism is like an inverse of elitism. More so than authoritarian versus democratic. Alright, now we're starting to make some progress here. Mainly because we have more guys, because that's obviously a problem. Can we get one of these naval bases in each of the states up to the front of the queue? Thanks. Because that'll get us 3 ships real fast, which will help us out quite a bit. Imperator portrays corruption. It's basically a mechanism that allows the government to force its will at the cost of treasury. It can move the needle, if I recall correctly. Like, you can't convince anyone by bribing them, but if they're close, you can, and they're corruption-oriented, you can bribe them. Something like this. Nemtsov was a scientist, PhD physics, just a guy. I mean, sure, he might have had dark secrets, but no corrupt force chose his positive image to be their face, says he was legit. No corrupt force chose his positive image to be their face. Says he was legit. Wait, I'm not sure what you're saying. I know he worked for Yeltsin. Looks like Trump allows Russia to continue and compete their war in order to normalize the ability to conquer sovereign countries in the 21st century. Yeah, it does look a little bit like that. The rhetoric surrounding Canada, Mexico, and Greenland and Panama is just, like, disturbing. Alright, we're gonna run him over here. We unfortunately do not get a front with Persia. I think that's because we don't own the occupation, though. If we own the occupation, I'm pretty sure we get a front with Persia when all this happens. God, that's unfortunate, because we're not going to be able to land them very easily. We could declare war on, like, Macron or something to be able to get in on Persia, which may be how we have to do it. Just, like, subjugate them. I think that they are like one of the ones where Persia doesn't have a claim on them. Persia might have a claim. No. No claim, right? So we could just try and subjugate them. Yeah, they'll give up. Well, they're part of Kalat, so we would have to declare on Kalat to transfer them. But yeah, that's the other way we could get in. Or Oman. We could get in through Oman as well. We could get in through Oman. Oman's not terrible to subjugate. I think people prefer you going after Oman to going after other stuff. We could also straight up take Zanzibar as the war goal, which would give us more surface area. I think I like this. And then we could get in on Persia first. And go Zanzibar second. Just let them occupy Kenya. As long as the war goal is in Kenya. Oh man, we are on our thing though. Yo, first timer here. Love your vids about victory. Don't mind, I'm just here to make a mind on how hard I threw a game despite having Britain back me in a war against the French. Oof. French have the best land army at the start of the game though. Welcome aboard, Sung Soon. Sun. I must admit, this is gonna be a little bit more political than most of our streams. That is going to be a game crash. Oh no, Russia's doxing us. That's okay. That's okay because we were going to be talking about Putin in a sec anyways. And so, this is going to be... It's going to work. Do you recommend Imperator Rome? Is it any good? Only overly played CK in Vic 3. So if you play Imperator, it's generally Imperator's only played with the Invictus mod. The Invictus mod cleans up vanilla quite a lot. It's been a project that's been ongoing for an extended period of time. I think that Imperator is actually pretty solid. And there's a lot of interesting game systems in regards to Imperator. I have like under 100 Imperator hours, I think, or like 100 or something like this. I could actually check. But I have 85 Imperator hours. So I'm not, like, I don't know extensively about it, but I do think that it is probably pretty solid. You can wait for it to go on sale, though. The thing about it is it's getting no support, so it's not really going to get updated. Do you know whether companies plan to be reworked? Yes, they do. Or they've said publicly that, like, they're kind of stepping stoning. They're planning on getting improved. Reworked is maybe not the right thing. They need to reinvest based on how much money they make, and they don't do that currently. And they probably need to separate company ownership in terms of its effects. But they can't separate ownership because they double the amount of buildings, so... You spend money to get rid of corruption in EU4? Yeah. I mean, apparently no oligarch bought out Nemtsov to be the face of the party. Neither did Putin. That tells me enough about him being a decent human. Yeah, I think he believed in democracy. I think Yeltsin did too, to like some extent. Yeltsin also just... He believed in looting the country also, so... He was PM or something under Yeltsin. But, yeah. There are no proper good people in power. You can't get there without dipping your hands into ash. Yeah, maybe you can a little bit, but we're going to go and do a little bit of a reading. So why don't we jump on over And then I have to use the bathroom afterwards, but we do want to be talking about Putin. In fact, that is Yeltsin on the right, and on the left is Gorbachev. And so let's maybe have that be our backdrop here. You guys have been wanting to read from Putin's playbook, specifically excerpts regarding Russia's secret plan to defeat America is the subtitle of the book. And then the chapter 4, Putin, Star Wars, lasers, jammers, and satellite killers. So this one details a little bit some of the means by which he plans on fighting the United States if there is a kinetic war with the United States. There's currently like an information war ongoing, but being able to shoot down the U.S. satellites would indeed be able to give you an advantage. Reading an excerpt here. Built by Lockheed Martin and the Northrop Grumman at the cost of around $1.7 billion a pop, American early warning space birds present an attractive sitting duck for U.S. adversaries like Russia with advanced space and counter space capabilities. And so that is a lot of money in terms of having satellites that give you an early warning system for detecting nuclear launches. And then, if those are all shot down, not having the launch system is very disturbing position to be in. But General Hyten described them as in 2017 as big, fat, juicy targets. He advocated a shift in the Pentagon's procurement strategy from acquiring large, costly space systems that are exquisite but fragile and undefendable to getting ones with smaller, cheaper, more resilient and distributed capabilities. If you have a more distributed network, shooting down one satellite's less of a problem. And so this would be how you would try and fight with what's going on. Later, the threat of nuclear annihilation serves as a stabilizing force supporting what the Russians call equal security. The term equal security, this quotes hers, and she does a lot of scare quotes in terms of her writing style, was coined by Russian propagandists who look to impose Russia's conception of international law on other countries to constrain the military advantage of major powers. So this is why the threat of saber rattling is a constant as it relates to Putin. Military advantage of major powers, especially the United States and China. And so the idea is underneath the shield of, well, if you fight us, we're going to nuke you. This prevents the United States from exercising its advantage. And so Russia is doing a very good job insofar as it's fighting the West at negating the West's advantage. She has some commentary on the founding of Space Force, but a little bit of critique here. The intelligence community lacks such doctrinal experts, just as there's a shortage of linguists. Bureaucratic, yeah, she just rips on the bean counters. She rips on the bean counters a lot. She doesn't like the counting of beans. She doesn't like bureaucrats in here. Doctrine and strategy aren't just things that happen like events. Nevertheless, they exist and need updating every 5 years or so. To develop doctrine and strategy expertise, an analyst must read hundreds of reports that are 50 to 500 pages long rather than a dozen 5 to 10 page reports. There were only 3 intel analysts like me at my agency who deeply understood Putin's doctrine, strategy, and intentions. And then she talks about the bureaucrats kind of getting their way. Don't like the bureaucrats. Hates bureaucracy. But, in terms of the satellites are very expensive, and they're the main reason why the United States has such a military advantage. And so attacking the satielites, if there ever is a kind of war that is kinetic in nature. But currently, it seems like America's tearing itself apart, so it might just not be necessary. Now the only choice to get the state is to go through Dynam with Chain to get direct market access. Yikes, you can give them their own market, though. Or was it a subject or a conquer? Sir, please, it's Yeltsin, not Yeltsin. Sorry, Yeltsin. I've been pronouncing it wrong for some time now. I apologize. I am like, I don't know if it's like, I don't think it's like dyslexic, but, Oh, we had meant to conquer state these guys. My brain just like auto-completes words like really, really hard. And so like I like only see what letters are in the words. And it's actually hard for me to read a word slowly. So I just see all the letters and then it's just Yeltsin instead of Yeltsin. I apologize, though. You're right. I'm mistaken. And I really should pronounce things correctly, because one way to make it look like you don't know what you're talking about is to pronounce things incorrectly. One of the problems is I mainly engage with reading stuff, and so... Or I mainly engage in stuff in terms of reading. And so that is a significant... It means I actually don't... Most of the information I read, so I don't get to hear it out loud. But most people just don't read, so... They only hear it when it's said out loud. Those are probably fine enough. You don't necessarily have to prune every unprofitable thing. We actively don't want Oman to back down, so we're not going to add any other war goals. Not even... Well, we could add primary war reps, actually. But we're also not going to push Zanzibar here. The entire idea is we want to land through them to be able to attack Persia here. So we're going to land Trucial Hormuz, if we can here. Sorry, Omani Hormuz, which should get in, and then we will have ourselves a nice little front here. It's nice that we're getting mass migrations as well. First of all, you don't have to apologize to Yeltsin. It's also a very complex Slavic surname for an English speaker. Insofar as I am able to raise money for Ukraine, which actually is the entire point, which I forgot to mention as the check-in, so let's kind of talk about it now. We are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund here, which gives military equipment to those fighting on the front line in Ukraine. I know that in terms of front-facing what's going on in the US, what's going on in Ukraine is much more on the periphery than it was like a month ago when we did the last one of these, but we are still raising money here because they're still fighting in Ukraine. And they are going to continue fighting, and so this money goes to procure military equipment that is non-lethal in nature. If you're on the YouTube, you do have to go through the Twitch, because we're raising it through the Twitch. There should be a button to the bottom right of where we are. We started this stream at... This thing hasn't updated. This thing hasn't updated in terms of where we're at, actually. So if we come here, this is what it should look like as we're live here. We started the stream at just over $3,000. I think it was $3,001 or $3,003. I'm going to be matching the first $872.25, which is the amount of money we got last month. Thank you for the follow, though, as well. Tzizman? Big nice. Let's come back at a game here. But one of the overall things that I got from the book was that Russia's position vis-a-vis United States looks a lot worse than I thought it was. In terms of not only do they have tools for an actual kinetic war, but they view themselves as being at war with the United States right now. And their primary lever upon which they exercise a war is informational, and they are actually disinterested in fighting a kinetic war. They just kind of want to make the United States tear itself apart in terms of how that would roll out. Oh, we can get this army over here. Hell yeah. Could have them waiting. A, politically unaligned. Get wrecked, idiot. I love how when they die, they just become politically unaligned. And TS, letter combination, is in a single syllable is not very common in English. Yeah, that's why my brain auto-completes it like it does. In effect, like, it's because, like, I'm used to English, obviously. And so it, like, auto-completes it in, like, an English way. I think that we're going to turn that on, but we're not going to have too much fertilizer. So we're going to have to import it. Even with the fertilizer production from this, we don't have anywhere near the same amount of, like, livestock ranches, so we're going to run a huge fertilizer deficit. But we're going to be able to trade to fix that. It also hurts that we don't have... yeah, now we get in terms of being able to advance. We have our rapid advancers on here. So, kind of getting to punch up what would be a normal type of war for us to be able to fight. I think that maybe we can try and... We're plus 50 with these guys? I guess we'll get a trade agreement. I was gonna suggest we fight Great Qing and try and pull Russia in order to get war reps, but us just getting a trade agreement with China is probably pretty okay. And yeah, we can push them out here, so we're gonna have that war ending. So considering we're kind of handily winning that, I think we're going to just mobilize this guy and have him take what we want from Oman, which is Zanzibar. We don't need the ingress from this anymore. And then by doing that, we can enforce the Zanzibar War as well. I'm not even sure what they want for it. Yeah, just war reps. So, we have the big stack defending. We're in good shape. I remember when I was younger, I misread the main name of the character in book series for 3 whole books before finally taking a look and realizing my mistake. Yeah, that's like me, but like for everything. And like, if you're publicly like talking about stuff, like it really is not ideal. Like, I should be better about it. I'm trying to be better about it. Now I want you to do some random pro-Poland stream and try and pronounce... Yeah, we're not going to try that. Polish, like, Polish stuff's like the absolute worst, because I don't know any of the phonemes. Gzurgorts, Brzauskowicz, or something. I don't know. We can remove the hard letters and still struggle. Yeah. Cool. I think we do this. I think we demobilize this. And we have to remove all these guys, otherwise they won't demobilize properly. And then we add some construction, because I think we can afford it. It's actually not because we can afford it, it's because we're worth it. There we go. Are we really decaying in prestige because we didn't, or we're decaying, oh, because we became a GP while we were mobilized, and now we're not? Pay a little bit more, and probably wouldn't decay down. In theory, all we have to do is, every 350 days, change the things up. I speak Czech, it's all diacritics and consonant clusters. Yeah, and I just categorically don't recognize any of the clusters. So I can, like, phonetically try and sound it out, but that's, like, all I can do. I think when we go for Russia, we actually just want to open with taking Ingria, St. Petersburg. The primary reason being is we want to see where their capital moves to, their market capital, and then isolate the capital. Isolating the market capital is how we subjugate. And you can't isolate Ingria very easily. You would have to, like... Well, we could go here into... Here into... Here into... Here? Slash release Finland? Maybe that's how we're supposed to do this? This does have the nice benefit of actually being under 2 million pop as well. Maybe that's the fastest way. That's 4 wars. Plus also like releasing Belarus and Poland and this type of stuff. This is part of Belarus though. So releasing Belarus would accomplish the same thing. So maybe we're supposed to take here, release Finland, here. This is just way faster. I don't know how I feel about trying to isolate on the coast, though. Like, coastal isolation is going to be a lot worse. North Africa, we can get friendly with France a lot easier. Although France kind of already declared all their wars. We probably actually should have had a thing in North Africa earlier. We can get alliance with Bulgaria. That's not going to be very useful. Nobody wants to give us that. That makes sense because our mandate generation isn't high. Or our, not our mandate generation. Our cohesion. I'm not trying to pronounce that either, Popolop. They will still have connections to the coast? Yeah, but the amount of convoys they need to connect is a lot. Because if they're connecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes into this, on top of if we take these 2 states as well, then they're connecting via this coast. Which, like, that's way too many nodes. It doesn't matter if they have the coast access. But yeah, they'll have a little bit of market access. But I mean, you think taking Ingria and then pushing them over here somewhere and then isolating that would be faster in terms of decaying them to a minor power? Like, they'll still have some access, but the point is, like, what's the fastest way to do what we want to do? I do need to use the restroom, though. I will be back. Ah, not like that. Oh, you guys get to hear the boop when I unplug something. Okay, thank you for the stream. Make sure if you release Far East as well, because that'll cause them to have no port connections. Yeah, that will work. Tested taking Ingria, the market capital moved to Post, which shouldn't be too hard to isolate. It should change based on... I forget what the... Move to this post. This post? I don't know where this post is. I think you have autocorrect. Tula. Yeah. It is nice that we could start with Kursk if that's the plan. Kursk, Ryazan, Moscow. In terms of the overall pop profile, it's looks like it costs more infamy and would require us taking well, we're not doing it yet because we're at 26 infamy, so maybe we just put a pin in it. We're also not 100% sure it moves to Tula. I forget. I know there's like some metric for determining it, but I don't really know what it is. Like game start, it moves to, like for example, China. They usually move to southern Anhui, or almost always, but I've seen them move to other states as well. And so we might reach a point of the game where we don't know that it goes to Tula, in which case trying to isolate will like go badly. But we could lead, if we open with Ingria, then it probably starts to look a lot better. But we could just... open with East Karyala. The thing is, there's so much low pop stuff right here. East Karyala is almost no infamy. And then it's just 3 states to isolate St. Petersburg. They'll have connection in this node from here to here. But Kola is also going to take very little infamy too. They're also unincorporated right now. Did you eat your vegetables today? No, we did not. How's it going with the Russian trolls? We might have flagged someone who wasn't. I am thinking that we suspected someone who has turned out to not be Mahmoud. Or if it's Mahmoud, he's playing very patiently. I don't think that's the case though. Because Mahmoud would just get himself banned and then jump on another account, I think. And this guy stopped chatting, but there was someone who was very pro-Russia. And they never chatted before on the channel and then just like jumped out the gate super hard being pro-Russia. But at this point, Mahmoud has never gone quietly into the darkness, so I imagine it's unlikely it's him. Mahmoud just gets himself banned and then jumps on a new account. So we did have someone who was pro-Russia. We talked with him a little bit. But overall, not so much. Hey Dragon, how's it going? Overall, not so much. So the stream's been a little bit more quiet, just in general, than the anniversary stream. It's also like we did it a month ago, so I think for some people it's gonna be, while we're talking about a different stuff and referencing a different book and trying to keep things a little bit, you know, flavorful. I think to some extent people will be feel that they've already like aired out some of the discussion. Maybe I'm censoring. Not like this. Connor Ukraine vid soon. That's up to him. Maybe it was a Mahmoud colleague while they were on break, not on shift. I think that someone who has a pro-Russia perspective is also going to just kind of sound like that, like, even if they're operating in good faith, you know what I mean? Like, the pro-Russian perspective looks like a pro-Russian perspective. He was relatively respectful. He strongly disagreed. I strongly disagreed back. He didn't get nasty. He didn't start insulting people. He did, like, topic change. And that's, like, the only thing that, like, to me was, like, super red flaggy. Or that was the really red flaggy thing. Other than just kind of being, like, more adjacent, was he tried to switch the conversation away from Russia. I don't have the experience to effectively troll you on stream. I'm not sure that... I feel like Mahmoud's efforts to troll me during the last Ukraine stream was not actually productive for... if he is indeed a Russian troll, which I'm, again, still not sure of. On the last one, I'm not even sure that was productive for him, so that might have been his conclusion, because arguing with the people who are very obviously, like, trying to push a particular agenda in a way that's, like, a little bit disingenuous, like, really kind of, I think, highlights some of my points more so than, like, it's actually, like, evidence of some of the stuff I'm talking about. More so than, like, actually undermining what I'm talking about. I had a work visit to our expertise center for weapon systems and munitions. That was insightful and fun. Oh, interesting. 100%, I'm just being cheeky. Did someone get banned? Nope, no one got banned. He just stopped chatting. He might be still in here. I don't know. He was upset that I was suggesting that he was someone else. Which, I think is legitimate if you're not that someone else. So, I think that that's, I tried to qualify my statements as much as possible. That is, to some extent, that Mahmoud is able to do damage. That is kind of one of the more annoying things, is I really don't like if I accuse someone of being something that they're not, or someone that they're not. But I simultaneously can't ban Mahmoud when he comes, and also make 0 errors. If I make 0 errors, then I'm, like, not banning enough. Well, I didn't ban the guy, so I didn't make the error. But also, importantly, he had an 18-year-old account, not like so he was here from, like, the start of YouTube, which is one of the ways in which, or things that we've noticed about every single one of Mahmoud's alts, is it's all 1 or 2 years old. We should call him something other than Mahmoud. That's not even his name. I don't know what his name is. Next time he comes by, I'll have to ask him his name and see if he'll tell me. I don't think we want the slaver. I think we can exile this guy. We're not gonna necessarily get, like, the absolute best handling of a lot of things, so anytime we can take a thing we're gonna like, relatively speaking, we can. Like, I don't know if we use that's not the best use of the cooldown, but I don't know if we see a better use in the next 5 years with the pace at which we're trying to play. We're looking at something... The effects, so you'd affect interest-group prop attraction. And he's literary. And we have an invite cooldown. I think we're gonna invite him, because he gives positive attraction to the Industrialists. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna ban people for being pro-Russia. But if they're pro-Russia and they show up to the stream, they're a troll. That's not true. That's not my perspective. You could definitely be pro-Russia and not be a troll. Why would you come on a Ukraine charity stream if you're pro-Russia? Because you think that the stream is immoral and you want to comment on it. Like, so a troll is like someone... You can, in good faith, object to a Ukraine stream if, in my perspective, if you're, like, not informed or your value set is just significantly different than mine. At which point we're just not going to see eye to eye. Also, like, if you're, like, from the US... Like, I think that someone can be in good faith objecting to it. I think that that person, it's probably not that well informed, but if I see someone who's hosting a Russia charity stream, I'm not watching the stream. Yeah, that's a more healthy way to do it, but I think that some people in good faith are going to jump on even though they're not, like, trolls. I mean, I've had a lot of people, like, jump on to say that they're disappointed in me and that, like, they don't like that I'm supporting XYZ thing or failing to support XYZ thing. We do get those. Thought I missed another episode of Tark's banning stream. Banning spree? No, I think that... I think that to the extent, Mahmoud is perhaps not a troll, because I'm not 100% sure. He's claimed to be a Russian, like someone who's paid by Russia to troll troll people. But that might have just been like too many accounts burned through, and he didn't feel like he was getting like the rise out of me that he wanted or something like this. I don't think we've seen him since then. So I absolutely hate Twitch on mobile. Genuinely can't find the donation link again. Really? I don't know how to fix it for you. I'm matching up to the first 872, and on the day, we are at $80. Yeah, there was someone who opened up that I thought might be Mahmoud, but then wasn't. So the first time chatters that just, like, walk into when Mahmoud is, like, rejoining chat after getting banned, those are the ones we feel really bad for. We'll just contribute on PC later. Okay. Wait, our leader's name is Sas Kulovsky? That's one letter away from a Mimi and gross name. Uh-oh. It is. I don't know what that name means. Mahmoud's a troll, but not one professionally paid by Russia, is my guess. Yeah, that's kind of the possibility I'm leaning towards. I don't know if I think he's... Yeah, the time zones be a little bit weird in terms of how he operates, but I think we're gonna put auto-expand back on the wood shops. We took it off because we wanted to drain the investment pool. The investment pool's kind of draining, and the queue is stalling, so we do want to put auto-expand back on. We're gonna need railroads soon, actually, though. Maybe we need to stop messing about. Yeah, let's actually... We have to go for railroads. Yeah, that's actually what we really need. I wasn't thinking straight with a mind for infrastructure. We're gonna run out of infrastructure soon. Fortunately, auto expands won't pop. The auto expansions will not pop if we are running it not enough infra, so that will be one thing. And we built the ports to generate a little bit more infra. If we're building stuff, we'll have to probably build in here. Something like this. The vibe I got was Mahmoud was a pro-Islamist troll, not necessarily pro-Russia, but anti-Western. I mean, the longest we've talked with him is when he was promoting that type of stuff, but he categorically has also done every single Russia propaganda line very, very consistently. But that's possible, yeah. I'm trying to think if he's, well, so he's taken the other argument, like, defending people in Palestine. Or, sorry, defending, oh, I guess. No, he's done both sides of the Palestine conflict, if I recall correctly. So, hey, Ivor, thank you so very much. Thank you for the $20. Big nice. For the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Much appreciated. I keep on, like, wanting to say Ukrainian Defense Force, but that's not the name of the charity. The charity we are raising money from is the Ukrainian Defense Fund, which uses the money to buy military equipment to help them fight in Ukraine. Specifically non-lethal military equipment, because you can't run a charity that goes for that. The link is on our Twitch page. If you're on the YouTube, you have to go down, scroll down, and click onto the Twitch, and then it will be in the bottom right corner if you are interested in contributing. Yeah, I mean, sure. Who's even in that lobby? Depending on who's in it, we might be able to do stuff. Oh, it's very nice that the landowners are in it, because we can do something the landowners hate much more easily right now. Either Mahmoud was a genuine Russian employed troll or a petulant teenager with an annoying hobby. I'm kind of inclined to think it's the second, but he also typed really good for a teenager. Or really well. And also you have to, it takes some foresight to make over a dozen accounts, right? My opinion of them doesn't differ too much between the possibilities. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, on one of their accounts, they only commented once, and they were like, I hope you're not supporting or playing any games where there's that's simulating drone strikes against Russians. And I said no, and then they used that account later to troll, which is an interesting data point, because he came and he watched on a particular account and then didn't troll on that account really that much, or at all. Like, I think that that's a fair criticism / question. So I'm inclined to think that he's Russian, but he's not employed by, and not necessarily Russian in the U.S. But, or sorry, not necessarily Russian in Russia. Like, I think it's likely that wherever he is, he's Russian, and I don't know if he's employed by Russia. I think the time zone, like, he would be working really weird hours, if he was, in Russia, or in the major population center, which is, like, right here, which is, like, I think it's, like, a little over 12-hour time difference. He didn't necessarily make those accounts. There's probably some site where you could buy aged accounts. That's fair enough. Yeah, maybe it's someone with... maybe you got tired of buying them. I wonder how much each one is. That's probably true. Because you have to have an account over a certain age, I think, to be able to comment on YouTube streams. Would be nice if the event petitioners approach government gave bonus enactment chance to the law that they're asking for. That would be kind of nice, yeah. Another way I'd want to see that changed is if you change any law in that category that they like, that should also be good enough for them. I really hate when they petition for something like restricted child labor, but then they like compulsory primary school just as well, and compulsory primary school won't complete it for them. Weird to see the Hakka nationalist movement, to be honest. I think we're just going to add that one and that one only, because the idea is we want to cut off Great Britain entirely, so we're not looking to have too many of these. We're going to have level 3 soon, though. We can reset relations with GB. We have good relations, so we don't need to do that. Are we currently law? Yeah, we're law passing. Go to Twitch, enable desktop mode, leave, go to Twitch again. That worked for you? Ooh. In terms of if you can't get to the thing. Thank you, Ivar. I think Moscow has a 10-hour difference between the West Coast. Maybe 11, depending on daylight savings. You're right, it is 10 hours. It's 12:45 a.m. there. And so, like, he like, was active, like, at, like, 3 a.m. in Moscow or whatever. I've seen the penalties for failing a petition become negligible by -1 by the time I fail it, if I try and pass it and the law times out. Yeah, that entire, like, petition is, like, a weirdly worked mechanic, I think. I think we're going to... We're gonna repost the poll and just continue the poll in terms of, what people want to see in 15 minutes, us talk about what Putin is doing or how he's doing it, or, oh, see, whoops, we gotta post the poll in both chats. Or talk about, why he's bad. Alright, but focusing on the game here, we're looking to pass public health insurance. That's going to allow us to get more migrants, make people happier, the extra standard of living. We'll try and get to +2 health insurance as quickly as possible. The 2 and 4 breakpoints are the really important ones, because you can't have half a standard of living. It's just always full integers and it rounds down instead of up. Looks like Great Britain is having a little bit of an uprising from UA. But we should have an easy time at getting this public health insurance. I think once this calms down, we will go for East Karela as our primary war goal. Actually, no, this is a bad primary war goal, because we won't be able to get anyone on board with it. Is there... Wow, no one wants to help us. So we need help from someone as big as Russia, or like similar size to Russia, because we are not, this is the problem we ran into last time, is we just couldn't get enough help, really. Right now, Prussia is more likely to side against us. Let's take a look at the profile of, so they're allied with Greece, that's fine. They're rivaled with just GB, so we'd have to get GB specifically as an ally. with our very similar governments right now. Yikes. We could do this for a second and we'll become a GP, I think. Yeah. But we can get more power projection and also have an easier time getting them. They currently have the religious... I think this was what they had in Gov. Yeah, we're just not going to be able to get anywhere near enough. In a different power block is... Maybe we're just actually the easiest way to do this is just to get in GB's power block, and that's the way we should just kind of always run it. Because if we were in their block, we would be able to do it. And long term, we would want to have our own block, but maybe that's like not the way we should be thinking about it. Why does our cohesion suck? Persia's got a bad relation. Yeah. And we're not really that powerful. Poll says I already voted. If you voted on the last time, it's gonna be the same. Yeah, I just reposted the same vote. Instead of remaking it. I figured people would probably have the same perspective. Maybe I should have made a new one. Would you have changed your mind? Once you start pumping the LA saving PMs, or PMs pollution is quite valuable, yeah. All levels are important due to pollution reducing SOL. Yeah, we don't have a lot of pollution though yet. The even ones are definitely significantly more important. The leading power block to get acceptance for a UK alliance might be worth. Yeah. We get minus 25 from the block. We could delete and then reform. I mean, we're getting this relatively quick. Jokul the 8th. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just better. I think that will be more likely to break the alliance if we break it. So I think we're going to just not have a block until we fight our first war with Russia. Something like that seems reasonable. Have you ever seen pollution make a difference in your run? Definitely. I get what it does, but I've never felt it. It's hard to feel it. That's not something that... I don't know how you feel it because your pop gets sticky in like really industrialized places where you're like trying to intentionally increase the pops. It gets a little sticky and it's hard to increase it. 12-hour stream on why Putin is bad. Hates him to the bone, basically. Well, I mean... if I fall out a window or die face down in the mud, I think Putin's probably going to be a pretty large contributor to that. And, I think the West is complacent. At best. AI doesn't usually break alliances as long as you stay genial. If we form a block, we will drop below 50, so we can catalyst out from underneath Genio if we make a block. Oh, we won't if we're on GB's side, though. We won't if we're on GB's side. We'll get Diplo catalysts with everyone else, though. We do really love ourselves 10% construction. I think we're planning on decking relatively soon, so let's maybe do this. A lot of attitudes change. Now we're cordial, but we're still genial. We're genial with all these guys, except for France. We're poor with Russia. I think we're going to rival Russia, which makes it harder for GB to want to break it, as long as GB also rivals Russia. It will also give us a little bit more Diplo to work with. Well, maybe we shouldn't have. We shouldn't have, because now Russia's gonna side in, like, everything against us. So... I thought you live on the first floor? We may or may not live on the first floor. If you fall out a first floor window enough times, though, that will also kill you. Just to be clear. Pollution reduction tends to just happen. It's also quite a background modifier. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really feel. Like, the only time I've really felt it is when I'm trying to push up population in one specific spot that's super industrialized and I somehow don't have the institution by late or whenever you could actually do it. So... why is Spain wanting to help them out? I thought... wait, what? Oh, defensive pact. Right. So going after Moldova or Wallachia, though, would allow us to do something. We could also attack the Papal States. To avoid having to fight Spain. Because Russia will defend them. I hate conspiracy theories, but I think the thing that would finally get me is if I logged on and you're doing a pro-Russia stream, then I'd be like, the deep state. Yeah. Or the maybe like Putin has a golden shower video on me. Yeah. I've been compromised. Generalist has fallen. The, like, I was wrong about Putin video. Putin's fighting a defensive war. The thing is like, there are ways to actually interpret it as a defensive war, and I think that those ways are, like, more common with, like, Western culture, but if you value, like, individual freedoms and rights, like, it's really a stretch. So we could do this as a do-nothing war goal. We don't really want to mix it up with Sardinia, Piedmont, or Two Sicilies, though. Is there anyone else we can attack that's, like, reasonable here? To avoid Spain. I mean, they only have 60 battalions, but GB only has 110. If Russia has skirmish infantry, I don't like our odds of being able to fight it right now. They don't. Yeah, I think we just need to actually go railroads and then go skirmish and then fight it. Let's do it like this. In which case we definitely shouldn't have rivaled Russia. So when are you going to push the AA line? Like the little mustache man plan? I actually don't even know what you mean by AA line. Sorry about that, everyone. Any more trolls since the last guy with the 18-year-old account? I actually kind of don't think he's a troll. Considering... Or if he is a troll, he's not Mahmoud. But... I think the really old... Well... He's pro-Russia. Being pro-Russia doesn't make you automatically a troll. Astrakhan Arkhangelsk? Oh man. I get you. Connor Vic 3, more like Connor Hoy 4. Connor Hoy 4, Channel 1. Someone wanted me to do Hoy spreadsheet. I have to imagine Hoy already has a, like, insane spreadsheets. Well, if we're not gonna... Where's our next conflict gonna be if we're not gonna go after... Oh, we just hit the time thing. Alright, so people want to talk about what's Putin doing. Let's do that. Yeah, we'll use the sad Putin pick this time. We do like the sad Putin pick. As we take a look at the next chapter from Putin's playbook, a very conservative leaning, written by someone in the intelligence agency, or was in the intelligence agency and specialized in Russia. She grew up in the USSR, and she wrote the book, interestingly, before the second invasion here of Ukraine. And that's interesting because she predicts sometime within the next 2 years, when this was published in 2020, that Putin's going to attack again. And surprise, surprise, Putin attacked again. So this next chapter is called Spies and Disruptors Infiltrating America. And it details the ways in which there are covert and clandestine efforts in the United States. It's interesting, the distinction between the two. She also does mention this, where something that's covert, the idea is, or something that's clandestine is something that's entirely concealed. Something that's covert is something that happens out in the open, but it's just something that you don't know necessarily who's behind it. So, like, for example, Hillary Clinton's emails getting leaked, that's a covert operation, because the idea is you don't know exactly who did it, but those being leaked is something that happens out in the open. Something clandestine is the idea you don't even discover it happens. Is the South Africa gold taken yet? No, not yet. And here we have this definition of useful idiots, and it specifically talks about one useful idiot that was particularly powerful in terms of Soviet penetrations of the U.S. government, historically speaking. And one of the ways in which Russia tries to gain influence is to send people like intellectuals, business people to penetrate and make a whole bunch of contacts, and with those contacts push those contacts into giving pro-Russia perspectives and talking points. Useful idiots such as Harry Hopkins, who mistakenly aligned ideologically with the Soviets. Hopkins was the closest wartime advisor of President Roosevelt. He called the brutal Soviet dictator Stalin Uncle Joe, which kissing up to the Soviets in an attempt to join forces with them to defeat the Nazis. While Hopkins was not an official spy, he viewed the Soviets as a benevolent partner in the United States against Nazi Germany and fed confidential information to the Soviet ambassador, while Ishak Akhmerov was a back channel to the Kremlin. And so the cultivation of people who are sympathetic or, toe the line is definitely part of the thing. Twitch went to commercial right when we started talking about the BIC. Twitch has been compromised. Oh no, not like this. And this passage, I don't know how true this is. I suspect that this is not necessarily that true, but I found it interesting. Another subtle difference between Russians and Americans is in our facial expressions. Many Americans smile frequently, or at least they don't frown. When they smile, they show their teeth. Life in America is exceptionally good compared to Russia and most other places in the world. Russians rarely smile, and if they do, they don't show their teeth. Smiling is often associated or is considered a sign of foolishness in Russian culture. And I don't know how true this is, but I do know I've actually cannot recall of a single time, I think, where I've seen Putin smile. And certainly we're not going to have Putin smiling in any of the slides we have here. But I actually don't think I've ever seen Putin smile where he shows his teeth. It's always like more of a smirk. That is kind of a bit of a thing. But there's let's see. The main penetration, though, or the main significance is the United States doesn't engage in these proactive penetrations aiming to compromise specific individuals and this type of thing. And this is something that the Russians actively do because they view themselves as actively being in conflict with the United States right now. And so you have, individuals aiming to either give pro-Russia sentiment or to you're trying to stymie or create people who will operate for you, useful idiots, in kind of two spheres, right? People that will push Russian interests and also people that will just generally destabilize in the West. And the general destabilization is like either poles of the extremes. Hoey did have bad spreadsheets with Cloak 71, but seems to have fallen off the earth. Rough. People talk about what's the EU4 guy? I get related to him sometimes, and like they talk about him like he's dead, and then like he still streams sometimes. She's wrong about Hopkins. We were at war with Hitler then. We needed Uncle Joe. What did she think we should have done with the Soviets during the war? Probably limited scope information feeding. But I also, in the broader context of introducing this book, I did say there are some things I disagreed with. I don't know enough about Hopkins. Yeah. They did definitely cultivate assets, though. That's interesting to hear about. Do you know specifically if Hopkins was intentionally feeding information to the Soviets or just feeding information to the Soviets, without approval or anything like this? Can you put the comment in the video with all the sources you have used in these streams? A comment on this video? A comment. So for this one, here. We have, in the past, used Winter is Coming, and here we're doing Putin's Playbook. And I consider this a less reliable source of information, generally speaking, because I think that it's way more partisan in nature. And if you look at the publisher, it's like a very conservative publisher, and that some of her writing is a little bit disjointed. I think she wrote a book, she couldn't get it published, she went to a different publisher, the publisher wanted her to put in a bunch of conservative talking points, she did it, and then she got it published. I don't see as much how that relates to Hopkins, though. I assume that she knows a lot about the Soviets, though, as well, both growing up there and being an intelligence officer. And so it's her perspectives on that, more so than her politics, I'm concerned with. One song of the Russian rock band is, or punk rock band, is Russia for the Sad People. Never heard anything about Hopkins being a double agent, but U.S. history isn't my forte. Yeah, I mean, like, there's some stuff I'm, like, a little bit more sussy on her, in terms of, like, so she worked for Michael Flynn, for example. Her perspective on Michael Flynn is Michael Flynn didn't do anything wrong. My perspective on Michael Flynn is Michael Flynn was doing some things wrong. So, like, there's, like, certain positions on things that, in my opinion, like, kind of hurt her credibility, but... Mutual foreign investment with Qing. I don't think we want this, because I think they probably build zero construction and they don't have... Yeah. They probably have a really big investment pool, is what I'm getting at. And if their investment pool is bigger than ours, like if they're going to get more buildings than we get, then that's not going to be good for us. And then that. Bro, you just asked. What is this? Thank you. I mean when the stream becomes a VOD. Oh, technically that'll be included on the VOD, but yeah, I'll try and remember. Hopkins was a New Deal Democrat, so it makes sense she'd want to demonize him in the whole New Deal era. Or... Yeah, I mean, I can't comment on, like, the verification as much. I could check the citation that she gives, but that would involve a little bit of unpacking that, like, I don't think would make for good viewing on stream. So I kind of think I can't do it right now. So maybe there is a better example than Hopkins. I do think that cultivating assets is what Russia's absolutely doing, though, even if Hopkins is a poor example. Like, in terms of, I think there are a lot of, at the very least, useful idiots in the United States that are pushing Russian propaganda. And I don't know if I would go so far as to say that they're Russian agents, because another, like, type of agent she talks about, and she talks about, like, these people that come to America from Russia, through, like, generally through intermediaries in other Soviet countries. And they are, like, a sort of sleeper, like, long-term agent, and they just stay for 10, 20, 30 years, and they try... That is how they try and recruit people in this way, is they have someone who's been here 20 years, and they're just, like, doing their thing. Are you sure you would not like some mutual foreign investment? No. Yeah, basically. How are we looking at in terms of economy relative to Russia? Coming up on them. We're making money. We do have laissez-faire, which is a significant one. I think we don't need to track this anymore. Maybe grain's always worth tracking, though, to be honest. Like, if you were going to track one price, grain would maybe be reasonable, but we're already importing a whole bunch. So, yeah, I think we just have to, like, wait for this tech to arrive, basically. But to that end, we're kind of making money here, right? I think we could push some unis to be able to help out with that. And then we do need to find an expansion spot. We haven't gone for New Granada. We haven't gone for Ecuador. Venezuela we could reduce autonomy on and then give them an exemption. Oh, we have to make sure that these guys aren't improving relations with us either. Good, they're not. That's something that's always annoying. Oh, we're allied with GB. Get wrecked, idiots. That's right. It's surely they're not protectorating them anymore, but it does mean we don't have to worry about GB. Too much? And there's gold there now, so that's kind of what we were waiting for a little bit. Let's just make sure in terms of relations that we aren't next to a breakpoint in terms of our relations with them. Yeah, we are not. We don't want to... So we don't want their attitude to change. Their attitude can change when the relations changes in level and goes down to a lower level. So when we go for Conquer State Transvaal, we will get -7 relations with GB. Where's the diplomatic incident? Yeah, so we will get -7 relations with GB, or -8. It's rounding up. Yeah, hopefully we can cut off GB here. We might not be able to. We might have to go for Baganda into this. Pussy Riot's still going strong. They will be performing in Tallinn in July. That's good to hear. Pussy Riot was... I forget how long they were arrested for, but they were arrested kind of frivolously. And this is one of the points against Putin that we haven't really talked about. I can't recite it from memory. But I do recall the, what were they arrested by Russia for? Oh, they were trying to sway... Oh, they're trying to sway us against Russia. Perfect, actually. So... Well, kind of not... Well, kind of perfect and kind of not perfect. I guess the time is now. We're gonna sway probably for Novgorod if we can. Wait, we're still an ally with them. We didn't lose our alliance. No, we didn't. Okay. So we could go for Conquer Novgorod. And then declare for East Karyala. And then release a bunch of stuff. Oh, I needed to not unpause there. Pardon me. Pardon me for my misplay. I don't know why I unpause. I needed to not do that. How did Hopkins respond to Klaus Fuchs leaking nuke tech to Russia? If he's still pro-Soviet after that, I think that's problematic stance for someone of his station. Yeah. I think you are absolutely correct. I don't know the context, though, very well. Why you support Ukraine? Man, no law. Dad's radicalism, hatred. Ukraine at the moment is actually in a civil war. I do not think that. I think Ukraine is currently being invaded. But welcome to the stream. Alright, we don't want regime change in the Baltic governance. What we want is Novgorod. Here. Them being in a civil war, I think implies, or you're saying that, I think implies that you're kind of the opinion that, we'll do this as the other one here. And then we'll try and sway them in onto ours as well. What implies to me that you think that the separatist movement is somehow not part of, you know, Russia's invasion in the Donbass region. Well, that 8 stack's gonna get there in time, so yeah, we'll move this back here. God, we're still on... It would help if we were actually on pro-army, to be honest. That way we could conscript something other than these guys. So we'll change things up a little bit. We'll take a save, I guess, after we started the war, so we're kind of committing here a little bit. Arrested for hooliganism, according to Wikipedia, though I assume that's a translation of a Russian term. That's actually, being a hooligan is one of the things that you can be assassinated for in terms of Russian law. It's like it's a technical term for them. Yeah, hooliganism, you can get executed for that. That'd be a serious offense. Hooliganism. If you look at it from the side of gameplay, it's a pity, no. Pan-Slavic Union, it would be good late game. Wait, what? Brother, are you using Google Translate? Pan-Slavic Union? Oh, you're suggesting that everyone, this is actually one of like Putin's perspective, is that everyone who is Russian ethnically is like part of Russia, even if they're not within the state or citizens of the state. The Donbass is majority Ukrainian, though, or most counties, sections in the Donbass is majority Ukrainian. I'm not 100% sure it's majority Ukrainian. I'm pretty sure it is, but I'd have to double check that one. So I think what we want to do is we want to create an army in here so we can start conscripting up immediately. think we're just going to max this out everywhere, and the idea for us is going to be we'll split stuff off as we need it, but these guys will just fully conscript up. And then we will, on these guys, recruit a bunch of infantry actively in terms of our construction in places where we got a lot of peasants. So Kharkiv, and then we'll do more in here, because I think here we have quite a bit less other stuff, and we're going to need more artillery anyways. And then we might go skirmish first into railways. Russia sides with Egypt. Here, we can't give them a war goal, so we're gonna call ally GB. Although Spain is gonna be a bit of a problem. I think China army actually we maybe need to use for defense. Or we can use this army for defense. I think we prefer the China army being used to defend against landings specifically, because that's how Spain might get in on us. Actually, I think Spain doesn't get in on us because we have a front that way. But we do want to make sure someone's on each front here. I'm gonna head out soon. Thoughts on China ramping up their amphibious naval exercises? I think that they want to invade Taiwan. I think that they're not that interested in armed conflict. I think that they do want to somehow get it in terms of a concession. We're gonna do some of that. Sleepy European, going to bed. Alright, good night, neutral good human. Earlier I saw arguments that Moscow is a rogue principality of the Kievan Rus, and Ukraine, as a successor to the Rus, is the true Russia, not Moscow. I mean, that sounds like an argument kind of built on technicality, even if it were to be, like, correct-ish. Wait, what happened to the army? Oh, we just don't have an army back here? We might need to teleport this army back. I don't know if it gets back in time. We also need to put in other war goals for us. Poland and Belarus are going to be... I think Belarus is the most important. And Finland is also going to be important. Is Pskov... Is this ethnically Belarusian? Oh, it's not. So we're not going to be able to cut them off in one go. So why don't we liberate Poland as well? Well, I can say why, because we want war reparations. Alright, let's get Russian war reps. And then... liberate Poland. Alright, see you, Gene. Have a good one. I haven't seen it in a while, but I'm inclined to agree, if only because it pisses off Russians. I mean, that is one way to approach it, yeah. Oh, we got occupied? No, not like this. Alright. Okay. Not sure if that's sufficient for getting in. And then this is kind of our other place. I'm gonna put these guys on rapid advance, and we're gonna try and land up in the north because they are really bad at defending this. It's a little easier with Finland in it, though. Helps that Circassia is in on the conflict as well. I'm mostly playing a game called Terra Invicta. A lot of people have suggested that to me. And essentially formed a super Europe to fight off the aliens. I mean, we have has Central Europe as formed. Wait, what? Well, you can form Central Europe in Vic 3. That's true. You're really satisfying in Vic 3, give you that. Why is Ukraine, is it really hard to get the GP status kind of really big when the game starts? I don't think it's that hard. Big part of why we're not maintaining it is the minus 20% prestige from running low wages. It's about as accurate as history as Putin's tirade to Tucker. Yeah. Tucker thought he was going to get a good interview, and then he got what he got. It's a shame our guys didn't get there in time. Right, we're going to put these guys on defend front as well. Because they have basically no cannons. Let's actually do this. And something like that. We have like 40 troops in the queue. We're trying to pass pro army. That gives us tooling and I think a different one on, yeah, this. And sulfur. I think that we don't have any sulfur. Tucker Carlson pulled the interview IRL, where he got shot in the chest. Something like that. Alright, so we get the occupation down in the south, and we have a nice kind of balance of power here that's really going to actually be quite good for us. I think that we actually... Can we give these guys a little bit of conscripts? We can give them one. Alright, fair enough. Thank you. We do get a baboop. Hey, Debbie Savage, thank you for the $100 donating to the Ukraine Defense Fund. Oh boy. Big nice. For those of you who don't know, we are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, which is a charity that gives military equipment of non-lethal nature, although it's drones also on here, are not listed on here, but they do contribute that as well. Body armor, helmets, this type of stuff. If you wanted to donate, you would have to go through our Twitch, and in the bottom right there is this donate to charity button here if you are interested. Thank you so very much for the $100 dono. Big nice. Much appreciated. I will be matching the first $872 that we get on stream, which is a little $50 over what I got in revenue on YouTube last month, which is why it's a weird number. Huh. Well, this is unfortunate. 0 org is what we're looking at here. So what we could do to get the org up is make it really bad at fighting. But we could do this. And now, as long as you are max org that you can have, you can do the landing. So we will be able to land instantly. The thing is, we won't be able to push with this army at all. So this is pure distraction. But it'll help to pull these guys off this front. And speaking of distraction, let's do this. And get this guy rolling back here. A chuggin'. Chugga, 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 chugga. And so now, see how it's 29, 30, this type of thing. When they pull off, look how much they're pulling off just to try and break or get to this front. It's way more than 2 battalions. And we'll just repeatedly land like this. Eventually, we do want to do it with a more substantive force. But we're also getting in on Finland and this type of thing. I love a parliamentary republic. Me too. Not sure we want foreign investment rights from them right now. Generally, getting foreign investment rights is good, but... So, the plan here is not to fight. The plan here is to perma-reland them, as of right now. This isn't going to be enough to, like, re-push into them, but... If it occupies, you know, 45, 90 Russian troops, then it'll be substantive. Wow. I don't think we have any on offense. We do. Oh, you know what? This war is actually a horrible idea. UK is going to get enforced out on our war. Well, not on this one. Yeah, GB's making huge progress over here. We really like some of those troops over here instead. Wait, why are you over here? Bro, what the fuck is this? That's why we're getting wrecked. Dude. Oh, and this isn't even where we want it either. Man. Dude, I hate the spaghetti so much. Alright, we have to delete this once it, like, gets big enough. Actually, we can... No, we have to wait until you get this. Dude, why do you teleport this far away? This is why we're getting crushed on this front, because this guy teleported over here. Or decided to move over there when the fronts split. Off of, like, the critical front. Oh, we need to actually have them on advance. Whoops. So obnoxious, man. If they get teleported to the, like, Manchurian one, I'm gonna be really sad. Okay, now the first Ukrainian army has all the troops, and now we can hold here. But unfortunately, our 8 stack of Lancers and Cavalry, or Lancers and Line Infantry, got bricked. So now we're gonna do this. I'm gonna land up here with our bigger stack, and then this 2 stack we will move over here, but not actually utilize them. And merge these guys with our other 2 stack. Have you checked out Better Politics mod recently? Not recently. They've separated HOS from HOG. Head of state versus... I'm not sure exactly what that refers to. These guys finally get resistance. So instead of actually fighting here, we're just going to move to a different front. 19 troops. We'll try to land in the north again. We will keep trying to land in the north specifically. We have to not get occupied. I think we could come here and, yeah, land here. Is there none in the Russia HQ though? Actually, hold up. I think that's none in the Russia HQ. Or it's visually just wrong. It looks like there's none in the Russia HQ though, actually. So we could just go for the capital here with the land. And then use the 4 stack to land East Karyala. Unless they pull off of this here, they immediately make an army and transfer 2 guys. But now the army's in motion. There's no defense here. They keep making a couple guys and then transferring them over. Military assistance suit us just fine. They teleported their army too. You're not LARPing at all. You're not LARPing, generals. Please LARP. There's 0 LARP. Ukraine would have not conquered Transvaal. Bro, I'm not trying to LARP. I'm trying to subjugate Russia. Generals, please, there's 0 LARP and it's hurting me. Also, LARP is live action roleplay, not roleplay. The real LARP would be going to Ukraine. Head of state versus head of government. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, so it looks like we win this battle, and then we're in with our 8 stack. And then half will split. And I think we'll get 3 rapid advancers in each of these. I don't think we need more than 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess there's 4 adjacencies, so I guess 4 will actually give us more battles. Check ideologies. Not LARPing hard enough, he says. What if you dressed up as a Cossack? Would that make it a LARP stream? No, I don't know if you can LARP when playing on a video game, because that's the opposite of live action. Alright, well they instantly come in, so we're just gonna defend. We're gonna defend and look to use landings to acquire more here. So we're trying to push in here. The fronts are still split. This is good for us. The fronts are no longer split, so we gotta switch everyone to defense. This is going to be the most micro-intensive war of the session, probably. Is there someone defending this HQ, or do we just not have... We don't have the org necessary. We're gonna wait the org out. If we can beat them to this front, we can push. I don't think we do. You know what? We're supposed to be using forced march on these boys. So we can try and get there first. Alright, let's try and get this guy off the front, because they're toasted now. And let's get these guys to merge with the other 4 stack. We can't do that real? Alright, we'll try and make another landing on the capital after this. Uh-oh. Not them occupying Kharkiv. It's not what we want to see. Alright, we still see no one defending this HQ, so we can still, looks like, land in here. We see someone else occupying this battle zone. But there is us on the capital. And since we are in, we're going to rapid advance. It's only Ukraine. Journalist, you weren't lying when you gave Connors props the other day when you said you and Tark were helping me out. The guy's bananas at the game. I take back all the nice things I said about you. Oh man, the truth hurts. The truth, it hurts. It's LARP if someone shows up dressed like Putin. If only Ukraine landed St. Petersburg. Yeah, that would help out a lot, actually. They couldn't get the landing in, though. This landing's about to get in, though. I actually don't think that this is even the best landing. I think, since this is a front unifying landing and we would rather get a push than a front unification, I think, like, landing here is even better. That place is a good place to land because, what it does is it, like, lets you push the capital as quickly as possible. The capital's already occupied for us. So, it's not an important thing. Multiculturalism is slavery abolished. Yeah, I mean, the specifically, like, if you want to see really exploit-heavy style, that's, like, what Connor, like, and also specifically, like, kind of absurd run starts. That's, like, what he focuses on, as far as I know. I sat at home, drink water when Ari said no LARP, no. Not like this. Okay, so now we get an advance off up in here. We're still occupying the capital. How close are we? Not that close. But we could be close if... We're going to take a save here, because in case we have to bail out on this war, this will be a bailout point. If we somehow can't re-land them, and they push in Kharkiv, then they will enforce the... war reparations, and so, given that they are willing to accept everything but the Grand Duchy... Oh, but GB is a problem. GBB a problem. GBBB a problem. We're gonna try and move these guys to the front just to detach them from advancing, and then gonna try another landing. Oh, looks like GB's in on Finland. -6 for the enforcement we really care about. How are you engaged in battle still, dog? Dog. How are you engaged in battle? Getting a nice push up here, too. Yeah, things are falling apart for Russia. And they will accept this peace deal. And we still have occupation here. But did everyone get teleported away? We have a landing coming in. What's this? What in the spaghetti? What in the spaghetti is that? I'm working on a hypermax GDP run using Turtle Island micro isolation. Thinking I'm gonna be hitting over 250 billion. That'll be impressive. I have notes for a highest theoretical possible GDP. And in it I thought like 100 GDP is probably the cap, but that'll be interesting. Although, to be fair, like, in my mind, I, like, exclude Turtle Island. I think that that's just, like, kind of not playing the game. And so you have to do, like, EIC instead. Is probably the best. Who's cooler, Putin or Zelensky? Definitely Zelensky. But most of my like theory involves using like an actual reasonable economy instead of the GDP maxing economy, which would probably be like having nothing but steel at the very end and having it subsidized so it actually employs up. And if you could get the entire world's population employed in steel production and then market isolate, you could probably push way higher than 100 billion. I just don't know if that's how possible that is. Because you have to not bankrupt. Oh, you're probably talking... Yeah, okay, I think I know what you're gonna do, the way you're gonna do that. If that's the plan. I won't spoil it. Based on the math, I've got what you want to do is get everyone working in arms industries and get prices to have all industries at minus 75% input and plus 75% for outputs. Yeah, because you market isolate. But the difficult thing is getting to having 3 to 4 billion people all working in the arms industry. That's the ticker. But if you're just going to use the debt deletion mechanic over and over and over, you could do it that way. Or, well, yeah, I said it then. Risk of starvation in Ukraine. Stalin has entered chat. Not like this. But yeah, that would work. Risk of starvation in Ukraine. Not like this. We need a LARP, an RP stream. Victoria 3's art requires LARP. What would be most based is if you subjugated Russia while LARPing Ukraine. We are subjugating Russia. That's what we're doing today. This is the first war we need to do. Or the first two wars that we need to do. We're going to isolate their capital in the next war by taking Pskov and this. It's technically not isolated until we take these two states too, but it's going to be really hard for them to market connect in a substantive or useful way for them. But yeah, I have notes for a GDP maxing in theory video, but I never got around to making it. I did that after the stream when I talked about it a lot, or put together the notes. I don't know. Like if you don't do market isolation, I think the highest possible is probably around 40 or 50 billion or something like that. Oh no. Oh no. I feel like our armies just got super jacked up. Why are our armies all so jacked up and like not what we had before? We took Karyella, but that shouldn't create like a bunch of these. We also have just a ton of generals too. They're just like not attached to the things. It's just like it ruined all of our like conscript army, I guess, and distributed a bunch of across a bunch of different armies. Yeah, because we have a bunch of tiny armies that are like conscripts. Not that one. Yeah, I guess that's what happened. God, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, market isolation is huge. Yeah. Because otherwise you actually have to like run an economy. With that, it's just like mathematics. I'm a little surprised that arms industries has the biggest differential between -75 +75, and it's not steel or engines. I would have thought it would be engines. Alright, let's reassign those guys to those fronts. And then... once this is done, we will use these guys for a landing. Maybe in Ingria. A landing, maybe. This isn't incorporated, so it shouldn't count us down here. Alright, cool. That should be enough to enforce it. Alright. We'll guarantee the independence of Belarus here. Steel is like 1% lower. Steel, practically speaking, will almost certainly be easier than to like set up. But, like, well, it just requires resetting your debt less. I honestly see such a little focus of LARP by Vic3 streamers. Well, there's not much streamers, yeah. And the thing is like, all countries feel the same. It feels really hard to LARP and, like, lean into this stuff. It just, like, all plays the same, and then, like, if you're trying to do something, the same way to do everything is, like, what we've done, which we subjugated all of here. We went after the gold states here. We went after the gold states here. Like, it's just, like, the way to do everything is, like, the same. Hell nah, we're not okay with that. What you talking about? 388 efficiency per 100 workers versus 388.5 versus 385 for steel. Yeah. That sounds about right. Or like, that's funny that it's like it's just, it would be easier to get it on steel. Because are you accounting for getting every single one of these owned, the entirety of the industries owned by getting the throughput from companies? I don't know. Maybe you have a technique that we're unfamiliar with, other than the GDP resetting, or sorry, the infamy or not debt reset. Okay, I think last chapter we did was chapter. Oh, we gotta get to presentation mode here. Let's find a nice pic of Putin. There we go. That's a nice pic of Putin. So, the last one we did was we talked about spies and disruptors. Or infiltrating America, I think. Or cyber weapons. We didn't do cyber weapons, right? No, I think we didn't talk about spies yet. So we are reading excerpts from a book on Putin's methodology, which was written by a U.S. intelligence agent who was specialized in specifically Russian stuff. We're not overwhelmingly confident in terms of the information, because I think that there's some other problems with some information she's given, but I also think that it's difficult to necessarily find the right things. Now, we have read this chapter already. So 155 is... Alright, so this is going to be the last section we read from this book, or we read excerpts from this book. And the title of this chapter is... This one we might have the most excerpts from. Active measures: subversion, election sabotage, and assassinations. which are the primary methodology upon which Putin is effectively conducting a non-hot war in the United States. Here we have a quote from Vladislav Surkov. Politicians from foreign lands blame Russia for intervening in elections and referendums of all kinds across the world. In reality, things are even more serious. Russia has interfered with their minds and don't even know what to do with their new consciousness. The interference with the mind being, there are three types of offensive or active measures, which she gives the Russian name for it, which we can't really pronounce that well. Aktivnye Mariopri Poyataya, or active measures in Russia. And there's typically an offensive nature. These counterintelligence operations include deception, disinformation, forgeries, blackmail via compromising information, compromat, provocation, provocatisia, or intimidation, and even assassinations. And this is the methodology or the tool case in here. And kind of later on through here, the following are some examples of active measures operations these KGB operatives stationed in the United States ran. So this is in the 1980s with the Soviets. Influence of the U.S. government policy by creating large, vocal, influential body of public opinion that had been formed by Soviet disinformation. Influence U.S. religious leaders and groups to oppose U.S. military spending for new weapon systems. Creation of anti-nuclear coalitions and encouragement of bilateral peace programs, like the City Sisters program. And then she throws Bernie under the bus a little bit with this one. Like, such as the one Vermont Senator and presidential candidate Bernie Sanders was participating in when he was mayor of Burlington. Her lean is definitely conservative in nature. And we are covering this because we are raising money for Ukraine. Influence of the U.S. world opinion against President Ronald Reagan's SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative. Division of the United States and NATO using disagreements over SDI. And here she goes and talking about President Reagan being the target, and then after that, Putin's Russia continues to target the American religious community by promulgating the narrative that Russia is a bulwark of conservative and traditional values that is mounting a defensive effort to combat decadent Western liberal values, or liberal Western values. And so this is a continuing and ongoing thing. And there's a metaphor that gets used to describe exactly the metaphor, or exactly in which, or to provide some symbolism for how they're doing it. Here is how former CIA Director James Jesus Angleton, famously known for his paranoia over U.S. government being penetrated and deceived by Soviet intelligence, described the theory of perfect deception with the cornerstone of Russian active measure tradecraft, which is rooted in the idea of reflexive control. Reflexive control is the idea that you are finding out what makes your opponent tick, and then you are engaging in them with disinformation and various kinds in ways that is supposed to lead them in a particular way, but utilizing what their current perspective is to lead them. So instead of trying to make well, one of the ways is, instead of trying to make Republicans Democrats or Democrats Republican, you push both towards the polls and make them both more extreme. So you're not your propaganda arm is going to be different depending on who you are gearing towards. Where if you're gearing towards Democrats, you do there was a propagation of a bunch of BLM stuff by Putin during this time period, and simultaneously defend the blue line stuff. And the division and discord is the idea. But here is the idea, the description of the ideal deception. Imagine a wife attempting to deceive her husband, who has bribed his psychiatrist into telling her how her husband interpreted all the lies and misleading clues she furnished him. Based on the husband's reaction, she would tailor her lies, elaborating on some, changing others, and ceasing some. Through trial and error, eventually wife and psychiatrist would feed her husband with a story that perfectly aligns with his beliefs. The idea is that you're feeding them a piece of propaganda that is ideal for penetration because it already comports to their confirmation bias and is one at which they are wanting to accept. Russia works to, in a later passage, Russia works to weaken America systematically over time by forcing it, through constant active measure operations, to do battle with itself. This is the type of Sun Tzu-style strategic judo that appeals to Putin, an old intelligence operative and avid judo practitioner. She talks about Sun Tzu like kind of an oddly high amount. Conflict is the nature of the state of things, and peace per se doesn't exist, according to the Russian worldview. This presupposition of conflict has been formed throughout centuries of strife, instability, and repression, beginning with Tsarist Russia, continuing with bloody revolutions of 1905 and 1917, through Stalin's Red Terror purges, kind of, etc. on that one. But in terms of like thinking through their European history, they had all the steppe tribes and this type of stuff. But kind of describing the Soviet long-range ideological subversion strategy. He described the 4 phases of the Soviet long-range ideological subversion strategy in his 46-page manifesto, Love Letter to America. The first phase of subversion is called demoralization. It takes 15 to 20 years. The idea is to influence young people's mentality in order to make them question existing capitalist values and embrace new socialist ideas. This was back when they specifically were pushing America, or this was the USSR plan, but it still kind of applies in terms of its structure. The Soviet propagandists and their agents of influence appealed to the young people's sense of self-preservation. Would you rather live in a cruel, polluted, profit-oriented capitalist society, or in a scientifically planned, with rational, pollution-free, kind society with a redistribution of wealth? With a just redistribution of wealth. The second phase, termed destabilization, was to take 2 to 5 years and focus on transitioning every aspect of American society, the economy, foreign relations, defense industry, according to the new socialist principles. This would be marked by massive expansion of the government. And then the fourth and final phase was normalization and would last indefinitely. Let's continue on. I think we have a couple more dog ears. I suppose we could save this for next check-in. Yeah, we have plenty more. So we're gonna talk more about, because this is the one where we have the most kind of things to talk about. But the reason why we are talking about all this is because we are still raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund. So coming into the browser here, the Ukraine Defense Fund is giving money, the Ukraine Defense Fund is providing military equipment for people fighting in Ukraine. We have, and it's military equipment that excludes lethal aid, because charities aren't allowed to provide that. But if you were interested in donating, we have the link down below, which links to our Twitch. We are doing it through the Twitch. And so if you come to our Twitch page, we're currently live, so we appear to be live, and in the bottom right corner, there's the donate button. I will be matching the first $872.25 that we raise here today. So let's continue on and to kind of catch up with chat a little bit, although you guys haven't chat much through that kind of one. You can still become #1 GP by 1 billion GDP while not conquering OP states in Asia and Africa as Ukraine. Yes, definitely can. It's if we are trying to, in under 12 hours, while taking 10-minute breaks every hour to talk about... did we get enforced on? Wait, what? Hold the phone. We're gonna load up and see what happened there. Did we get enforced on? Man... Because they had humiliate Ukraine, right? So we can't get enforced below 0 unless they occupy us. I don't think they occupied. We're gonna load back here, in case it was like a legitimate one. Yeah, how do we get enforced below 0 here? They have humiliated Ukraine. I'm confused. Wait, I'm actually so confused. How did we lose this? Obviously, we stopped to have that, like, little bit of an interlude, right? But... was it this? Egalitarianism is going to be really good because we'll be able to go crop tax. Wait, how did we lose here, dogs? I'm so confused. Be Russia, create the decadent West rhetoric, sell your war crime loving trad Christian government as the solution, basically. And this is the problem, is that, like, it's easy to just because of the way people view countries and prototypes, it's easy to have a prototypical understanding of your country, you project that onto the other country, and then you just kind of think as Russia as just a more conservative USA, and then you just kind of forget about all the like oppression, because it is a more conservative, well, it's more conservative than the USA. It's not a more conservative USA. Let's bring this guy over here. We don't want these small stacks that are trying to push on these fronts, because the pushing will actually hurt us. Oh, is this how we got occupied? Dog. Someone got pieced out that was holding this occupation? Bro. That's absolutely how that happened. Man. The front system is actually just so tedious. Like, in terms of, like, how you need to actually execute. Yeah, that's absolutely how we lost. I was so confused, because we weren't looking right at it. I wonder if Harold Holt was an example of such active measures. I think that was part of the idea. That was like... So one of the problems is there's a lag in intelligence, right? When someone's actively doing something, to some extent you have to look at what they've done before and project on what you think they're doing now, because you don't necessarily know what they're doing now. This type of thing. We're going to resolve this war and then order our food. Yeah, now we're in trouble here, though. I think we're just gonna get this guy merged somewhere. Didn't we max this out before? I thought we maxed this out. We had our conscripts maxed out, but the spaghetti that happened when the war got resolved is, like, undone it. To be fair, like, we are fighting two wars simultaneously with one person, and so the system wasn't designed to, like, handle that properly. So maybe we just need to, like, be a little bit more forgiving, so... How do they enforce? Bro, what is that? They didn't occupy us. How'd they tick us below 0? They have humiliation on us. How are they ticking us below 0? I don't understand, actually. What food are you getting? Borscht. Bro, we have a muffin right now, though. We do have a muffin right now. I'm so confused, though. I mean, it's not the end of the world if we don't get that war. I just don't understand what I'm missing. They didn't get the occupation yet. Why do we have minus 80 war support? Why are we ticking? Why are we ticking when they have humiliate, when they don't control any of our territory that's incorporated? This is kind of a frustrating bug. I don't know why we're getting ticked out of this war. We're not supposed to get humiliated unless they control something of ours that's incorporated. They don't control anything that's incorporated. Why are they ticking us out of this war? I mean, there's not anything I can do. I mean, I think it's a bug. So I guess I could swap sides and capitulate, but... I mean, I understand that I can't get... Am I mistaken? Humiliate War Goal requires that you control... You control an incorporated state, no? The war support system doesn't make any sense? I mean, I'm incorporating this, but it's not incorporated yet. I don't know. I think this is a bug. Because they shouldn't be able to enforce on us. And I think we're enforcing on them pretty shortly either way. Or if... Unless I'm missing something, that war goal is just bugged. Right? Run bricked? The run's not bricked. Did they capture Crimea? Oh my god. They have Crimea, but there's no front. Or no, they just have Crimea, not like this. They do have Crimea. Okay. Okay, then in that case, we're gonna load back as far as we can and try and make sure. They must have captured it when our when our army got yeeted all the way to the other side of the Europe. The run's not bricked, but that's fair. They do have Crimea. Crimea is incorporated. Oh, we don't even have a good save. Not like this. Bro. This hurts so bad. Alright, we're gonna load the earliest save. We're gonna try and reland Crimea. Just like, if there's a state that's like more ironic for... There's not... Yeah, that is just the most ironic state that we can lose the war over. I just don't have eyes. Thank you, chat. I just don't have eyes. Alright, how close are we to getting ticked out? We're at 56. I think that means we have to teleport the Navy. Okay, the third Ukrainian fleet. That's this one. Perfect. It went on to the right one. What happened to the guy that we pulled off here? Oh, we're not gonna have... Oh, we do have enough org. Okay. 13 days. This should work. Okay. And then these guys will instead land Ingria with an 8 stack. Perfect. I think this works. Russian generals taking notes. Yeah, talking about the accurate LARP here. They took Crimea. And we didn't notice the capture of Crimea. It actually is the perfect LARP. Oh no, they're actually gonna defend it? Okay, they're not. Cool. Let's land this while we're at it and brick this front. Because they are quite a bit stronger there than us. Do have a landing attempt coming in here. Okay, I understand now. Does your war support decaying include percent occupied? It includes percent occupied and also casualties and like mobilization relative. But now, because they don't control the capital state or the war goal, they can't tick us down. Like, the tick below 0 mechanic is actually just, like, such a frustrating mechanic at so many points in time. Slash, like, there are absolutely some things you shouldn't be able to do. Like, just draw out a war forever. Yeah, now the landing gets in, and then we enforce. And then we order our borscht. Although they are pushing us. See a little bit of occupation. This is cause for concern. We don't need this to enforce. Whatever landing we were doing over here. God, visually kind of hard to see. But we absolutely need to not get wrecked over here. So I think we'll just try and land Rostov, because if we land Rostov, that will eliminate the threat of this being partially occupied. Or that will no longer be relevant. These guys should advance pretty quick. Just need to not lose the Donbass, not like this. There we go. So landing there bricks all of the things there. Get ham, onions, and mushrooms on your borscht. We might do that. I think I want to show you guys a video while we're doing that. I don't have something lined up, though. Oh, we absolutely want plus relations with Persia. There's one more tick and we got it, baby. Okay, there we go. Much better. Now we only need to take this state and we will semi-isolate them. It also makes it a lot easier for us to push the capital here. Well, easier and harder. I'm not sure if we want to incorporate this, because this allows them to get our, like, pretty easy war goals on us. We could do the trains guy while I order. I'd want to do something related to the stream. Maybe we can find a Putin video? Something like that. Oh, where's my wallet? Oh, shoot. Maybe we won't do borscht today. 'Cause I don't know exactly where my wallet is. I don't want to necessarily go digging around for it. Can we afford to give up that legitimacy? Kind of. Japanese uprising. What have you done, GB? What have you... Oh, it's just a treaty port. That's kind of fine. What have you done? Circassia's British subject. Rough. I'm not sure that's how they wrote that one up. We can just go this into general staff now. We also have a ton of infamy already kind of cooked up here. So that is going to work for us. Where is my wallet? We do have the muffin still. Everyone loves a good muffin. Blueberry. Delicious. We can probably let it run while we look for our wallet, to be honest. Because the queue is automated to some extent. And, fell out of my pocket. What's this? Bro, they're never gonna get enough progress to get recognition anyway. I think after this, we can maybe push this a little bit. This is on auto expand, is it not? It's not, okay. Oh, we can't do this right now. We can't do this yet. Abort, abort, abort. We have no infrastructure there. Well, we're working on railways now. We'll have it soon. I think we just let the autocube kind of pick it up. Let's just, in places where we have a lot of peasants, if it's incorporated and it has infrastructure, which those are a few ifs, we're gonna add some stuff. This is also incorporated too, which is nice. So now they're eligible for mass migrations. And we're getting a mass migration here, which is very nice as well. Was Prussia taking off of Russia? This is probably really bad for Russia. Oh, they got involved in the Baltics governance? Painful for them. Or was that just a separate war? No. Reactionary Baltics revolt here was joined. Yeah, most of the strategy here for being able to subjugate Russia as quickly as possible is revolving around this kind of arc that we're building to surround their market capital so that the rest of their country loses market access. And that's why we're doing what we're doing right now. But now, this is already giving some tension here. For them. Let's look at the market access. This is what we're trying to do to everywhere. So even though this place, I think this place has a port. This place might not have a port yet. This place has a port. No market access. Russia's can't even build that many ports, so they're very dependent on their ability to do stuff overland. And Russia's the absolute best at maintaining a market in terms of overland. But here it doesn't matter. And the idea is we deny them the overland if we take this away. And then their market will be completely isolated. Yeah. They're getting 0% market access on these places, despite having some amount of convoys, so I think that all we have to do is we need to take this from them. We might release Poland. It might not be necessary to release Poland. We might try and release something that's a little bit more interior, like in the Urals. Or Central Asia. But I think we're well on our way here. We'll do some of this, which is going to allow us to do some more of this. The AI doesn't change the market capital? No, they just, like, suffer. The AI... I don't think the AI has any metric that lets them use the move capital decision. So... yeah, I think they just don't care. That is not something they evaluate at all, as far as we're concerned, or as far as we know. Okay, we're gonna keep it running on a lower speed, and we're gonna order our pizza. I mean, borscht. Definitely borscht. Definitely not pizza. But for now, it's going to be mainly about how long until we get the truce up with Russia. And then let's make sure we're not doxing our address. Super paranoid about that stuff. Yeah, if I dox my address while doing one of these anti-Putin streams, and then I fall out a window, I swear I was of sound mind and didn't mean to fall out that window. Let's just try and be a little bit quick about ordering. I say let's be quick, and then I'm immediately conflicted about what to get. The truth hurts. what flavor borscht to get. Someone get the trash. Ooh, what's this? They become the Order of Rift Valley. And we get Kenya. So they completely lose internal access. I think that's good for us. Especially because we can still colonize up here. I think that's good for us. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure they're just going to lose everything in some stupid colonial war, and we get to colonize anyways. Oh, they have no access to the sea, so could they actually just not progress? They actually just can't progress. Get wrecked, idiot. By get wrecked, idiot, I mean you played yourself. I think this is good. We could do a little bit bigger tip, actually. Let's double check that it is delivery. It is. Okay, sorry everyone. Make sure it's not delivery this time? Yeah, basically. Thank you, Fusion. That one was a little bit big sad for us. Little big sad. The sad big little. Yeah, we are really running out of infrastructure here. I think at this point we want to try and see if we can get the Intelligentsia in Gov. I think we can't, yeah. Do we actually have enough approval on them to just go off of it anyways? Enact wealth voting. Landowners go to 0. Landed voting might be okay enough. You got the autocue spamming gold. Hell yeah, brother. That's the gold in the newly incorporated states. I do believe... does the autocue... I'm not sure if the autocue has a preference for gold. But, how much is this? Yeah, we're really running out of space. Remember EU4 having this has to be connected to the capital nonsense? It was removed like 10 years ago. Paradox has the tech, they could do better. But the EU4 team, I think, is significantly bigger than the Vic3 team. I think that's like a non-zero factor. King looks like a character from an Assassin's Creed game. He do be looking pretty big. We don't care about banning slavery in Oyo. Yeah, we actually just have a super monopoly here on colonization. Now that, like, Rift Valley is bricked. We can't colonize it, but we could colonize this way and go around. Okay. We don't want to ruin our relationship with these guys, but it is what it is. Oh, what the hell? Haiti. How you get so thick? Actually, though. I've never seen Haiti do anything ever in a game. I mean, I assume this was some kind of rev that got sided, or separatist movement that got sided with by someone else. But that's a bit of an interesting one. We didn't reset production methods. I guess if landed voting kind of stalls out. Just kidding. If landed voting kind of stalls out, which is looking like it will actually, I wonder, did we have more support? Did we just roll a negative event? We might have just rolled a negative event. We have to make sure that Gaza actually has a port. It often doesn't at game start, and okay, it does. France unfortunately went antagonistic. We were thinking what war goal we can ask for. Liberate Dutch East Indies isn't terrible. They implode after the liberation. That would be a decent thing for us to target and pick up. Oh, we should have gone for war reps. What are we thinking? No, this is fine. This is fine. Landing them is, like, possible. I feel like our units got spaghettied again when we finished the last war. That's some military there. And then we will... I mean, everything's kind of going along swimmingly here. I keep on pausing because I feel like there's something we need to do, but we just need to make progress. Oh, it's actually just 4%. Let's cancel. Actually, what do we need in? The PB would be fine enough. Can we put in the PB? We can put in the PB. Yeah, that's how we'll get there on this. The PV is going to come in. We're going to do the things. Let's put all the frigates in here. And have these guys land in the Netherlands with these guys. They're only defending with a 10 stack. We want to enforce on the Netherlands, so... Well, that's the one party we need to enforce on other than Oyo. And then we probably just don't try and fight France. And just capitulate out of the war afterwards. In terms of our overall plan. Let's put this over here. So 37 stack Navy. These guys should recover it up pretty quick. It's not going to be max, or it's not going to be 100%, because they have 15 of this and 20 of this. Well, we will get there soon. I missed a bit. What type of borscht did you get? It hasn't arrived yet. We got pepperoni and sausage, and then meatball and bacon, and then a cheese bread. Which will be what we eat the next day or so. Or couple days. Making money at an okay clip. I don't think we want to add construction. Well, let's add construction behind the railroads. Because we definitely want construction. We just want more here. In Kharkiv and Kiev. Giles, you said Terra Invicta has been recommended to you early. It's been recommended a lot. But I think you need to invest decent time off stream unrecorded before it makes sense to do so. Yeah, so here's the... It takes a long time to learn a game to the point where anyone's, like, interested in you, like, watching it, I feel like. Or, like, I would have zero chance of getting Terra Invicta people to watch. So it would just be getting Victoria 3 people to watch me playing Terra Invicta. You know what I mean? Unless the game is brand new, then nobody knows what they're talking about, and so you can still do okay. Wait, there's food? Wait, there's more. Buy now to avoid future regret. I actually have seen that in a commercial where they literally go buy now to avoid future regret, and it's like, brother, the capitalism, like the transparent, like, FOMO, like, marketing is just, like, disgusting. Do we still want to be running excess authority for enactment speed? I guess. Are we winning this? Yeah, we are. I'm not sure if we can occupy the Netherlands in time. This is kind of my only concern here. The big idea being France will almost certainly move troops over. Looks like GB is trying to land France, though, so maybe they won't. Whoops. Let's do that. Maybe it is worth going colonization earlier just to get this cut off. If, like, GB ever is willing to trade with you for, like, the way what happened now, That's actually worth quite a bit in the long run. I guess it's in the long run. We had a really, quite a lot of extra time before. Actually, they're giving us a stall chance, aren't they? Yeah, let's do this. Oh, just kidding. Are they more unhappy out of Gov? Is that it? Yeah, they're more unhappy out of Gov. It gives the stall chance either way. I enjoy watching, I often enjoy watching new players figure out a game I know. I mean, when I try and play new games on stream, because people always want me to try something or try XYZ thing, I generally get very, very few views. Or if I make videos for games I haven't really played much before, I generally don't do very well. But Terra Invicta's been out over a year. Oh wow, you're still streaming? The game plan is we stream until we subjugate Russia. This is the plan. We're raising money for Ukraine. For those of you who have just gotten to the stream or just arriving, we are... That's not the one. We are raising money for... Not Project Hope. That's what we raised last time. Now we're raising for the Ukrainian Defense Fund, which supplies military equipment to Ukraine in terms of the... I believe it's the international army that this goes to specifically. If you're interested, you could come onto our Twitch our Twitch. The link is down below, and we could donate in here, like so. Wonder why that gave us a different UI. We do get our land again. And our push. And what we're concerned about is France. Yeah, I mean, we haven't had the arguing like we had last stream. Maybe they just decided to leave us alone. I'm just double checking the button I clicked that opened up the new UI did not dox my personal information. Otherwise I would have to end the stream and delete the VOD. But that was not the case. I think we're okay taking him. I think you should stream regularly. I make way less money on the streams. And I prefer streaming. I'm still also at the point where, like financially I need to make more money or switch to doing something else. Like, what I'm doing right now isn't sustainable. So, by making videos, I get closer to a sustainable kind of point. Considering buying this game, I'm completely new to Paradox games, but I want to get into it. Is this game good start or complex? I would say it's too complex. I would say of the Paradox games, the easiest one to enter in on is probably Crusader Kings. In terms of the grand strategy map Paradox games, which I assume is what you're referring to. Can't really call yourself a streamer if you do it once a week. I mean, I would call myself a YouTuber over a streamer, yeah. It's like from a... Like, if someone doesn't subscribe or whatever, if I don't get any donations or subscriptions in terms of like a stream session, from what I get on the ad revenue, it's like $2 or something, or $1. So, do you get sponsorship? No, I don't. I would have to start making videos much differently to try and attract sponsors. The way I make videos isn't very good for sponsorship, which is more of a volume approach. Sponsors aren't interested in that type of thing. Sponsors care about average views a lot, and so if I don't have high average views, they will generally be disinterested. How it will be sustainable if you keep donating your income, though? Because I have money saved up for a car, and what I'm really doing is I'm donating that. I'm just gating that threshold based on how much I earn, so it's like, it's a little bit like I'm bleeding out less from like money I've saved up, and I'm just like staying more even. Yeah, I was saving up to buy a car, and now I'm probably just giving half that to Ukraine over the course of the next few months, I think. But if I'm less successful at raising money, then I won't be giving as much, I guess. Which maybe it should be the inverse. Maybe I should pick up the slack. The idea is if I agree to match donations, the idea is to increase donations, but I don't know. I think I feel a moral obligation to do something, and if I'm not gonna go like fight in Ukraine, then mainly because I would not be a good soldier. I don't think they would have me. The requirements on joining the international fighting force are more strict than I think I would fulfill, or that I would fulfill. Like, I haven't served in law enforcement or whatever. I'm not good with firearms, this type of thing. But I consider it like a moral issue, so like I don't know, less of a choice, really. We are burning down some of this. If you do other Paradox games, do you think you'll get views? I'll get some views. A decent amount of Victoria 3 players are also EU4 players or CK players or HOE players, so in terms of crossing over to other games, other Paradox games I will get the most views with. Why don't we just capitulate out? Like, France is never getting landed here. Yeah. We're gonna start getting crimped on convoys here. I think this is all port connections, yeah. Oh, freight, please. To be fair, we can... this should not be allowed to build ports, but it can. And if we get Peskov in here... let's request investment rights as well, and guarantee Belarus's independence. We want to pull them into our block, and so that'll be easier if we do all that. I think Vic 3 might be one of the less popular popular titles from Paradox. Yeah, but I'm regarded as like a good Vic 3 player. I'm not regarded as good as any other Paradox games. I will still get more views playing Vic 3 than I would if I were to like play EU4. I mean, I'll definitely play EU5, but that's like... you know, not out. And I could play more CK, but I'm like more analytics, so playing the RP one doesn't make sense, so that would leave Hoi. But I kind of hate military. Like, I really just want an economics, like, paradox-oriented game. And Vic 3 is supposed to be that, but, like, honestly, you focus on the military so much in Vic 3. In terms of your attentional load, if your attention is a pie, like, a very large portion of that pie is spent on military, you know? So... New trade agreement with Great Britain still. I think batching the donations is the way to go. You can always donate more without disclosing if you feel you have to, but I think publicly coming out and immediately donating willy-nilly might negatively impact the effectiveness of the fundraiser. Yeah, that's probably right. Just in terms of them getting the money. I don't know. I like the world where I can have my own opinions, I can voice them vocally, and I'm allowed to do what I want to do. I think that world order is not only is that threatened, I also think like what's going on in Ukraine is like atrocious from like a human rights perspective. So and that if we return to a spheres of influence type of world where the United States is invading Canada, any children I have, and humanity will be less safe. You know, significantly less safe. And I also think that, that's someone else's problem to deal with is just, like, a very poor way of looking at it. Also, like, yeah, if you can do something, I think, like, to some extent, you're, like, morally obligated to do something, and trying to raise money on stream is something I can do. U5 with the Vic 3 timeline mod will be the way to go. Poggers. Maybe go full throttle when EU5 comes out. Yeah, I'm kind of... Civ 7's a bit of a dry run with that. Because I, like, almost entirely, like, semi-pivoted to Civ 7. That is very much me seeing kind of what that looks like. From the perspective of, I'm probably going to take a crack at that when EU5 comes out. But... being the Vic 3 YouTuber versus EU4 versus a EU4 CK3 YouTuber, basically. Pretty sure I'm not even pulling in the most Vic 3 views well, I'm definitely not right now because I'm just making Civ videos. I honestly, like, haven't been, like, full on in Vic 3 in a long time. It's just been kind of relatively slow releases. I'm also, like, I really love the game, but, like, every run feels really, really similar. And so it feels like I'm doing the same thing over and over again. It's a little bit uninteresting. I mean, to be fair, conquering, subjugating Russia as Ukraine over and over and over again is also, like, repetitive, but I think I'm super okay with it if I can raise money for Ukraine. U5 still some time off, I think. Yeah, but we're just talking in the abstract. Yeah, I mean, I might have to just switch to doing something else before then. Become a personal trainer or something. Yikes. Yikes. 12 months left. Till we can deck on Russia again. Oh. We don't even have the institution, so that actually makes like 0 sense. We still don't have schools. I guess we are maxed out on our thing, colonial office. I regret that like immediately after clicking it. That's probably not the play actually. Pro-country lobby, hell yeah, brother. We're just gonna like ride Great Britain to victory here. They have 109 battalions. Have you tried Star Dynasties? It's grand strategy in space, made by not made by Paradox. I have not tried it. I've not even seen it. Maybe look at Kiko's formables for inspiration and video goals. The mod has a ton on formable nations. I mean, I generally prefer playing like overhaul mods, but like we've been playing a lot of modded. Like, most of our Vic 3 hours in recent times have been modded and spent, like, kind of figuring out the mod or exploring the mod. I hate that these don't start out subsidized anymore. They used to. I don't know who was like, let's make it so that everything is subsidized because everything should be, or sorry, nothing is subsidized because, that's a problem. But, just like as a new player, this would be so frustrating if I didn't understand this. I understand this and it is, like, it's frustrating. Like, we see how we can get infrastructure, right? Is through the railway. And then we build this and then it doesn't employ up and it doesn't do anything because they're so ridiculously unprofitable. That auto expand's not gonna work. Wait, what? I thought this place had a port. Oh my god, I'm stupid. That's real dumb of me. We'll do some of that to fill out our queue. I just don't think quality assurance is Paradox's strong suit. I feel like that was in response to something, but I'm not sure what that was. Are we remotely close to a bankroll? We kind of are. I don't think we can get too much from ideological or military power, though, that we don't already have. Content to just let Germany form here. We also would be kind of locked in on a war that is going to overlap with when we can start going. Yeah, some Paradox games are actively hostile to new players. I've complained about this tooltip so many times to developers, but I hate this tooltip so much. Maybe they changed it. Innovation cap is just 100% not the language to use because it deceives players about, like, it's actually just a soft cap, not a hard cap. And, like, this is something that would take, like, 2 minutes to change, because it's literally just the language of the thing. The language of this tooltip is so bad. because innovation, for those of you who don't know, which is like, this is the, in terms of things that Victory players don't know, that like, even though they have a lot of hours, this is the biggest one, is 20% of whatever however much you go over the cap, 20% of that will go and be added to your tech spread in each category, meaning that it is a total of 60% valuable. Anything you're going over the cap on, the innovation cap on. And so the language of cap implies that everything else is just lost, and it's like, oh, well, I don't want to do that. And it's like, nope, you do. You do want to do that. The state is lacking infrastructure, railways should be profitable. Same goes for electricity. Yeah, in my opinion, freight should be a good, and railroads should create freight, and that should make it so that if a place lacks like ability to transport goods, it should always be really profitable. Yeah, it should just absolutely always be super profitable anytime that comes up. We're not going to incorporate this until after the war, because if war reps gets put on us, we don't want to add an additional effective front, basically. 60 conscripts. Railways both need subsidizing but aren't subsidized because there's an expense spiral that traps the AI in particular, then railways should be reworked a bit. I think the AI subsidizes them, like, correctly. Or the conditions or auto-expand AI decisions around it altered. Yeah. Didn't PDX sack their entire internal QA team a couple years ago? I mean, it seems like they kind of have content creators do QA effectively. I mean, they play the game themselves, but like... The construction queue bug was in the game for like such a long period of time. It was in the game for like 5 months, and it was actually one of the most annoying bugs in the game. And like, I think the way that they play the game is like much different than like average or whatever. Alright. Oh, we definitely should have expended some amount of infamy, but... Oh, this is Spaghetti Central. This is an ugly, ugly thing. So we just need to take Ingria. Alright, the borscht is here. Give me a moment. You have 24 infamy, the perfect number. That's right, baby. Whew. Check the financial districts and the clerk's wages. Yeah. Depends on the one. This is even worse than the other game we were looking at, though. Here, maybe we find a video on Putin for while we eat. But, yeah, this is... an obscene level of wealth, or average wage. And what it is that the mechanism by which they decide wages is partially informed by if the building's profitable. And these almost always have profitable positions. So if we take a look at, here. If we look at the very most high SOL pops in the game, we'll see that, hey, like, most of these guys are capitalists and aristocrats. And then we'll see shopkeepers, and these shopkeepers will be working in financial districts. And that makes sense, because shopkeepers, they're part of the ownership class, right? We see some of these. But in the middle of this, we're starting to see, hey, clerks. There are clerks that have more money than there are capitalists. And there's not just a small amount of clerks. There's quite a few clerks. Although eventually, like, it switches into being clerks and, what is it, the clergymen, which clergymen get ownership, so that's kind of fine. But the amount that they get paid is just, like, the wages, like, death spiral up in financial sectors and specifically. And I think it's because there's no downward pressure as a result of negative balance. Or that the balance between this and, like, how much they need in order to pay out their dividends rate, whatever it is, like, the mechanism by which they use to control wages is just, like, goes super out of control in these buildings specifically. Yeah. Just hurting reinvestment? Yeah, it does. Also, do you think it's wage spiraling? I mean, the phenomena looks a lot like or I think that the phenomena is similar to wage spiraling. Talked about this in the Discord a little bit. If you guys are interested, the Discord link is down below. But, what was going on is that, there's mechanisms by which wages decrease. As far as I know, those mechanisms require the balance to be negative. Wages will never decrease as long as balance is positive. This is how it's been in the past when monitoring wages was really important and you could death spiral off of wages. You can't, for most of the economy, you can't death spiral off of wages. But what it seems to be the case is, because these will always be wildly profitable, whenever there's a pressure that causes wages to go up, they'll go up. And they never readjust downwards. And so clerk wages just get squeezed up and up and up, and specifically company buildings, like clerks, just get paid an absolute insane amount of money, and they never get downward pressured. When in reality, like, dog, okay, if you have a clerk hired in the new Ukraine Limited Company, and you're paying them 48 ducats, right? And then you take a look at the urban center, and there's clerks that are getting paid 9 ducats. There's no shot as a capitalist, you're not like, oh, I'll just hire the 9 ducats guy. So, but they're paying them like 4x what they should be getting paid. 4x is an enormous thing also, because clerks, I think, are a 1.5x wage multiplier. If a clerk is getting 4x wages, that's more than a 4x multiplier. That's more than the, like, highest wage multiplier in the academics of 4. So, like, in terms of how much they, in practice, end up getting paid out. Let's watch an old Christopher Hitchens video.
It strikes me looking out at you now that a lot of you are terrible.
On Vladimir Putin. I'm a fan of Christopher Hitchens. I have seen this video before, but it's been forever. And I'm just aware of its existence, and so I do like going back and seeing who actually predicted the thing particularly well. Oh, I got I got disoriented for a second because it was a stream on the stream. But we're gonna watch this because I'm gonna eat, and I'm gonna try and.
And it strikes me looking out at you now that a lot of you are terrifyingly young, and may not even remember what it was like to live in the last months of 1989, or not remember it very clearly. But for those of us of my age,
even more relevant.
Quite a lot younger. The sense of human emancipation that occurred with the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the implosion of the ossified form of Russo-communism that had been imposed on Eastern and Baltic Europe, and some of Balkan Europe. That sense is something I can still very vividly call to mind. I was in Romania at the time it actually happened, watching the overthrow of the Ceausescu regime, which was perhaps the most brutal and corrupt, as well as the one that was most centered on a cult of personality. And it wasn't just that it was extraordinary to see
urban centers
so
sit
millions of people
empty
in so
because they're
many
not profitable.
Countries and societies, simply by folding their arms and adopting an attitude of defiance, revolutionizing and changing their system. It wasn't that it was so moving to see that. It was the realization that the Cold War was over in the other way too. That it was quite likely now that we would not have to think every day of the possibility of a mistake or a crime or a blunder leading to what was euphemistically called in my hometown of Washington, D.C., a nuclear exchange. Imagine thinking of a thermonuclear holocaust as an exchange, but that was the way we tried to make the thought go away. It was an extraordinary period. And in those days, some of you will remember, and you can look it up, there was talk of a peace dividend, of the possibility of transferring the enormous resources that we've been putting into warfare into peaceful projects and into doing something about the real victims of the Cold War, who were the inhabitants of the countries we used to call the Third World. That there would be possibly a new internationalism, a new comity internationally, a new renunciation of force, some spare money, and a common feeling that the values of pluralism and democracy were worth having for their own sake, and had, so to speak, proved their worth in ideological combat against both fascism and Stalinism. It was a blissful time to be around, I tell you. That's November the 9th, call it. That's the day the Berlin Wall fell. Ceausescu fell actually not till Christmas Day, or Christmas Eve in Bucharest. So that's the end of 1989. The 2nd of August, 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. Actually, it's not really strictly true to say that he invaded Kuwait, he annexed Kuwait. He announced that Kuwait was part of Iraq. He did something that had never been tried before, abolished the existence of a member state of the United Nations, a fellow Muslim state, and member of the Arab League. Quite an extraordinary thing to have done. And around that time, Slobodan Milosevic tried to impose the idea of a national socialist Greater Serbia on his neighbors in first Slovenia, then Croatia, then most heinously in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and then in Kosovo. And suddenly it hit me. I shouldn't have been part of this naive chorus about the end of history and the peace dividend. I had some reservations about it, which I published, but I had shared in the general optimism. Of course we were not yet out from under the rule or the danger that is posed by
Sorry. This is, I forgot to unmute. This is something, just to talk about the clerks, because you guys are talking about it, this is something that EU5 is going to do differently, and I kind of like, not just because the perspective of, it being a performance saver, which is the main perspective, but also avoiding situations like this. Like, the clerks should not be getting paid way more in the urban center here, right? Because you just would hire urban center clerks if you're, like, the capitalist or whatever. And what EU5 is going to do is, instead of clerks per building, there's just a pool of clerks for the entire for the entire state. So it's more like this, where there's just this amount of clerks and they all get paid the same amount. I don't think they have variable wages either in EU5. And what this critically does allow, in terms of mechanics here, that Victoria 3 is doing differently, specifically when you have ownership that is, cooperative ownership, where the owners own the building, separating them all makes a big difference. But I actually think that, like, this is an example of separating them, leading to bad simulation outcomes, because the clerks here just get paid way too much, or way more than they should. But yeah, we'll go back to the Hitchens video here.
Psychopathic dictatorship. So I had to spend a lot of time, first in northern Iraq, in Kurdistan, and then in Sarajevo and Mostar, witness.
For a little bit of context, this video is pretty old at this point in time, so this is much closer to the Iraq War than today, and secondarily, Christopher Hitchens specifically opposed the first war in Iraq, and he supported the second war in Iraq, which is a very odd position, especially for one where he would consider himself a leftist.
Missing what happens when dictators are allowed to get their way. And the shameful thought that one had about it was that in both cases, the cases of Saddam Hussein and Slobodan Milosevic, they had been allowed to get away with the impression that they were thought of by Western democratic societies as allies, even sometimes as clients, or if one couldn't go quite that far, as necessary partners for negotiation. And in fact, Milosevic, I remember being called by the Clinton administration a partner in peace. And I began to evolve the following view of it. Coexistence with psychopathic dictatorships is in fact not possible. And that is a good thing, probably, because nor is it desirable. 2 or 3 years after Milosevic had been called a partner in peace at Dayton, one of his other conditions, as well as not being arrested, was that the name Kosovo not be mentioned in any of the conversations, that the subject not be brought up. That was acceded to as well by an administration so eager to declare a peaceful victory. In all the years that were spent in trying to contain, or even to coerce, or to civilize or domesticate this man had been wasted. They had in fact all been exploited by him to advance his program of his mad idea of a greater Serbia. And the same had been true every time people had ever tried to make nice with Saddam Hussein. It seemed that his appetite for power only grew with the eating.
A week ago, Russia proceeded with its agreement with Iran to provide them with enriched uranium. They're also supplying mid-range missiles to Syria. And this is all following a brief meeting with the president about 2 weeks ago in Europe. There's criticism on both sides of the aisle that the president blinked during this meeting. And I was hoping to gauge your thought and opinion on where is the U.S. relation, where are the U.S. relations heading with Russia, particularly with respect to the Middle East, and what are we essentially looking at? Are we again looking at a stare down with Russia, or do you hope that the situation will come around because the sentiment is for democracy is too great?
The stupidest thing that I think that George Bush has ever said, some might laugh at this point and say, how long are you going to go on before you pick one? But actually, I think he said many quite shrewd things, including about the axis of evil. After all, think what we've been talking about just now. Who says he wasn't right to say that was an axis of evil? Nobody says that now. Everything we find out about those countries is much worse than what we thought, for most people to find out anyway. However, I should say the stupidest thing the president said was as soon as he saw that Vladimir Putin was wearing a crucifix around his neck, he knew he was a man who could be trusted. I have garlic under this, in case you're wondering. And he looked him in the eye and he knew he was a great man. And I mean, I thought, oh God. So that really is what you get if you're faith-based. You get a KGB weasel as your partner. And it's too late to say that you think he's no good after you've endorsed him in that manner. Now, since that time, Mr. Putin intervene outrageously in the attempt of the people of Ukraine to make a self-determined government of their own. I do not believe, I say it flatly, I do not believe anyone in the Ukrainian KGB would have dared to try to poison the opposition leader if they thought the Russians didn't know or might disapprove. It is not possible in that milieu for the approval of Putin, at least negatively, not to have been sought. And I think that question should be asked much more aggressively than it has been. Mr. Putin's policy of unilateralism in respect of Iraq at the United Nations, putting Russian interest, or the interest actually of a clan of former Soviet mobsters who are owed a lot of money by Saddam's regime and who were trading on the oil for food program, which is largely run through Russia, was scandalous. That's unilateralism at the UN, not what the United States was doing, which was trying to get the existing resolutions enforced. And yes, now Syria and now Iran. And they're very unhelpful about North Korea too, and dragging their feet on an agreement we've had for a long time. I'm sorry I keep saying we. I was in America this morning and I'll be there again tomorrow. You'll pardon that. To build down the existing nuclear stocks, a lot of which are still targeted and still in the silos. That should have been done years ago, and it hasn't been. And this is to say nothing about how he doesn't let the Russians interfere in their own internal affairs, which he does not. I mean, he's quite clearly embarked on a course of one man and one party rule for his own country. So this is extremely dangerous.
So that is Hitchens on Vladimir Putin, which this was published 7 years ago. He gave this speech in 2005, which is, telling, where he's saying this is 16 years ago, before Putin had done a whole bunch, before he'd invaded Georgia, and so that's pretty significant. Thank you for the $5. It's not you, it's me. Just wanted to say thank you for all your tutorials. You're very welcome. All the work you put into so many great long-form guides and tier lists got me back to Fake 3. You rock. Thank you so very much. Welcome back. It's not you, it's me. I think we'll get back in the game. We'll still be eating some of our borscht, but it is what it is. But, yeah. Hitchens on the money with that one. But here, now we're about as strong as Russia, just kind of solo bolo. We're gonna have to protect Kharkiv. They'd be happy with humiliation, that's good for us. So we'll go sway with humiliate. And now, of course, they are very concerned. And I think that we're going to not release Poland, but instead release something more in Central Asia. Like, look to release Kazakhstan and Ural. These are all going to be cut off anyways. Actually, like, everywhere is going to be cut off. So maybe releasing Poland's kind of okay. We could also try and take stuff at the top northernmost portion, or release stuff at the top northernmost portion. Ural's got the most valuable states though, so let's look to release that. And I guess Poland and war reps. And I think we make the Poland primary and this primary. I think this is our war. Well, thank you so very much again. It's not you, it's me. We are well on our way to finishing or subjugating Russia at this point. Starting to get a little bit better at it with each kind of test. But I do always like looking back and seeing what people said. Like thinking on the Hitchens video we just played. Because the level of engagement with Russia did not make Russia less belligerent or less of a bad actor. It just made them more of it. And so, kind of demonstrably not effective. Let's take a look at our trade routes. I think we have, like, imports on steel and iron or this type of thing, and we want to kind of get rid of those as the time passes, and probably start to export wood and iron, which we've not been doing. Yeah, there we go. There's our money. Let's export that. Let's export wood. And that should be much, much, much better for us. Yeah, the price of iron, very low right now. And as it comes up, it'll make all these industries more profitable. We have companies which make the equilibrium price for iron relatively low. But that also just gives us more opportunity to export it. And so that really works well for us. Hey, Popolop, thank you for the $12 donating to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Let's go. The money goes to give them military equipment that is non-lethal in nature. If you are interested in donating, we have it going through the Twitch link down below. You go to Twitch, we are raising money through Twitch. Thank you so very much, and welcome back. You must be back home now. We did get our borscht. But this war looks like it's gonna be a little bit of an easy roll. I think we'll just play the very straightforward, land the cap, and see how they defend against this. Which I think is going to be not particularly well. For those of you who've just arrived, the strategy here is to isolate Russia's market. Once Russia's market's isolated, they should become a minor power relatively quick. And with them as a minor power, we can subjugate them and look towards annexing them. Taking a look down here, we can see the market access, right? We can see that they actually do have market access in here. And so what we're trying to do is, by grabbing this, we deny all the market access to the capital that is overland. So they have to do 100% through convoy, which they have nowhere near enough convoys to support. So this will make their entire thing deteriorate. In theory, it should just arbitrage off the furthest areas, but I don't think that's how it works. It's like an all-or-nothing ratio. If you have a convoy deficit, it wrecks every place. So here we have that at 79, 79 over here. It doesn't matter that one place is closer than the other. It's irrelevant. So, yeah, happy to contribute, Chief. Almost read Chef. We cooking, though. Yeah, and, this war is basically over here. We have positive values on all fronts and are just pushing, so this should just be incredibly straightforward. GB is pushing Spain over here, too. Spain's in pain. Pain's in Spain. Big true. True if big. And then, yeah, I mean, there's not too much to commentate over this. We're just in really good shape for this. No crazy adjustments, this type of stuff. We do want to make sure that we can eventually reduce autonomy on some of these guys. So we do want to make sure our relations are good. This will also increase the amount of mandate we generate. So let's try and get that up a little bit. Currently, we're being held by Bolivia and Muhamara. Or Muhamara, yep. So we're gonna look to improve relations with them. Borscht stream when. If people actually like wanted me to do like mukbang streams, that's definitely something I can do. I could eat a whole lot in one sitting. And you guys could watch me stare into the abyss. Cause like, if you've ever done an eating challenge, you like hit a special kind of wall where you just experience like a type of discomfort that's like so difficult to articulate. Think we're okay going mech workshops? I feel like we need something. What do we need that I feel like I'm missing? I don't understand. I feel like I'm missing something in terms of tech. Like, really missing it. I mean, we kind of would like this, but it's not going to do anything in the short term. I think it's just mech workshops and the feeling of I'm making a mistake, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Did you know that the military salute probably mostly originated from knights meeting each other and raising their visors? I have heard about that. I think that's a sweet anecdote. Lord, I despise mukbang. The chewing is like nails on the blackboard. Yeah, we're trying to be better about muting the stream. I think we go just generic tools here. It's pretty straightforward. And Kharkiv gives up 3 levels. So we want to get that to 10 as quickly as possible, so we'll do that. If you stare into the borscht also stares into you. Exactly. I actually have recorded on my phone a 2-hour eating session where I ate like I think I ate 2 extra large pizzas in one sitting. And I was gonna edit it down and make it into a video, but I just go on this weird philosophical tangent for like 30 minutes as I just like suffer into the abyss. And I never ended up uploading it. It's still on my phone. I could still upload it. It's like, I think it's over a year old now at this point. A year and a half, even. But it's just me, like, full, like at the beginning, like, one thing that's really amusing to do on, like, eating challenge videos is to look at people at the beginning of the video and then look at them at the end of the video. And, like, the end of the video, they are absolutely struggling. Like 100% of the time, unless the challenge is really easy. Good example is like Eric the Electric, I think, is the name of the eating challenge guy. Like, at the beginning, he's like so excited to be there. He's like, oh, yes, boom. Oh! And then by the end, he's like... And that's like... You just watch the descent into, like, the strangest sort of suffering. Thanks. Nah, dog. We ain't about that. But I will try and mute when I'm chewing. We haven't shown the last of the borscht. But it's just a very simple borscht. A pepperoni and sausage borscht. For those of you who don't know, the joke is whenever we order pizza, we just call it the type of food of the place we're playing. Spain's out. Some of these GBs coming over here. Yeah, I think that Russia doesn't even have skirmish here. So you'll get to see, like, here's the critical situation here for Russia, as it were. There we go. Russian market. Oh, it looks like it's all still marketed up. Russian market. But boom. But pepperoni is sausage? True. It's just a different type of spicy sausage. We're coming up on our Putin dragging in a few minutes. God, I hate this flag so bad. Not because I hate liberty, just because I think that flag is real ugly. But let's take a look at... They will very much decay down to major. Oh, this isn't going to be anywhere near enough to reduce them to minor, though, I don't think. Let's find a major power. They have to get them under 114. So we still got work to do, even though we, like, isolated the market. Well, we could try and figure out our way, draw a path to the Urals here. But maybe Russia also just collapses under separatist movements or something like this, because it has no market access. How's that Russian GDP line? I think it needs a little bit more time in the oven. Because you need some time for the shortages to set in everywhere and give negative throughput. They might decay to minor if they go bankrupt. Ah, right you are. Right you are. What is this? Persia, what are you doing? Stop it, Steppe Persia. No. Persia's our subject, so we just absolutely don't want Persia having an offensive war against Russia. Russia's gonna ask for so much. Not like this. Landed voting's good. Except we will be hyper illegitimate. We'll just do that to be over the mark. Just kidding. We'll see how this election picks up. Well, luckily they'll just be paying war reps only. That's something, I guess. The Mac land is getting colonized. With a desire to make sure that Great Britain doesn't get a foothold here, we are going to colonize it ourselves as well. My grandparents often make a local dish consisting of meatballs contained in boiled potato dough called palt. That sounds interesting. Let's show the class. This is palt, everyone. Sausage in a potato dough. More impressive in 6 months, yeah. Persia's just helping us get unstuck from the washing machine. Exactly. Exactly. Their prestige here might actually be low enough. I like forgot to include that it's going to keep dropping from lack of market access, decreasing their GDP. Like, it's minus 185 right now, but it's gonna get worse. Indian modernist revolt, yikes. Oh, looks like they're stabilizing. Holy hell. Damn, we have more work than I thought left in front of us. I think we can 1v1 Russia at this point, though. Conservative Party's gonna win. That's fine. My relatives often try to see who can eat the most. However, they get a lot more filling the longer they remain in the stomach. So by the end, more often than not, someone will enter Palt coma. That sounds about right. The food baby Palt coma. How close are we to getting Belarus into... Let's request investment rights from Poland here. What are the odds here, Belarus? 85? I like those odds. I think that said they joined. Yeah. We don't have market unification, so we don't have it through here because they're not a subject yet. We can get the Industrialists in. I think that we want to specifically go prop tax here. I know that's going to be pretty nice for us. We're going to turn on, just to keep things like smoothly and going, because we're not like min-maxing here. I'm going to turn on auto expand in both coal and iron. Coal, iron, and fish. Because we categorically are super down with all these auto-expanding. In theory, well, in theory, we actually want our company to build these things, but I don't think our queue is going to stay building constantly. If we do that, maybe we could adjust our strategy. It's a very oblique kind of thing, and I haven't done like a kind of analysis because the exact method by which the AI is using is not transparent. But maybe we just push ourselves with our construction, because the idea here is that there's a construction bonus of 74%. Maybe we push consumer goods and specifically let these take care of themselves, or we push tools and stuff like this, and we let these take care of themselves. So maybe we do that. Britain, what are you doing? Not like this. So this is a weird, cheeky type of cheese. If you let the separatist movement pop, or the separatist movement does pop, it stops being a treaty port, which means if you incorporate it, then you can get return state CB on that. This should be incorporated, right? Maybe not? Maybe I'm confused. The idea is if you get a separatist movement at some point, you can do the things. And Shuria wouldn't be terrible for us to go after. We still have 12 infamy, though. We can go after any conquer state, or almost any. Beijing, I don't think we're going to get acceptance in time. It's not going to be relevant. We could go GXC for the most pop possible. Could just go for war reparations. If we wanted to go for war reparations, we should deck our own war and then invite GB. After I watched Uzbek Pilaf video, I've been wanting to go to Central Asia. In the current climate, I would not want to go to Central Asia. But I do like some pilaf. Maybe we're just overthinking what we do here. A lot of these things are good. Like, Release Manchuria is good, and so is, the other thing. I think we have good relations with them, actually. It's super good. Yeah, plus 100. So we actually can't possibly... We can't declare our own war against them. We could get war reps from them from this war, though. You guys also willing to give us this. Oh, not even that. The worst one. I think we actually are just supposed to sit tight here. Because we have a trade agreement with Qing. That's pretty solid. I guess the war reps are kind of okay. And there's a good chance GB or Qing just backs down to this. It is a nasty one because we actually have to win the war, but I don't think we're rivaling Spain. That kind of is annoying. We'll have that 15 stack, stay back. Take Port Arthur. Russia used it before the Russia-Japanese War. Poland is doing pretty nice. Sorry I don't have my glasses. What's the year? 1866, but can you really read chat better than this? Does he have multiculturalism? I do not. I do not. Let's get up to level 2 on that. Oh, now that our war with Russia's over, let's also incorporate these. Because we'll be in good shape for that. We're going to build up to 30 universities because that's the current EOS cap. So we were checking to see where we were looking at the tech in terms of EOS cap. Going for that mandate's kind of in for a penny, in for a pound. We'll get the infamy reduction anyways, but we probably shouldn't have gone it to begin with. There we go. We'll complete the philosophy department. So we'll get the university throughput right as we're putting on some more. How do you hold Chinese territory? What do you mean? Like, not getting it to rev against us? Or how did we capture it in the first place? We have a movement for a Hakka national movement that has been more upset, so it's been taking charge, but the group's pretty marginal in terms of its power. As we put in other systems that effectively will start giving them... Like, monarchy autocracy is a little bit resistant, because they don't have a lot of power. It's not that resistant, though. We will help them versus Kabul. We will be useful to our subject. Not like this. Not like this, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to... I'm trying to... If I'm chewing, I'm trying to keep it muted. Because you guys don't like the sound of chewing. I apologize. I forgot what we were saying. You're muted, gang. Not like this. But with the universal suffrage versus the other thing, what was it? It also matters where you build military. If you build a bunch of military in places that can rev easy, it's going to make them rev easier. Because a big proportion of rev strength is due to military. So that's also going to drive it. But we're talking about can't get migration, because we're on tenant farmers. So there's no cultural community for Han anywhere else, which is a little bit obnoxious. Elected bureaucrats could be kind of nice right now. What are we looking at in our institutions? Not very much. We could just try and rip off the band-aid and go total separation or something. I think that, yeah, we would have to tolerate a rev. To be fair, GB would help us if we rev. So it's really not that dangerous. I think we do something like this, though. Just weaken the landowners a little bit more. Maybe you should try NVIDIA Broadcast. It filters out background noises. I have a list of things I want to do. That's definitely something I want to get done at some point. What do they have war goals on us? Return Fujian. So as long as doesn't matter if we get occupied, just as long as it's not in Fujian. Extra migration attraction is not going to help out. I think that was in Borneo. Because the event was rubber right before it, so it usually means it's the same place. Borneo has sufficiently low arable land that I don't think we're going to get much migration from them anyways if we added a little bit of migration. Or the extra migration. Playing UK right now and I can't get the monarchy with a revolution. You can't get out of monarchy with a revolution. Yeah, that you could be... If you're trying to do the abdication type of way of doing it. Hey, retired devil! Thank you for the $25 donated to the Ukraine Defense Fund. We are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund. They provide military equipment aid for Ukraine, or soldiers fighting in Ukraine on behalf of the Ukrainians. The link is in our Twitch. If you go on the Twitch in the bottom right corner, right underneath where the camera is, so down there, you have to invert it, there will be a link where you can go to donate if you're interested in giving. Thank you so very much. My earlier hate chewing comments were meant generally. I haven't encountered any instances of you chewing egregiously. No, it wasn't an adjustment to you. It's like, you could hear me chewing when I'm chewing. When I'm eating, I generally lose viewers. But I'm also hungry, man, so... I don't know. It do be like that. I'm also talking less when I'm eating. That's like one of the reasons I played the Hitchens video, because I was like pure eating there. And so that was a way we could cover some Putin stuff. And take a little bit of a look. Or I could cover some Putin stuff effectively. I use NVIDIA Broadcast? Yeah, we probably have to. It also lets you donate with the sub button, which is nice. Oh, interesting. Without a revolution. Got it. Eat the viewers. Yeah. Eat them. Slava Ukraini, indeed. Man's gotta eat. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Except we eat a lot, so, like... To be fair, we don't need to eat a lot. That's a dastardly choice. Let's check in on Russia. How are you doing? You've deleted down some military. Okay. They're up to 200. We have to get them below 121. One of the effective ways of doing this is going to be finding places that actually have a lot of barracks and taking those out or releasing them. So, for example, Rostov would be useful for us to get. Chile, we could reduce autonomy on, and then exempt them from service. Hello, my big bald beauty babe general. Hey, Gold Turtle, how's it going? How you be? Trying to see. I don't think anyone donated anonymously. So I said I was gonna match. So right now that's looking like 80, 100, 200, 212, 237. I will be matching the first 800 $872.25, which is what I made on YouTube last month in terms of donations. Yeah, it's gonna be very nice when we get these unis in. We're gonna get to start popping off a little bit in terms of attack. I just realized something, Connor. With your GDP plan, I don't. You don't have to tell me, but I don't know how it is you're planning on getting minus 75 price on everything, because market isolation will make everything super expensive in terms of local. It's just everything being super expensive gives you better things, but I don't know how you're getting a minus 75 price on everything. Am I just misremembering? Wait, what the hell? Why are we at war still? Dog, why'd our military get teleported away? Did we not get the war reps from them? This is a scam. What the hell? What the actual hell is going on here? These guys got yeeted or were unassigned? And we don't have war reps? Oh, they want white peace? What? I've never seen that happen before. That was so weird. We get the war reps now, but GB enforced the war reps. It's based on states, so I just need to isolate a state which has production of those. Oh, you're right. You're right. Wait. No, because when you isolate the market, everything's price goes to plus 75 in the market. Because it's gonna be pushed to plus 75, I think, man. Everything goes up. That's why you make more money. But when everything's plus 75, you get more yields. Unless I'm missing something. She's probably going to cheer you on, Slava Ukrainia. Thank you so very much. Ukrainian Canada goes hard? Don't you mean proper Ukrainian dirt? It's based only on the 9 isolated states? Are you sure? That's so silly if that's the way it works. But you need to have an absolutely insane amount of production there then, no? Chandler versus Connor. Tarkus is trying to he's trying to start some shit. As he always does. Classic. My brain, I've completely forgotten where the thing is. Right. But like one action you like never use ever. Pivotal for the highest GDP possible. Oh, you're right. That's super cute. I'll do it. I thought it pushed up everything. I mean, you don't care if it pushes up everything because it still boosts your GDP even if it pushes up everything. Well, I mean, you care, but like, it still achieves like a 2.5x effect, like even if it pushes up everything. Yeah. I'm what I call a shit distributor. Yeah, no, classic Tarkus. Kind of starting to, just trying to cause drama. You never try and like start shit between the content creators that like deserve it though, do you? Hey Extreme, it's been a while. How's it going? Journalist once again proven to be a fraud by Connor. Not like this. Not like this. When will it end? America seems quiet this game. They gave us military assistance earlier. That was pretty pog. I love it when America gives Ukraine military assistance. Too bad they don't do it for very long. Yeah, we're just gonna kick all the construction of the front of the queue. The ones who deserve would actually make drama is the problem. Tarkus starts shit but doesn't want to have to finish it. Doesn't want to have to deal with it. Yeah. Born to shit, forced to wipe. The truth hurts. Quiet IRL, not much happening here. That's good. If I make drama between cool people, no real drama happens and I can enjoy the harmless fun. Before Tarkus tries to get me and Connor to have a boxing match. Not like this. We must have just finished those if they're not selling off. We're kind of in the, like, the wall in terms of the economy. Chum uploaded a video that's in version 1.7 today. Holy... what? Has he just been editing it for that long? He must have started editing it, didn't finish editing it, and just like actually hasn't played since 1.7 or since 1.8 dropped. Does that make sense from a timeline perspective? Or like, is there a reason to go back to 1.7 to play? I liked 1.7's metagame more. I enjoyed it more. I really liked the bankroll meta. I mean, it was really stupid, but I liked it. Ride the red wave. Red is liberal in Canada. Carney seems better than Poliver. Yeah, the Poliver was just so close, right? He was just absolutely crushing, and then Trump started tariffing Canada. You should take Greenland. Maybe. We're still kind of making money, but yeah, it is kind of bad. You're not supposed to make money, that's not allowed. Oh, we have a lot of that there. I guess we can just make a bunch more motor industries because we're actually running a shortage right now as well at the back of the queue. And then Orania, probably worth taking by now. Yeah, I mean the war reps are super useful here. In terms of what we're getting off of Qing. 36k off of Qing is so much. Parties without even so much as a whiff of Trump-esque populism just died in Canada, yeah. Like, even from like a strategic perspective, the thing to do, if you were going to try and take over Canada, is do it after the election. Terrible. Liberals became so confident that they'd win the election, they chose to hold it ASAP instead of waiting for September, so we're doing April instead. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that was allowed. Oh, there's just a necessary election, but the people in power can have a sooner election? That seems like a scam. We'll just do this so they stall out the front. For, like, the little bit of time necessary. I think Trudeau had a tough run. I don't totally support him, but COVID housing crisis is tough. Yeah, the COVID just in general, like, super dicked every politician that was in power at the time of COVID. I think that's one of the driving reasons between the super right-wing populism just being popular everywhere. I also think, as we've been discussing over the course of the stream, that a lot of it has to do with, like, Russian interference. And to the extent that you don't like that occurring, or not just far right movements too, but far left movements also get promoted. I'd wager that Maxime Bernier is still more of a Trump of Canada than PP, is relatively chill, but he's tied to the populist wave and Canadians hate it now. Yeah. Canadians going hard in the paint too. On the... Not on the tariffs, what is it? Well, I mean the counter tariffs. But on the boycotting American goods. And I think that's going to happen in Europe too. Like, such a rough time to be producing things in America, especially if your name is Elon Musk. Talk about sync at a brand. What's nuts about, like, here, let's, like, maybe show a little bit what's nuts about, well, we can just explain it. So, there's a P&E ratio, so that's, like, price to earnings. And having a really high P to E ratio means that your stock is effectively overly expensive relative to the financials of the company, because the price of the stock as a proportion of the earnings is just too high. Like, Tesla, relative to like other car makers in the industry, has like a price to earnings ratio of like 20x what like the next biggest price to earnings ratio of American car makers is, which implies that Tesla is as much as 20x overweighted. This is before they like dropped half their size. Like this was at like the peak when they were at like 440 or whatever it was. I forget the price that Tesla was at, but at its peak it was like 20x the next one or something. And just completely not sustainable. That just means that the brand has to be so good that it's valued at 20x like the next one. And if your brand is actively bad, your price to earnings ratio should actually be lower, right? So it just like really doesn't make sense to think of Tesla as being that price. If Tesla were to be priced according to like how much money it makes, the stock price would be like 10% of what it is now. Haven't bought anything American in a month. Canadian stuff is kind of more expensive than American stuff, so I can see why. Tariffs are scary. Yeah, but if the tariffs actually go through, Canadian stuff will be cheaper. Or is it like more than 25% more expensive? Because right now we're playing patty cake with the tariffs and we're not actually turning them on, except for steel and what was the other one? Aluminum? We could go to legal guardianship to make people happy. Workforce ratio is a really good modifier, though. I'm not sure we like that. We could maybe tax the rich a bit more. Now that we're on prop tax. Let's maybe do that. It's purely a hype-based stock. Yeah, now the hype's like negative. Like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen because a lot of people are trying to push up the value of the stock too. So there's like hype in both directions. But like in terms of investing in it just for its earnings potential, it's like it's an idiotic stock to buy. You have to be investing in it because you expect other people will invest into it because they like the brand. So you're betting on other people's hype, which can happen. Like everyone could just get super hyped on Tesla some more, and then Tesla like goes up and up and up, right? But it's not going up because the company's producing good cars and selling a lot of them. It's for other reasons. So. Nine months left. Yeah, the argument I've heard from Tesla fanboys. What was the argument? Not like this. Scroll. We need weekly generalist MP games. It was hard to get enough people to come in, but and also I was getting less viewers. But I was thinking of doing casual games. I don't know if I want to do a sweat game. I was also thinking of doing competitive in flights. Because a lot of people I was getting a lot of negative feedback from people who were playing the games that they like didn't like the vibe, and then I was just like, and I think that's part of why I had a hard time. So if, it could be that we could do something like trying to get everyone in a power block and giving them a certain amount of time to try and maximize GDP and comparing it to other people week over week. But that's less exciting, because from a viewer perspective, everyone likes the wars. I feel like. Argument I've heard from Tesla fanboys is that it shouldn't be priced at a car company, but as an energy one because of battery storage and solar. But I don't buy that myself. Its P to E ratio for as an energy company would also be obscene too. Like 20 times is just an enormous, like, it's more than a magnitude of difference. Like the ratio is just completely inappropriate. You have to think that they're going to acquire an enormous market share that they don't currently already have, and that's just like insane, I think. In the case of Tesla. There are tortilla chips that are made in a province that I've been getting instead of American ones, and they're like, I want to say 30% more expensive. So kind of the same. Yeah, then I would definitely... Well, I mean, if I was Canadian, I'd be inclined to buy, just buy Canadian. So we still gotta release a bunch of stuff from them to weaken them. I'm not sure, I think we want to move towards Ural. I don't know, I guess we're going after Rostov here. In this next war that we fight against them in. Catching up on streaming, whoops, there may be 4 minutes out of context. Oh baby. Trudeau imposed 100% tariffs on Chinese EV to appease Trump, then China doesn't sell EV in Canada when China doesn't sell an EV in Canada. That is cute. We'll tariff them 1,000%. It's like Trump saying he's gonna put more sanctions on Russia to be tough on Russia, and like the amount of trade that goes between like the U.S. and Russia is like functionally zero right now. Now China imposed canola tariff on U.S. Yeah, I mean the Chinese tariffs are gonna hurt too. Please, if you do MP games, don't do the 3v3v3. Just do regular MP games. Co-op MP. MP games, but it's just generalist hot seating between every country in the game, every in-game day. Not like this. That would be terrible. Playing with myself on stream. Actually, you've convinced me. This is the way. Let's actually color code this correctly, huh? It's already a forced march, perfect. The thing that Tesla has that no other manufacturers do is that there's a distinct chance that Musk convinces Trump to deploy billions of taxpayer dollars to enrich Tesla. Don't you mean billions more? Tesla's already the beneficiary of a bunch of billions of taxpayer dollars, but yeah, that is a thing. I guess you're betting on that type of thing. PN is insane no matter what they do. You would have to dominate EV. It's not just you would have to dominate. You would have to expect that their growth rate is going to look insane. That's the only way that having a really bad PEA ratio like that makes sense. They just have to be like in a growth position. And like, I don't think Tesla's market share of total cars bought is going up really. I mean, it's not right now. Definitely not in Germany. We got 4 months on a truce. I worked for both Ford and Tesla. Tesla is a cult-based internally as well. A lot of stocks are held by employees due to stock-based incentives. Your signing bonus, and almost everyone is enrolled in the employee stock purchase program, which drastically drives up stock prices. Yeah, because they can't sell for an extended period of time, right? They're guaranteed to buy orders on every payroll cycle. The stock's still massively overvalued. I mean, if you... It's not the case that you necessarily should sell, but you're banking that like people are going to be morons, basically. Which, admittedly, they often are. I mean, this is why you can make money in crypto, is because people are idiots. Yeah, hell yeah, we'll do a trade agreement with Poland. Wait, what? What is this? Oh, they want to have some block as Poland? Okay. Tesla's worth, I think, the next 5 to 7 automakers combined. Yeah, at one point it was 80% of, like, the entire industry in terms of stock value was Tesla. And it's like, dude, there's no way. I mean, also, but the thing is like, the value of the things are whatever people think they are. And, like, that's just how the system works, but it's, like, it's also just real stupid. I think we're gonna get textile mills everywhere. And put them all on auto-expansion. And this will help to keep the queue a little bit, better. We're also gonna auto-expand out all the tooling workshops, I think. Yeah, tools are never horrible, so I think this is probably fine. Like, if you're short on labor, if you have a ton of labor, like, tools will, like, kind of contextually, like, always be somewhat reasonable. And if they're not, they'll downsize. There we go, problem solved. Oh, we have a tool company, though. God damn it, dude. So there's, like, if you want to get the construction going from the other things. We want the auto queue to take care of it because it constructs it super efficiently. I mean, we could put an auto on all of the furniture manufacturers as well. The market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent, as an old saying goes. Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing. There's a time when I wanted to be a finance pro. That's long past, though. People in finance don't produce value, really, right? I mean, to the extent that you can help people to invest more intelligently, you can produce value, but for the most part, you're in finance, you're not producing value yourself. You're just winning bets against other people that they know what the value of something is. And I decided I didn't want to do that for a living. And I have forgotten most of what I know. So I would not be the person to go to for advice. Friendly Computer, thank you for the 450. Donated to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Big nice. We are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. If you are on YouTube, you can click the link down below to go to our Twitch. We are raising it through our Twitch if you are interested. Pretty sure these won't employ up, but we'll just throw that in there. Keep the queue busy. $12 days left. I never wanted to be the one and ended up as one, so it goes both ways. Oof. Senior finance guy with a big public US company. Yeah. To the extent that what I said was insulting to you, I apologize. That's still why I don't want to do it, though. Zack Attack, thank you for the resub. Big nice. Hey man, how you doing? Good, good. How are you doing? Oh! Our resub thing worked. Our resub notification worked. Yes! I think it worked. We've been trying to get that thing to work for forever. Big nice. I wanted to sound genuine when things started getting weird, but I held thinking that they were going to do some crazy illegal stuff and skyrocket the price. Instead, they just did illegal stuff. Yeah, I know someone that sold, like, their entire portfolio in January. Warren Buffett sold off a huge proportion of his portfolio, which should absolutely give you the heebie-jeebies. Like, he's basically saying, yeah, America's cooked. Like, sell. That is terrifying. Looks like Spain's no longer in it. But I think we go for this. And And now we have all these weird ass like spots that we have to like cover. Just how many fronts can you have? And the answer is yes. To be fair, we've border gored up super hard, but like also, like, it's like times like this when I get frustrated with this game. We have 7 fronts here. Generals give me financial advice now. Sell everything. I'm a fan of your videos and a fan of Ukraine, so it seemed like a good cause. I wish I could give more. I appreciate however much you can give. I really wish, like, I could see how much, well, I think it would be a gross violation of privacy, but I wish I could show proportionate, appreciation that is proportionate to however proportionate it is to what people can give relative to what they can give. And there's a lot of proportionates and relatives in that sentence, so just forget about it. Spend less than what you earn, invest the difference, done, yeah. Are we craning? We are winning, yeah. Welcome back to the stream. Borders look insane. The borders are insane, so I kind of get it. The borders are so that we can isolate the Russian market here. Which is not even fully isolated, so maybe we should have gone the other path. I'm trying to get to the Urals, though. That's where the juicy stuff is at. Regime change Russia. Do we want to give GB 30 infamy? Kinda, dog. Oh wait, we need to add war goals now before they get swayed in. I think we just need to primary some of these, actually. Slash, where are you getting your convoys from, my guy? There? Arc. I think we can lib instead. I think we just primary each of these and then let our thing go through for GB so that we're guaranteed this. And now just notice we did that before they swayed in. That way it still sways them, even though we proposed it before, and so we get to effectively overspend on the amount. Not insulting at all, I'm a pro-finance worker and a card-carrying socialist, so I hate most finance bros. Yeah, there's a similar thing with sales. Sales, in theory, you provide expertise that helps the person get what they are shopping for, but you're not actually making anything. To some extent, React content, in the sense that it's not transformative, I think is like similar. A credit card carrying socialist. Ayo. Someone read the book on how power is actually acquired. Alright, so we're just gonna... This front's not important because no one's on it. So we're just gonna try and juggle stuff. Still going? Yep. Our goal is to subjugate Russia. So we're probably gonna keep going until we do that. I think we're gonna do it way faster than we did last time. I did 1 year of finance. I swear I was no longer than 1 month into the course when my professor dropped the bomb that we're all probably gonna underperform index funds. Yeah, this is, you take your 1% and then you don't beat the fund anyways. The truth hurts. It's really hard to outperform those things. Communists in Ukraine be like, Ukraine? Our Ukraine. Duh. I think they're not isolated because they have a port. Yeah, but the amount of convoys it takes, because it's just here, is like insane. I was thinking they were running a bigger negative, but it appears they're not. We're taking one of their states that can have ports, though. So, it has a couple. And we're liberating 2 big kind of states out from underneath them, so I think this is going to put us in decent shape. And looky. We'll be able to go for this, I think. And then this will arrive there. We'll put those guys over there because they'll rapidly advance the thing. And then these guys, Manchuria will also be nice. So we'll push a ton from the other side. You're just going to help out a little bit, but not a lot of it. The second we occupy this, I think we switch over to here. Maybe not. Maybe here's fine. Maybe actually this. I'm gonna occupy this pretty quick. What are you doing? Oh, you're doing what we told you to. Just kidding, carry on. Maybe we can't afford to do that right now, actually. In terms of maintaining our position here. Oh, we needed to have like a better organized type of army. This has just got like all the troops. We didn't have another like medium-sized army to put over here. Love these guys do the landing though. Takes forever for us to get on this front. We did put that guy over there so he could push faster though, actually. I kind of do like that because we have an advantage there. We're starting to get an advantage here. We're gonna put one guy on push. I think we'll also add a bit of artillery. This is the China army, so we'll just build it out of here. Something like that maybe works. Recently warned Doge's effect on the economy was being underestimated. I think Doge is really bad for the economy, yeah. Someone warned. I think that, on top of, like, dramatically causing, like, upheaval by firing a bunch of gov employees, because that's a pretty sizable thing, like, you're upsetting the balance, you're upsetting a lot of equilibriums here. Minus 32%, 32 maneuvers is disgusting. It's called the art of the steal. As part of my fight to liberate the proletariat, I run up credit cards and never pay them back. Pog. You just transfer them to other credit cards. This is the way. Make your payments every time, but just by acquiring more and more debt. Take that, capitalism. in your face. Our front's got spaghetti. This guy's not on the front. He's traveling to a stupid front. Just kidding, he's traveling to the correct front, but he's still got spaghetti off of it, so we're gonna be sad. We have a huge advantage on this front, though. Yeah, this is nightmare. Oh, I see. Oh, I understand now. Ural just actually makes this like 10 times worse, doesn't it? Because it just this front is so stupid. You stopped buying on Amazon after that stunt? Good. Ukrainians migrating from Russia to North Heilongjiang. Brother, you can go to Ukraine. No, but there's no gold there. Woman Hengaoshing. We speak Chinese here. Unironically buy big text box and you'll probably outperform the S&P 500. I don't know. Still have my Twitch subs because I can't let them go. Pog. Imagine living in a country with credit score you have to increase. The Swedish, way better, where they just look at your income and if you have failed before. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to trap people in never owning a home with that system. What do you mean? Do you guys even capitalism? What's wrong with you? Where's the entrapment? Where's the sense of, you know, stomach sinking despair? Just buy whatever Pelosi's buying. There's actually a guy I follow on Instagram that has an app that just does that. The app just auto buys for you whatever Pelosi's buying and selling. That app was like up 50% last year or something. In theory, the tangible service that finance provides is the efficient allocation of resources. Not really, because like it's not giving more capital to the company. It's exchanging ownership of the capital or of the company, right? If it resulted in the companies that are could use capital getting more capital, but it's not like what you get from the initial offering or like when you're raising more money, definitely. There's an ETF that does exactly that. It sucks. It's not the one I was thinking of. There is a delay though between when she buys it and you buy it. This is the crux of the issue, really. I, like, honestly, like, cannot really tell what's going on right now. This Ural thing is, like... This Ural front, wherever it is, like, very weird. I think it's this entire thing. And now it's about to get spaghettied when this province falls. Dude, this is, like, the Great Spaghetti War all over again. Actual nightmare fuel. You guys ready for everything to fall apart? Your landlady asked you for a credit score check when I first got the lease, and it's not something landlords are actually allowed to ask you for, but if you want to rent, it's what the landlord says. Oh, interesting. I guess we won't get to discover what lays behind the great destruction of fronts. Are they just trapped in there? I guess they're trapped in there. They'll eventually push their way out, I suppose. That's what it looks like. We have to be a little bit careful, actually. We can't incorporate all this. Oh, we can't incorporate any of it. If we incorporate this, we can get enforced on. Oh, that's awkward. Wait, what? Chat, this front is the same as... Oh, no, wait, no, it's not. I just visually looked like it was the same as the other front. I think we have to cancel all these so that we can't get... just to be safe. So we can't get humiliated. So we can't get ticks below 0. Yeah, they're super not on board with that. Embrace the pasta. This is some bad pasta. This is gonna give indigestion. Oh, here it comes. When this one finishes, that's when the pain arrives. There's a delay because I'm behind. The eventual valuations of the company, in theory, affect how much people will pay when you raise money. Okay, this is true. In theory, but in practice, people will pay whatever they think the company is worth when, like, fundraising. But yeah, it does affect when you look for more funds. So sort of correct. Yeah. Companies also do sell shares. Yeah, but then they're operating like in the like peer-to-peer way. I still don't think... I think saying that it helps to effectively distribute resources is not really... when you're thinking of value in the abstract and you think that finances are helping to distribute resources and that you think that it should be one of the largest or second largest sector in the economy because it's so effective at that, I don't think it, like... I think it helps maybe a little bit, but not an amount that justifies its share of the GDP in terms of the entire sector. Yankees fans showing off the emotes. Let's go. When it shows up on my restream thing, it just says sad Thursday, sad Thursday, sad Thursday. I'm just gonna say I don't think the military system in Vic 3 is very good. It's not. It's real bad. We're still waiting on this to happen, though. And then we're gonna be all hands on deck, basically. Bro got encircled. Yeah, but the encirclement does nothing. He ate too much pasta. Do you have the war goal? No, we do not. Have all of them. We need, like, stuff in here. We have released this, so... it's gonna be easier for us to take the capital. The thing is, we have these troops trapped in here, which is kind of obnoxious. I guess if the South Africa HQ can just get in here, that works for us. Does incorporation progress when occupied? I think it does. But I'm not yeah, it does. It's progressing right now. Because nothing is being made exactly overvalued, legal, and medical services too. Yeah, medical services also super, like... in terms of how valuable the service is to society relative to proportion of the GDP, I think finance and the health industry are overrepresented. Finding value is in theory very valuable. I don't think it's that valuable. I think the thing is that people who are involved in deciding how much things are worth tend to ascribe more value to whatever they're doing, and there's more leverage for some people than others. But this is also a very abstract type of conversation to have. This is gonna get spaghettied so hard. There's actually gonna be like front, I don't know if this is going to be a double front or a unified front. Ah, there's two more. Oh. Bros. There's too many fronts. I can't handle it. Let's count the fronts. Let's count them up, guys. Before we unpause here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7's not too bad. I mean, it's still awful, but... GDP was made to measure the actual creation of physical things in industrial countries. Now it's absolutely meaningless. I don't mind it tracking, like, non-physical things. Although, if it was made initially to track physical things, then that's how it was made. I think that we just ended up doing this last time. And then we want to get it to level 10, right? Capital? Bueller? We're taking the capital, it looks like? Alright, cool. We won't get to see what happens when the apocalypse state gets taken and all the fronts collapse and implode. Land the capital, we already have a landing going. Can't allow socialized losses of private gains. That's where we've been since 2008. Yep. The bailouts were stupid. I agree. The entire point of capitalism is if it is allowing things to fail. It's absurd to... Yeah. If we were going to bail out companies, the state should have acquired ownership of the companies. And if you don't want to have the state acquire... And maybe even sell it off later, but, like, I don't know. In reality, you should just let a lot of those companies die. Especially the financial ones. Like, you cover the... If you wanted FDIC and cover, like, people's deposits, you could do that, but you just, like, have to, like, demolish the bank. I don't know. Resources being distributed by finance sectors are always intangible anyways, not usually what we mean by resources. Yeah, but the way in which, like, everyone's retirement goes through there, and so, like, it's, in some ways, it's distributing everything to the working class, and in a very abstracted way. There's, like, finance adds layers of abstraction to an already really complex thing, which is, like, the distribution of goods and, like, resources in an economy, which is, like, impossibly complex. Like, the production of a graphite pencil requires millions of different jobs and people working, like, in its entirety, end to end, and then you just, like, add, like, finance on top of it. It's, like... It's functionally infinitely complex. For the purposes of a human, like, being able to, like, correctly evaluate value, it's, like, infinitely complex. We are trying to get a landing in. We didn't even get the doom state. What happened to our fronts? It feels like all our fronts are failing now. You're going to a nothing front. Perfect. Just what we wanted. So now we're gonna get undone by this. This tiny front, right? This front here. There's no coverage on it, so it's gonna push us out. Also, you look at what share of GDP is medical services represent the actual horrendous life expectancy. Yeah. The United States is incredibly inefficient in terms of the amount of medical services it provides and the cost that is paid by citizens. He's got so many fronts, he's about to hit the back, basically. We already hit the back, but it wasn't enough. So we got this front now covered. Where's our 73 stack? This is the stack we absolutely have to make sure is always on a front. 51 days? Where are you? He was here, and in order to get to this front, he has to go all the way around Ural, because the front merged with the one that's up here. I don't know, what's the time here? It's like right after 9 hours. We might make a short on this, but this is an absurd situation. This guy was at this front here, the front merges, and now he has to spend a quarter of the year running around here to get to the other side in order to keep pushing. And this is, right now, a majority of our army. So, like, the front spaghetti for this is so ungodly painful because we should be crushing him. Now we're losing on every front because the biggest portion of our army is moving around from here to over here. And I get that we caused a lot of border gore that makes the system not work, but, like, you can't stick to fronts. Like, okay, this is actually also just a disgusting looking front. This is the front that started over here. This is, like, the name of the front is here, and it's, like, this weird curve, claw, mouth thing that's just, like, strange. But we can't connect to the front on this side. We have to literally run around and connect to the front over here. Like, this is where the front's at now. So it means nothing, like, directly connects to, like, Ukraine here. This here is considered, like, half a year from the front line. Our borders. For American health insurance, the efficiency is in denying claims. I think there's a lot of inefficient bureaucracy and they make a lot of money, as do the pharmaceutical companies. I'm unconvinced that the... well, so, to the extent that you like market systems, giving legalized monopolies is, like, something you want to be really careful with. And I think there is a legalized monopoly for pharmaceutical companies. Or, sorry, there is a legalized monopoly when you get a patent, right? And I get that the idea that it helps innovation, but it could just be more efficient to actually have government spending fund the innovation instead. Does Ukraine have a special company? In this mod, it does. New Russia Limited renamed to New Ukraine Limited. Banks are the canonical financial institutions. Some people have more money than they need right now, while others have not enough. Savers and borrowers, yeah. Transfer interest from borrowers to savers and earning a profit on top. Yes, but I think you have to have some incentive. You just, like... There's, like, a difference between, like, capitalism as it's supposed to be, leading to certain outcomes, and capitalism as it is in actuality, which is, like, more extractive than it is theoretically, in terms of squeezing money to the top. I am back and more in solidarity. I'm eating a lot of potatoes. Big nice. Eat some pasta? Yeah, basically. Can you delete a unit to teleport? We can. But we've gotten there now. And now we have a 71 advantage and 82 advantage. Instead of, like, losing every single one of these, we're winning them all. And here's what's going to happen when we take this state. Is this 77 stack going to get spaghettied again? How you managed to do that front? You gotta release Ural. Talking about America feels like talking about a failed state. I mean, like, capitalism in theory works a lot better than capitalism in practice. So does communism in theory. I have 5k hours. You've never seen that? You gotta get more creative with your border gore then. It's really, like, strange border gores that lead to, like, really strange outcomes. So this is why, like, earlier we said we maybe shouldn't complain that much, but this is also, like... Could you imagine being a new player, watching that happen, and not knowing how to do anything about it? It's not connected to the front. You should have assigned the bare minimum to that front. Yeah. Well, it's, they need to take one of our incorporated states to enforce humiliation. categorically, as long as this front is strong, they can never humiliate us. So we can't lose. And if we're just making progress, we eventually win. It's not the fastest winning path, though. We're gonna, like, actually full occupy. Actually, with these guys right here already, let's just do this. What are we doing? There's no peasants there anymore? Dog. Just everywhere where there's peasants and is domestic, and yeah, we're actually just gonna blast everywhere that's peasants and domestic in terms of wood. Like super blast. Let's get some of this in there too. And then the invisible front's also a favorite. So they did spaghetti here as well. Splish splash. Are we actually gonna full occupy Russia here? We are. That's super cute. Because that's, yeah, we're actually gonna full occupy. Oh, nope, just kidding. We didn't occupy this. Maximum devastation. These are gloriously border-gory fronts, but it's an example of the absolutely fantastical logistics of victories fronts. Yeah. Oh, how much are they ticking a tick? Minus 20. That do be a lot. And they get regime changed. Regime change is very likely, with everything that's going on, getting regime change is very likely going to cause them a very significant problem in terms of legitimacy. Alright, we'll incorporate this as well. So, we're also one state. From taking over here, but let's check their. So now they only have 60 battalions, so down from 80 something. There's still a GP? How? I wonder if it was their mobilization. Let's take a look at a minor, or, yeah. We're looking for a major power here. If they're below 132, Russia is indeed below 132. So they should decay. I think they are humiliated, though. Yeah, 10 modifiers. We still have a couple more wars. But you do get to devastate their whole country. This is good. You put in just enough there to defend and everything else on taking the capital. Yeah, in terms of speed, you're right. I absolutely agree. In terms of security, if the one place you can lose is secured, then it doesn't, like, you'll always make progress. Maybe it's that the theory is always incomplete because humans aren't omniscient. Yeah. Well, it requires perfect information in the theoretical sense, which is unachievable. But I think there is generally an asymmetry of information that favors the owner of capital relative to the worker. So I think it's that this various asymmetries like this are what squeeze money to the top. We do have a trade agreement with them, but France overtook us in the prestige rankings, not like this. We'll tell these guys to kick rocks. Not Armenians leaving Turkey for some reason. Why would you leave Turkey, Armenians? What happened? Need more auto-queuing? Yeah. Look how slack your construction points are? Yeah. No, you're probably right. I think Rostov has... No, they just have coal. They have coal, a decent amount of arable land, good modifiers, but they don't have iron. Economists will tell you today why their theory from yesterday didn't work. Well, to be fair, I think economists that talk about capitalism in theory are very careful to outline that perfect competition is not a phenomenon that actually exists, and all their models apply specifically to perfect capitalism or perfect competition. In my head, that was a different type of furniture, man. We'll do one of those. Flat in Tanganyika. I think we really can't afford to swap all steel. Hello. We're actually running into a little bit of problems on this front. We could go for this. In terms of maintaining convoys. Rostov is a homeland, is it not? It might be. I think it is. We can look at it. We're incorporating. Yeah, it is, based on incorporation time. The ideal system is the most secure, resistant to imperfect information. Yeah, I mean, communism, like, works really well unless you understand human psychology. This YouTube, Gary Stevenson, makes a good point. Basically, 1940 to 1990 is once in a humanity middle-class boom, and we've been heading back now to how it's been the other 99%. Normal people are usually poor as fuck. Pre-agrarian revolution, so like 10,000 BC, resource distribution was really nice. For most of humankind's history. And communism actually works really well if you have less than 200 people. Inflation is probably the biggest reason for the wealth squeeze, since the rich have an easier time converting their wealth in forms that appreciate and value at a better pace compared to inflation. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with one person being insanely wealthy if they provide way more value to society. Like, absurdly wealthy. Like, I actually don't have a problem with actors and, like, sports athletes getting paid as much as they do. They don't make billionaire type money very easily, though. The number of billionaires that are athletes that are not getting money from owning stuff is very low. Or athletes, actresses, singers. I think Taylor Swift's the only one I can think of that doesn't have investments in places that has $1 billion. Oh, you've had your head in the Putin hole all day? You've missed the most hilarious political scandal? American Defense Secretary and a bunch of national security officers were discussing war plans for Yemen on Signal and accidentally tagged a journalist into the chat. Oh my god, what? What the hell? Do you prioritize maxing out natural resources? Kinda. The problem for us right now is that we have companies and we kind of want them to be producing them. Really awkward spot. I think you're actually just supposed to build even though your companies get an insane construction bonus. But we're currently trying to avoid building those ourselves. Damn, I forgot all about before 10,000 BC. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You forgot about the rest of history. Actually, I think it's not considered history if it's pre-writing. Oh, we just can't because we're not legitimate enough. Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, we could try this. Rent in this economy? The truth hurts. They are minor. See, the problem is as soon as our truce is up is when their humiliation's up. Maybe it's enough, though. The time modifier is going away. Hot diggity damn. We might finish this in under 12 hours, boys. Oh, we didn't want to decrease autonomy on Persia. They were still doing fighting stuff, I think. Despite getting 99.9% of the time, these benevolent pre-agricultural revolution humans only make up a 6 to 10 million population. Okay, this is also a fair argument. The majority of humans have been underneath a different system. That's correct. We in theory should not turn on that PM, but I'm more concerned that I will just forget to turn it on later. Please, Intelligentsia. Actually, can we affect things by upping their clout? I forgot how this works. Yeah, we have a lot of, like, generals that are not the right ideology. So we could purge. We could go a purging. We could go a cruising for a bruising. And then we have to keep the queue going. Damn. We hates it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna turn on the auto queue again for some of the stuff, even though we have industries for it. I think specifically pushing them off is a good enough reason. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, look at that queue just fill immediately. It's gonna be nicer for us. Try to ram through Parle, you could import a radical agitator and fish for the regicide event. Yeah, we could also do some sort of abdication setup and also fake pass stuff. But yeah. We are not that far from maybe wanting to invite someone for a different movement, so... Pre-writing equals prehistory, yeah. Pre-10,000 BC is her story. Now we're in they, them story. Next up is Jer story. Yeah, I mean... I don't care too much what gender people want to be. Or say they are. Personally. Like, socially, just super libertarian. Or like, I think you have to have a really, really strong reason for not letting people do what they want to do. Like, it has to actively harm other people in a way that's not just, like, hurting their feelings or something. After the them story, it's just Stellaris. You're so right. No Giger story. Usually yeah. I love how Poland exists without Krakow, the original Poland. The truth hurts. To be fair, in this timeline, Poland actually got help instead of the real timeline where Poland got nothing but pain. That's a super small rev, is it not? Yeah, we super don't care about that. Super don't care. Could not care less, I think. People... That's a weird spell of wouldn't, but I guess people can spell how they want to spell. People wouldn't be allowed to do what they want to do because without oppression, people wouldn't make good art. Boom. Entire philosophy dissolved. You're so right. How could there be creativity without oppression? Fortunately, I wrote wouldn't when I meant shouldn't, which also destroys my argument. It would or it wouldn't. Who knows? Finally, Greenland is green. We fixed the timeline, boys. Alright, we actually should be using our infamy here. I'm not sure we ever... There's a good company in here. We also have a pretty big reduction. Oh, I forgot we broke this up. Yeah, let's just grab some of this stuff down here. Spain's determined to thumb our pie, I guess. Spain might intervene here. I mean, it's not like we can't take Spain. It'd just be really annoying on the convoys to play it like that. I guess we maybe should have been trying to connect Persia here. I mean, sure, we're supposed to keep stuff going. I think Spain won't have an interest here. Yeah, they don't. Cute that we can conquer on behalf of our subject, though. So this just works out. Little chunk of infamy. Get some oil. Just artists need to be oppressed. I can confirm I'm a 3D artist and currently not oppressed and haven't made any good art in a while. Shame on you. Part of me salivates at an artist being in chat because my art assets freaking suck for my channel like really hard. I need to hire an artist to get on that. An artist where? No need to exile this cautious man. Constantly searching for oppression so I can make better videos. Constantly starting drama so you can start oppression. This is the way. I think what really grinds my gears about folk being able to live how they want, yeah, tell me more, is that the reason for a lot of these accommodations, like GSA clubs in schools or gender-affirming treatments, I mean, so gender-affirming treatments specifically, if it's not, like, cutting anything out, I really don't care. If it is, then, like, I think it's possible that you should have to make people wait until they're 18, but I would want to see the data on what outcomes look like. And it would depend on the empirical data on what outcomes look like in terms of if you should be acting, if the state, so the state generally should protect minors, right? And there's like ways in which you can evaluate if the outcomes are good for minors or not, but if, for example, the unaliving rate is higher if you allow surgery versus not, because you let people transition that want to transition, and the people who do transition but didn't want to transition are like relatively extremely low in the population, like this is a statistical thing, I don't have the answers for this, then it should probably be allowed. I'm just uncomfortable in general on it. But pretty willing to whatever just has the best outcomes for kids specifically, but adults should be able to do whatever they want. So because that is a change that doesn't hurt anyone else from my perspective, so and I haven't looked at the data, so I've heard people report on the data and say that it is, like, I think it's like under 5% the regret rate or something like this, and I don't know what the outcomes are when you are in the regret group, and I don't know how much better your outcomes are when you are in the group where you're happy about it. Bro, they almost never back down when you have a full annex on them. Crazy. That's unfortunate. We wanted kind of all of Nejd. That's not how we wanted that to shake out. I guess? Oh, they started colonizing up. How do they don't have market access, dog. Oh, they don't need it now. Alright, I guess we'll do a little bit of this. But When you ban all the rainbow books from libraries, kids off themselves? Well, I'm generally not a fan of censorship, so I think that in terms of banning books, I think you should really have a particularly strong reason for banning. Who needs art when you have memes, basically? You can't have my impression, Tarkus. You might be getting me backwards if you paused at paragraph 1 generalist, because I'm not saying the accommodations are bad. Oh, I thought you were. Oh, I did. I got you wrong, Jim. You're right. My bad. You're saying that the data shows that it does cut down. Yeah. I'm kind of in whatever the data shows camp. I don't have, like, also assuming that, like, both the child and the, like, parents are consenting or something like this. I'm very pro the accommodations. Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily pro, because I don't know what the data looks like. But my opinion is, like, kind of whatever conforms with the data. Although I think anyone who is, like, against... Or maybe not anyone. I find a very deep irony in a lot of the people who are against gender-affirming care for male-to-female transition on the basis of, like, oh, we don't like mutilation of genitals, are also okay with circumcision. Like, there's a bit of inconsistency there. In philosophy, at least in the textbooks I read and in the class I had, one of the arguments against, like, moral relativism was female genital mutilation, which was, like, there's a tribe in Africa or something that this is their practice on birth. They remove the clitoris. And the idea is that it stunts sexual desire, what have you, right? And by doing this, they, like, can keep families together, or this is the justification. And this is presented as something that is absolutely abhorrent, right? And is an indication of why, like, moral relativism fails, which I think that the moral relativism that gets taught as being moral relativism in philosophy is, like, not good, like, in the sense that, like, that, like, type of position is, like, bad. But I don't think that moral relativism is, like, taught correctly, because most moral relativists aren't relativists because they think anything goes. They're relativists because their position regarding knowledge is that knowledge is subjective, like, in its entirety, and so therefore moral knowledge will be relative. But that's a tangent. The point is that we currently have genital removal of, like, you know, with circumcision, there's removal of the most sensitive part, and Maimonides, like, in terms of the religious text, it's very clear. It's about blunting the pleasure in order to decrease desire. That's, like, the intention behind it. Is, like, exactly the same. And so you got, like, a teacher teaching to a class where, like, I think in the US the circumcision rate, I think it's over 50%. It's, like, it's a very large percentage. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's large. And then everyone's, like, agreeing, they're like, oh, it's terrible. It's like, my guy. That's, like, what we do already. I'm very pro whatever the fuck you want, as long as it doesn't affect others. Yep, this is kind of my position. I am a libertarian. I think the onus is, like, you have to find a reason to bankroll. Let's go, baby. You have to find a reason to say no, and often there are reasons to say no. Like, I don't have a problem with noise curfews, for example. The inconsistent between HRT and TRT is a funny one as well. Man steroids only. Yeah, well, I think steroids should just be legal categorically, so... well, maybe not, you should probably have to demonstrate a knowledge of what it will do to your body, I guess. Maybe. Or you should have the opportunity to demonstrate, like, or to receive knowledge of what things will do to your body. I think. It's probably a little bit better. Like, in the same way that there are consumer protections that don't allow you to, like, drink a bottle of water and have arsenic be in it, you should also, like, not be able to be sold, like, steroids without kind of understanding what will happen to you with them. Something like this. I think it might be the Kikuya in the Kenya. Yeah. I know they're from Kaiserreich since they keep revolting over this exact issue. Incredible. I'm also, like, super not interested in, like, dying on the circumcision hill. I just think that there's, like... I don't really care that much. Just because most of our society seems super okay with it. But... the people who are acting like, it's objectively evil to, like, do that to a child, and then they're like, they're out there circumcising boys. Is like, it's like you might want to go back to the drawing board a little bit on that one. We'll switch Kharkiv over to steel frame. Now we're at the point where we're like almost pod racing in terms of the economy. So we're gonna put in some labor-saving PMs now. I don't think that's the option. I don't think it matters too much. We're gonna rev here pretty soon. But we're gonna put in... We're currently pushing these in high pop states. We're gonna start labor-saving some of these. I think our steel is almost entirely in high pop states and engines. We haven't gotten that tech yet. Yeah, we're kind of far from mutual funds. I think we're gonna push for dynamite instead. And then we kind of don't hate Steam Donkey. I don't know if we go pump jacks because we don't have a use for the oil yet. And then we might go like this or something. I don't know. Why don't we actually just reevaluate? And that'll be how we play it. Treadless gaming. Steroids aren't legal, not in the USA. Shred up on National Security Council. What a journalist kerfuffle. Were they talking about annexing Yemen? I know they're talking about intervening in Yemen. There should be a doping Olympics. I kind of think that the Olympians are the type of people that you can't really stop from doping anyways, so the only reason why I wouldn't want all doping in the Olympics to be legal, like the only reason, is because it would encourage the behavior of giving kids drugs in order to make them more competitive for the Olympics. Like the entire like it doesn't just affect people at the Olympics, it affects the entire pipeline if you allow drugs, and so there are a lot of kids that get fed like steroids, and it would increase the number. Circumcision is weird and pretty rare here. Yeah, it's really common in the US. Which is one of the reasons I'm, like, not that interested in dying on the hill. If it was actually, like, an issue that people cared about, like, one way or the other, then maybe I would, like, have more of like, forceful opinion. I think we're just not getting total separation through, but we're on consideration already. I think we'd cancel if we were on intro. To be fair, you can save scum any law pass, but we don't want to do that. We're not that interested in doing that. How's Russia holding up? Still minor power. Are they close, though? Prestige of 27. What the hell happened here? You bankrupted. You bankrupted. That means we subjugate you. Next war. Next war. God's plan. Okay. It wasn't popularized as anti... wasn't popularized as anti... Yeah, let's just not say the word measure the same as cornflakes. I should be a little bit more careful. I'm trying to use technical words when I talk about stuff here, because I don't want to get super demonetized, but... To be fair to the trimmers, it's quite awful. Isn't quite as awful as the female one. That might be... Yeah, it might be fair that the practice is, like, worse or something, but the logic behind it is exactly parallel. The stuff they do to women causes lifelong pain and health complications, not just loss of sensitivity. The motivation behind the two is, like, identical, is the thing. Also, the number of boys that die from circumcision and get serious infections is, like, it's not a trivial number. It's, like, it's not a completely, like, safe procedure for boys either. But I would believe you that it's more invasive for women. That would not surprise me at all. Or girls. You're just reckless with upgrading all the PMs. Is that how I'm supposed to be saying? I thought I wanna labor sometimes to depeasant. You do. You do. We are of the opinion that we don't have a lot of peasants here. Oh, we still do. You're right. I thought we were running out of them. No, you're absolutely right. I was trying to show you that we had in fact ran out of peasants, but we haven't. The idea is what I thought, like, over half of this was in places that were out of peasants, but that's not the case. So you are 100% right. This PM's really efficient, though. Let's do that. Let's export some of that, and export some of that. One problem is, like, trade just sucks so hard. We would be able to push things a lot better if trade was better. So we're just gonna... We're pushing stuff to 31 specifically. We're focused on these two states. We do want, we thought that they were already depeasanted, they're not. Definitely don't want that guy as a leader, though. Yeah. I guess we won that one. Let's also add some troops here. I guess we'll sort by peasants. Still got a ton in Kiev. Yeah. Doing Olympics should be a separate category with probably some rules on when athletes can start using it. Making rules for when athletes will start using it wouldn't decrease the practice of giving steroids to children. I don't think. I think, because that would be so hard to prove and enforce in this type of thing. You would have to only allow children that have competed and shown themselves clean when they were a child athlete. So that means you wouldn't allow... You'd have to specifically know who's going to compete and track them ahead of time, I think. I don't think you can tell how long someone's been taking something. You could just tell if it's in their body. if I'm not mistaken, which I could be, but... I think we'll push this up a little bit more, too. They mentioned an active CIA agent, strike plans, disclose political concerns regarding conflicting message on stance with Europe, risk to oil price. Jesus. I can manage Ukraine better than the Russians, messes up the agricultural PMs and lays off thousands of farm workers. Not like this. You're right, though. He's out of line, but he's right. Can we... Not that we would want to resign to this movement, but can we? No. Too ideologically similar. We're gonna use our one time here. Hell yeah, brother. We're maybe constructing a little bit more than we should. It feels like we're really getting some escape velocity, though, regarding the economy. Let's add, like... 5 railroads here. Because qualifications will be way easier there, because we have... That's where our university stack is, so as long as we have, like, pretty significant, as long as we have significant peasants in Kiev, they're getting plus, 600% qualifications. Hey, Fusion, thank you for the $20. Always appreciate the Wiki content and things. Thank you so very much. Big nice. Much appreciated, friend. Classic Joey Steele, not like this. It's a double standard. With abortion, people say her body, her choice, but then we circumcise boys at birth. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of double standards. I'm just like, I'm disinterested in getting up on that soapbox because no one else in America cares about circumcision as an issue. I think it should probably be banned. Or it should be, like... post-18, or the kid should have to agree to it, and it should be performed at birth. There's also the entire thing of, like, the parents pressuring the kids, so it's like, it's not as simple as just, oh, the kid agreed to it, type of thing. Let's get some schools in this bitch. When I'm drafted in a war, my body, my choice, but I'll let you draft my spirit. Hey, yo. So, type of argument is also why some Christian denominations decide not to do baby baptism, only adult ones. Oh, that's interesting. Definitely think the baptism doesn't harm the baby, but babies certainly get stressed out when they get baptized, so maybe that's not. Traditionalist trade unions opposing total segregation, separation. It do be like that. We hates it, but we don't get to choose the trade unions we get. Yeah, they have the... They probably have the leader type where it's like pseudo-traditionalist, yeah. Or it's just traditionalist. I didn't even know they could roll traditionalist. I thought they had to roll Minoan traditionalist. Yeah, we stopped doing Putin Dragons every hour on the hour because we ran out of the material from that book specifically. We are kind of on the hour mark, though. We can talk about Putin a little bit. Why don't we re-emphasize that we're raising money for Ukraine, though? So, we are currently raising money for... Not that. Although that looks delicious. Shout out to Palt. But we are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. For this, money will go towards providing the defense, or sorry, well, I mean it is providing military equipment for the forces serving in Ukraine. This is going to be military equipment, but not including lethal weaponry in terms of what's being supplied. They're fighting on behalf of Europe. If you were interested in donating, we are doing it through our Twitch. So if you're on the YouTube, you got to come to the Twitch and click the donate to charity button. I will be matching for the duration of the stream, the first $872.25 that gets donated. I think today we've gotten a couple hundred, something like this. So I will be, at the very least, matching that. I might give more. I don't know. Brother actually passed total separation despite 60% stall chance. Holy Sigma. What do you mean? Tarkus, I called my one time. That means you just pass it. That's how that works. Have you not called one time on stream before? Have you not done this? When you call it, you always pass the law. But you can only do it once a stream. Yeah. Doesn't America have a bit of a Jewish lobbying problem already? There are a lot of Christians who the circumcision rate in the USA is not because of Jewish people. Like, the circumcision rate is huge. It's way, way, way bigger than the Jewish population. It's not. Circumcision rate in the US is 80%. 80%. There's not 80% Jewish people in the US. Oh. Our truce is up. It's 99 infamy. Hot diggity damn. Just under 100. Let's go. Wow, the UK is still... Great Britain's still willing to join us. That's insane. Oh my god. Front spaghetti. There's vomit on my spaghetti already. Mom's... Papaggy. Something. The phone gets so loud. Something songs over, blow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there's more spaghetti. Oh, there goes tragedy. Look. He's gone swaggity. I don't know. Man, this is gonna be an awful war in terms of the front spaghetti. And let's not forget the back door. I think there's a good chance they just back down to us, but we'll see. We have a very high infamy rate, though. Super, super happy that we're not getting cut down to size, though. Or we don't have to deal with that. And then we'll put as many revoke claims in here as we can. Oh, we should have put the revoke claims in before. My bad. I misplayed, chat. Before UK decided to join us, we should have revoked claims then. But this means we're actually coming up on the end of the stream because we were playing to Subjugation. We might play a little bit longer. But I think that there's a very strong chance they back down. Russia's often defending the borders. If they are defending the borders... It's actually... Let's get those war reps, though. If they are defending the borders... As one of their strategies. I think maintain balance of power is also a back down strategy. There's several strategies that make you more likely to back down, so I think they have them. They're all just Messianic Jews. Yeah. Whenever I call one time an intensity 10 flood hits my capital, even if I'm not on a river. Oof. Today I learned what? You're surprised at the 80% figure? Yeah, it's like very common among Christians. And Europe like just doesn't do circumcision at all, basically. But it's a super non-issue because it's so popular. Like, nobody cares. Like, if there was, like, anyone actually trying to ban it, I think it should be banned. But, like, I'm not gonna try and build the hill so I can die on it. Yeah, most Americans are circumcised, though. Tanganyika has good resources. I think Kazembe does as well. We don't need to double check, though. Alright, we're gonna 30 our thing. We're gonna de-peasant fully in Kiev, and then we're gonna turn on labor-saving PMs. So we're pushing this. To be fair, we're almost done de-peasanting. And here we basically are. So actually now we can turn on the labor-saving PMs in those industries where we've 30'd the buildings for them. That's probably okay here in this circumstance. So we weren't that far off in terms of how this game's playing out in terms of when we were deciding to call it, but we were decidedly a little bit early. Why do we have a huge negative on this? Really crushing our prestige. We kind of don't like that. We kind of want to get negative relations with them, though. America, biggest world supplier, separated foreskins, basically. How about you? How did you avoid the cut down to size? I thought you were talking about the foreskins for a second. I didn't avoid that cut down to size, unfortunately. Yeah, the truth hurts. We'll stick them on, yeah, they're going to the right front. It just takes a little time. Alright, let's try and get that in as well. Hopefully the guys can get to the front in a timely fashion. But I think that this front might get bricked over here. Oh, we just got in? Dog. Just kidding. Easiest war of our lives. We actually only care about, really, the Protectorate and the war reps, so... we don't super mind the other stuff. Stream title says plus 12+ hours. I demand 12+ hours. I will be leaving soon, but I will get genuine satisfaction from knowing Generalist is streaming. True. I thought it was going to take us over 12 hours. We've never done this that fast. 80% figure is insane to me because right next door here in Canada it's barely 30%. Yep, it's a very American thing. Like 80% is an indication that both people on both sides of the aisle, over 50% support it, which is why you could never ever like, well, it's not that you could never ever change it, but I also don't think like in terms of like damage to society or humanity or this type of thing, I think it's relatively like benign. Like I think there are better things to like get upset about. Genitals confirmed to be cut down, yep. This is the unfortunate truth of the matter. Conquering the world says bored. So it's a little bit after. It's a matter of statistical record that Canadians have more than Americans. This is true. Sheriff's IRL infamy, not like this. 0 now. I got cut down. What do you mean? Restores you to 0. It's called purity. Okay, sweetie. Okay, now we're out of peasants, like in a lot of spots. Not Kiev yet, actually. What are we doing? Oh, okay, these are all of our buildings. For a second I thought that was Kiev's building. I was like, what are we doing with so many buildings? How much are they losing a tick? 5? Yeah. They're gonna be donezo soon. America will finally experience political unity as Democrats and Republicans unite over the mutual support. Basically. I mean, it does have, like... Yeah, that is an example of, like, the realpolitik in generalists just not caring about an issue because... Good luck if you want to try and change that. Are Americans literally getting cut down to size because their country got too infamous? Is that what's going on here? I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. This is the self-cut down to size, really. So... How to demonetize your stream. To be fair, we talked about genocide and stuff on this stream, so... It's already demonetized. We're already making nothing. We do have to count up how much we got in donations, though, because we said we would match. I'm bummed. I mean, it makes sense. I'm a little bummed that not anywhere close to last month, but it also makes sense. If you do, like, one fundraiser a month, and then you do the same, or a year, and then versus one, and then doing the same one, like... Just a little bit later. The babies never say no, because if they did, the guy would take a treaty port too. Yeah, exactly. They do it, they get snipped for your sins. Sacrificed. Preemptive to avoid the CB, not like this. Alright, we don't actually care about the... Well, I guess we'll enforce everything anyways. It's claims that we own, or claims on stuff we own, so... The deed is done. That method is so much faster than what we did last time. It took us 17 hours last time. Alright. Let's take a look at how much we've raised so far today. $15 plus 50 plus 15 is 80, plus 20 is 100, plus 100 is 200, plus 12 is 212, plus 25 is 237, plus 450, we're gonna round that up to 5, it's 242, plus 15 is 257. We're gonna keep playing for a little while longer. If anyone donates, we are going to be matching it. We are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. If you jump on our Twitch, you can find the link. The link to our Twitch, if you're on the YouTube, is down below. The Ukrainian Defense Fund does provide military equipment to people fighting on the front lines in Ukraine. It's non-lethal military equipment because you're not allowed to do that through charity. But if you come onto the Twitch and you click the donate to charity button, you can contribute as well. We raised a little over $3,000 last month, and then today, so far, we've raised $257, or $256.50. But let's continue with our near infinite infamy. So we are just in chill mode. We're in chill mode, and we invested a ton in colonial offices. Really, truly, the worst of decisions. I think we maybe go food standardization. We could go advanced research. We just don't have the school. We don't even have public schools yet, but I guess we're getting public schools. I think food standardization is probably just better. Yeah, let's do it. That's a screenshot though, huh? Russia and the Slava Ukraine power bloc. Just needs a bolster political movement for a speed bump on his street. I like the flavor it adds, though. True. Yeah, maybe we'll go another like 30 minutes or so. Rev swap your infamy down to 0 and turn this into liberating the Uyghurs stream too. Liberating Uyghur is really easy. For the Uyghur stream, we were planning on starting as Uyghur and conquering all of China, and that would have taken... That's much harder than Ukraine takes over Russia. That's probably like... I don't know how long that is. It's easy to get support, is the thing. Yeah, it's hard for us to keep this queue going. It's kind of rough. Let's plop down a university over here. For a little bit of some... Because I think we want to start building here, and we will run into qualification problems. In fact, we're already having qual problems. So that'll help out. This is incorporated, though, and is getting states. But... not having enough pops. God, this state's so good. Just actual insane. I guess we could use investment rights on other people. The real problem is no one on Earth is want to give us investment rights here. Because of us being so infamous. I mean, I guess Kharkiv still has 163,000 peasants, alright. Fair enough. You liberate Palestine too? Definitely could. We've considered doing a Palestine stream. Right now I want to be focused on Ukraine though. The Palestine stream would be kind of one where the objective you're already in place. And I think Israel conquers all of the Middle East might be a little bit in bad taste. So I don't know what the... Or sorry, Palestine. I guess you could do Palestine conquers the Middle East, rather. My head was reversed. If you are playing Palestine, Israel's already off the map. But then, like... I would maybe want to play with a mod that has 2 states. I don't know. You can form Arabia as Palestine, though. As your goal. I think the issue is a little bit more complicated for historic reasons, like stretching back over a long period of time. I think the current conflict is maybe a little bit straightforward, but that you can't evaluate it just in terms of what's going on right now. You need like the broader context. Yeah. I don't know, people get really upset when I do anything but, like, fully 100% support Palestine. Or some people do. And I think that, like... I don't know, I gotta start asking people what literature they've read on this subject of, like, the history of the conflict in response to people getting upset, because I have a sneaking suspicion, like, people just, like, don't read up on things in terms of, like, what's the nature of the whole conflict. And it's like, it's been ongoing since like, so Tsar in Russia, leader in Russia, 1890s I think, late 1800s, gets assassinated. The Jews get blamed, super persecuted. A lot of them leave and they flee to Palestine. So this is the first time you kind of get a really big demographic of Jews in Palestine, right? And this is like effectively, in my opinion, like the start of the conflict. And it extends, like, other really big inflection points are like 46, right? The partition and Great Britain leaving. Also a significant event. I forget exactly when Great Britain took all this land off the Ottomans, but that's also like a significant event in terms of like tracing control of the region, right? Because nobody that I know of advocates returning the lands to the Ottomans, but like during 46, that returning the land to Turkey would have maybe been a reasonable thing. Yeah. Can you annex Russia without blowing your infamy? Well, I mean, eventually we will have pretty significant reductions. In terms of once we get multilateral alliances, minus 25% generation. And if we had a ruler who was cautious, which is much easier to achieve once we're at parliaments, yeah, we could do it for under 100 infamy. I don't know. Another big problem in terms of like doing a fundraiser for Palestine, or one of the bigger problems for me, is like where to send the money, where it actually does a lot of good, is like difficult. I suppose if I were to send the money anywhere, it would probably be to a U.S. government lobby that just lobbies for putting conditions on aid to Israel or removing aid from Israel. Rather than like trying to send money directly to Palestinians, because I think too much stuff just gets intercepted by both Hamas and the IDF. And I definitely wouldn't want to like support like Hamas either. So alright, so we'll do that. Ukraine looks like a shark at this point. It does look a little like a shark. A baby shark. What about releasing Mongolia and restoring its full borders? That could be a fun one too. I don't know of a trade for, or I wouldn't want to, I can't think of a charity or why I would want to raise money for Mongolia if it's in the context of it being for like a charity stream. I want to do a charity stream on signing up to be an organ donor, because that's like the cheapest form of philanthropy, and that like actually like saves a ton of lives, and people should sign up to be organ donors. And that seems fairly non-controversial as well. Maybe on a future content patch where there's a whole Balfour event chain or something, a Palestine run would be interesting. In Vic 3, I don't see the point. I mean, we've done a Syria run before. Long ago. I think we did Syria into Pan-Arabia. Palestine would just be like a weaker version of that, effectively. You can... There's Pan-Arabia, though. I mean, there's stuff you can do in the Middle East and stuff. It's kind of similar to forming Pan-Arabia as, like, someone else, but it's not like there's zero things going on. Let's try and export tools. Yeah. All of this overland trade. Approaching 100 milli. We'll have to change the title of the stream, though, if we don't go an hour. We'll just make it a lie. We'll do 10+hr. We're already at 10. I think if we were, yeah. Also, I thought that we were gonna probably not be able to do it in time, but we like did it way ahead of schedule. I don't know, we should have eaten the bureaucracy penalty. I think we are just gonna stay friends with Great Britain for the rest of this run, so. Grab an unrecognized subject and grant state them all of Russia so you can get an unrecognized subject. Ooh, that's true. We could do that with Persia, actually, even. Which is a puppet. I think we could actually annex them now if we just grant all the states of Russia to Persia. Right? Russia gets really upset, but it doesn't matter. It's so cheesy. I guess we could do it though. What's the subject interaction? I did this in the content creator MP. I gave the people who are loyalists, I gave all the subjects to all the things to them instead. It actually will net decrease the amount of infamy costs. But actually what we want to do is, even if before we did that, we would want to let this decay down some and also get civilizing mission, so that's probably the plan. I forget where it is though. I feel like it's in here somewhere. But Persia is adjacent to Baku. Charity stream avoiding donating to some worthy party in the Tigray conflict is interesting. Ethiopia runs are fun. Yankees fan would approve of that. I don't know too much about the ongoing conflict in Ethiopia. We did get an Ethiopia formation. Might be fun to just play Mongolia, that's true. Do a throwback where you play as Sinai, like you do the Panama run, except the bonus rule of no navy at all. Due to the trauma induced from maritime congestion? Oh no. Not like that. I think Sinai, the Panama run already super flopped. I don't even think I published that. Yeah, no, that run just like went real bad. Real fast. To be fair, we just got kind of owned, but the throwback being the spicy economic consequences of blocked canal, yeah. And then everyone got to see like the ship that like drew a penis before like they like went through the canal, like in terms of their shipping route. It was like that guy probably got in trouble. My money's on that guy got into some trouble, hey? You still have to lower autonomy in, Russia to do a grant state? Got it. So that's why we couldn't grant state. Yeah, they're not going to be very amenable to that, given our past history. I guess we could rival France here in order to generate enough stuff to improve relations with Russia. That's gonna take forever. I think that's not in the scope of what we're getting done this stream, to be honest. Oh. This do be pretty satisfying, though. Nice Ukrainian market. We just stay on the market view is what we do. We just pretend like we annexed them. Maybe we should, next time we run the charity, maybe we should try and just play Hoi as Ukraine. Like Millennium Dawn or something like that. I think how I could do this better. He's still decaying at a decent clip. Yeah, Russia's not a fan of of us. It's probably negatively affecting our power blocks situation. Yeah. Food standardization 3 is going to be nice for the additional SOL. And we're going to sit on construction 1 for a while. Tigray is a tagging game, though I don't know too much about this side of the conflict other than Ethiopia and Eritrea are involved. Yeah, I don't know too much about the conflict either, or what's going on in the Congo. You can axe Russia's liberty desire by granting them states first. They could even be Persia's. Just give them all of Persia, so you can press the autonomy down button, then do it in the other direction. I think I can't autonomy down while we have a truce, so I have to wait until the truce is up. But that's kind of silly. Wait, how do I grant them a state? Oh, we have to not be in a diplo play. Fair enough. That makes sense. Prevent you from giving away. Millennium Dawn in Ukraine would be interesting. Yeah. I'd have to get the rest of the DLC for Hoi, but... This would maybe be interesting. Maybe too close to home. The truth does hurt. We have the one sulfur patch for everything. Wood's still something we're heavily exporting. We're not legitimate here? What's up with that? I don't know if they have enough juice to oppose this. I think they might have enough to get to 100%, but they're not beating us in GB. Yeah, they're not even receiving most of the military. They will get their own thingamajig, but I think that GB is just going to maintain this alliance for us, we hope. Might be really LARPing at that point, yeah. I think that in general I'll have an easier time getting more people on the stream, and so that the stream will see more eyes if I just keep playing Vic 3, to be honest. But for the people who have watched the stream already, the problem is I keep doing the same thing over and over, so I don't know how to theme it. Maybe theming it's not as important. But how to theme it and do the things. Yeah. We're coming up on the end here. I have a sneaking suspicion we will not get another donation, so we are just going to match the first flight of donations here. Oh, plus an extra 25, because Gene gave us 25 and said half of it to the charity, or 50 and half to charity, I think. So, instead of 257, that's 282. Although it should be less, because I only get 70% of what Gene sends, so... It's 0.3 times... like 8 less or something. So 274. Okay. Metis Nation run? Big dice. $18. So it'd be 257 plus. Okay, we're $1 off. We'll get him in the next round. We'll add an extra $1 next time. Matey, my bad. Matey. Yar. C'est Frank Enfant? Oui. Je suis un chat. Monsieur Fluffy. This do be okay, but I don't think it plays up that easy. That'll increase the size of our trade routes and help us to keep pushing these better industries. A little bit. It's probably actually just not worth the cost of getting the additional convoys. Like, the usefulness in terms of the buy orders it creates and, like, what it generates is probably just not as expensive as this. But it is really nice when you go to war to have a bunch of convoy usage on trade routes. That way it just, like, pulls down and you don't run out of convoys. Le manges le pamplemousse chat? I don't know enough French. Look at that Gulf of America they got going over there. There's maybe a little bit more to it, eh? If Mexico doesn't have a coast bordering the Gulf of Mexico, is it really properly the Gulf of Mexico anymore? Not like this. We thought we were restoring the timeline. We just moved something in the timeline. Now America's taken Mexico. Not like this. The dark timeline. What's our ETA on the truce? We're like halfway done. Maybe we're supposed to focus on why Putin's a bad guy more. It's probably just like the people who'd been interested in donating already donated the last stream. Yeah. We're gonna have a nice parliamentary republic pass here. Haiti got big. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen this. I have never on any patch ever seen Haiti do well as like the AI. Like ever. So this is a phenomenon we've not seen before. I think that they just had a separatist movement in Guyana that some GP just decided to support, and they just clapped the other side, and they got it. That's my guess. I don't really know how this happened. I don't know how this unfolded, man. Wonder what the jump in SOL was. Probably us getting the third level of this. More than happy to get some trade route volume. Minus throughput in one state. So not a big deal. That royalist movement's gonna be big. That is a little bit of a concern. I think we're really close to passing parliamentary now at this point, though. But they're max militarism. We're pretty close to a half hour anyways, though. Over. So I think we're gonna wrap up either way. Poland left? What do you mean, Poland? Why are you cautious? Why are you cautious, Poland? What did we do? What did we do, Poland, to deserve this? What did we do? There's probably high liberty desire, and GB gave it to him to shut him up. And GB what took it off Netherlands first? That maybe makes sense. GB doesn't start out controlling Haiti, so GB also decided to transfer Haiti at some point. We'll do this so we can pass the law faster. We're making tons of money anyways. And we are starting to get gated on how much construction we have. Oh, we could we could build in Russia too, I forgot. I was like, what's this? It looks like we're playing Russia. Santo Domingo can form via secession from Cuba, Haiti, West Indies, or Puerto Rico. And it does it if it does a secession in Guyana, it will merge it, much like how Greece does in the patch. Yeah. Haiti starts independent. Okay, I take it all back. They just usually get subjugated. Are you sure they start independent and not a subject of France? Guess I could be wrong there. But let's look and see who's streaming. Good raid Flurry, were you? Flurry's usually not online when we're online. Of course, we're usually not streaming at this time. Oh, we're holding down the lobby. There's one other person. He's playing, looks like Brazil conquers all of South America. He's got most of South America. Is he talking, though? He's just doing the things. Ah, let's maybe raid him. He's smaller. Okay. We're gonna send you guys to a smaller Vic 3 person. He's the only other person in the Vic 3 lobby. And then to anyone else who wanted to join the Twitchers, we're gonna send the link to the YouTubers. If you guys are interested. Tahiti, which you might be getting confused with, is the one that starts as a French subject. Ah, you were right. That is my bad. They start deeply in debt to France, who gets an event if they default. That also makes sense. Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for supporting for us trying to raise money for Ukraine. It's much appreciated. Even if you're just watching, you do help it get upvoted in the recommendations. We will do one last plug before we're out. But we are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Not there. Which gives money for non-lethal, or provides non-lethal equipment to those fighting in the front line of Ukraine. If you are on the YouTube, you can go to our Twitch, and there will be a little donate button here. It is obscured by my face here. But you can give money there. We have the fundraiser kind of open here. If you're on the Twitch, it is just down below. It does go to help them to defend their nation against Putin, who's a monstrous thug and an enemy of, kind of the free world, as it were. And so I do think that they need support, so we're trying to help out as best we can. If you're on the YouTube, that is what's going to happen. Really ramping up the run. Yeah, well, I mean, we kind of got to the point where we subjugated Russia, was what we were playing for, in general, as our theme. But I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, have a good one. If you didn't, also have a good one. And bye-bye now. Bye, YouTubers. And then